Christmas came early for Alberta Premier Danielle Smith after awkwardly meeting with Prime Minister Carney in Calgary to sign a memorandum of understanding that sets the conditions for a new bitumen pipeline to the BC coast.
How was your flight?
Flight was very good.
Good.
Had a good sleep.
Oh, good. You've been so busy. I've been watching your schedule. I thought I had a busy one, but my goodness, you do.
Same.
It's nice to have you here.
It's a pleasure to be here. Shall I say a few
You want
words?
me to start?
Hello, EA. Yeah, I bought the Sims Canadian Politics Edition, and the characters stopped moving for some reason. Just look at these two. You know, I can't tell if they're trying to hide how much they hate each other or how much they love each other. But this agreement is much more than just a pipeline. It outlines a complete reset with Alberta and the rest of Canada. But at what cost? So let's talk about the Prime Minister's pipeline promise ring and how it fits into the bigger picture. Hi, I'm Aaron Hagee McKay, and welcome to The Goose. This MOU has a bunch of stuff in it that broadly fits into three categories. One is the pipeline, which is tied to building the world's largest carbon capture project. Two is policy, erasing a bunch of Trudeau-era laws and going all in on industrial carbon pricing. Three is everything else: methane rules, AI data centers, nuclear power, and electrical interties. Honestly, it feels like the wedding registry of Sam Altman was marrying Charles Koch. Peppered throughout are mentions of Indigenous ownership and benefits, because it's kind of rude to take someone's pie without at least offering them a slice. Before getting into it, let me just say that according to the International Energy Agency, no new fossil fuel infrastructure can be built if we want to have at least a 50-50 shot of preventing the planet from potentially overheating past irreversible climate tipping points. It's all right here in this report entitled, "You Want a Livable Planet? Stop Building More the F***ing Problem." But of course, Donald Trump changes the math on international cooperation, and this MOU is super in reaction to Trump.
The U.S. has changed. That's their right. We must respond. That is our imperative.
This MOU is framed as a nation-building, sovereignty-maxing agreement that resets relations with Alberta after Premier Smith made separation easier, which, as we learned in a previous video, is entirely about joining the good old US of A, supported by the Trump administration. Yeah, handing over your home to a fascist government to own the libs. Haha. BC Premier and before picture in a cough syrup ad, David Eby, has been dead set against a new bitumen pipeline, saying it jeopardizes other projects in BC. Editing Aaron here, David Eby is maybe okay with the pipeline as long as the tanker ban stays in place. That's the update. He also pointed out that this isn't about energy security or sovereignty when we're selling oil to other countries.
I continue to be surprised that we're not having a conversation about selling our oil to Canadians, that we're not talking about adding refinery capacity. I think that's an important conversation that we could be having, and unfortunately we're not having.
Just last month, a refinery in BC that was owned by a Canadian company, Parkland, was sold to Texas-based Sunoco. Elbows up! So that's the context. So let's dive into what the MOU actually says about this theoretical pipeline. Three things off the top. There is no pipeline plan, the government is not building it or financing it, and there is currently no company proposing to build it. We're still very much in concepts of a plan territory. Think of this as a pipeline Pinterest board. Here's how the MOU describes the pipeline project. Construction of one or more private sector constructed and financed pipelines with Indigenous peoples' co-ownership and economic benefits, with at least 1 million barrels a day of low-emission Alberta bitumen, with a route that increases export access to Asian markets as a priority. Then weirdly, it goes on to say, it is agreed this new pipeline would be in addition to the expansion of the Trans Mountain Pipeline for an additional 300 to 400,000 barrels per day destined for Asian markets. As far as I can tell, this clause exists entirely to be like, hey, remember how we spent 34 billion taxpayer dollars on the Trans Mountain expansion, Canada's only pipeline to Tidewater? Maybe be a little grateful considering there's a good chance we are never making that money back. Build me a pipeline. Well, you haven't filled the one we just bought you. If you want to learn more, we covered that in a previous video. Now, there are a number of reasons a pipeline to the North BC coast should never happen, outside of the whole, climate change thing. One, as mentioned, BC Premier David Eby says it jeopardizes other projects in the province. 2, several coastal First Nations have already come out against it. Gagwis, the president of the Haida Nation, was pretty clear, saying this project is not going to happen. 3, the tanker ban off the North BC coast is there for a reason. And while the MOU says that's flexible, it is literally the most dangerous coastal waters in Canada. It's like the maritime equivalent of American Ninja Warrior. So, you're just begging for an oil spill like Exxon Valdez further north. 80s reference. And lastly, it may just be a bad investment. Oil prices are currently lower than they used to be, and peak oil demand is forecast within the next 5 years, driven mostly by China investing heavily in green tech. The thing we should be doing. The other thing to consider here is our oil competition. Western Canadian Select oil is very similar to oil from Venezuela. So if and when the US invades Venezuela and installs Chevron as their president, the price of our oil will likely tank, like the Exxon Valdez. 80s reference. But there are also reasons why it may happen. 1, a majority of Canadians, including BC residents, support building more pipelines because of Trump's shenanigans. 2, it lowers our dependence on the US as oil buyers and theoretically raises the price of our oil. 3, Bill C-5 gives the power to fast-track it, and the federal government doesn't actually need BC's consent. And finally, money. They want to grow the economy, attract investment, royalties, jobs, taxes, etc. But the MOU doesn't specify where the pipeline needs to be. Smith wants the North BC coast, but the path of least resistance is to just do it along the route of the Trans Mountain. For now, Alberta Premier Danielle Smith is celebrating this as a victory. Remember during the election her so-called 9 bad laws? The ones she threatened with an unprecedented national unity crisis? Well, she got most of them.
This is a win for Alberta. First of all, one of the things I wanted was no export taxes or restrictions on Alberta oil and gas. Well, we got that. A complete redo of C-69. Well, not only are we going to get that through the Major Projects Office, but we have an agreement that intra-provincial projects are going to be approved by us. And there's going to be a rewrite of that bill. Emissions cap, gone. Carbon pricing stays provincial. We've got that. The clean electricity regulation scrap. We got that. Tanker ban carve-out. We got that. The censorship of energy, we got that. That's 7 out of 9. That's not so bad.
Does this mean the national unity crisis is off?
48 hours later.
I support a strong and sovereign Alberta within a united Canada. I know we might have a bit of a difference of opinion on that, but I hope people today feel a lot more confident that Canada works than they did a couple of days ago.
But in order to get this pipeline, we first need to build Pathways Plus, the largest carbon capture, utilization, and storage project in the world. A few years ago, the Pathways Alliance, the industry trade group of 6 oil sands companies representing 95% of production, made ads like this.
Really worried about climate change.
Yeah. We need to find every way possible
to reduce emissions from oil sands operations.
Like carbon capture and storage.
We have to work together.
Governments, industry.
And reduce emissions in a
big way.
Right?
Canadians believe we need to reduce emissions. We agree. That's why we're proposing to build one of the world's largest carbon capture and storage networks. See our plan at pathwaysalliance.ca.
But later, the Competition Bureau updated their rules to include greenwashing, and the Pathways Alliance immediately pulled all of their ads and nuked their website. That's the state of carbon capture and storage in Canada. It's a scam. But thanks to this MOU, lying about the environmental benefits of anything is legal again. It's like the purge for greenwashing. So, like and subscribe right now and I will personally plant 2 billion trees! Oil and gas is Canada's largest polluting sector. There are 2 ways to lower emissions. 1, produce less. 2, invest in better technology. This MOU chooses the secret third option. Invest in a fake solution that makes it look like you're solving the problem while harvesting tax money. At first glance, carbon capture and storage, or CCS, or CCUS, where the U stands for utilization, sounds like a great idea. Attach a giant Dyson to the side of a smokestack and pump that pollution underground. It's technically doable, but prohibitively expensive.
A message from the government of Alberta.
They're throwing your tax money at an old technology plagued with cost overruns and underperformance to get the fossil fuel industry an excuse to expand. DSMOG did a good roundup of some of the choice failures, but let's just take two from Canada. The Boundary Dam in Saskatchewan was meant to be a world-leading clean coal facility that would sequester 1 million tons of CO2 a year. Saskatchewan Power threw $240 million taxpayer dollars to get 50% underperformance. Then there's the Quest CCS project by Shell in Alberta. It captured around 5 million tons of CO2 over a number of years, which sounds great until you realize it released 7.5 million tons over the same period, and it only took $745 million taxpayer dollars to do it. Pathways Plus is supposed to be massive, and the Prime Minister is all in on this objectively shitty technology with new tax credits in the federal budget because he wants decarbonized oil. But is that even possible? Well, let's assume Pathways Plus defies history and is able to actually sequester the 10 to 12 million tons of CO2 per year they say it will. Oil sands production currently spews out 88.8 million tons of CO2 per year. So even in the best case scenario, it will only reduce heat trapping pollution by 13.5%. Calling it decarbonized oil is a bit like giving kids a case of Bud Light and saying, "Don't worry, officer, it's non-alcoholic beer." If Pathways is built and more pipeline capacity is added, oil sands production will increase along with overall pollution. Carbon capture isn't about saving the planet, it's about saving the fossil fuel industry. What's worse is the fact that 90% of all CO2 from CCS is used for enhanced oil recovery, basically pumping CO2 into oil wells to get more of that sweet oil that would otherwise stay in the ground. And if you're wondering, wouldn't that make the climate worse? The answer is yes, very much so. There was pressure to not allow Pathways to use enhanced oil recovery because the woke mob thought that defeating the whole purpose of carbon capture would somehow defeat the whole purpose of carbon capture. But thankfully, Danielle Smith is a good negotiator.
Since we have used carbon capture technology before for enhanced oil recovery, that's another part of this announcement, is that CO2 will be able to be used for enhanced oil recovery, which should allow us to generate more revenue.
But even in the magical unicorn land of make-believe where CCS works perfectly, it does nothing for the oil you're actually putting into the pipeline. The Prime Minister is hoping this will create a $1 billion a year homegrown CCS industry that we can export around the world. And from the language they use, you can tell they have no intention of getting off of fossil fuels anytime soon.
Sorry, just realized that my mic wasn't on. All right, no, I'm coming through now. Yeah, okay, good. What's up, Goblin Gang? Thanks for tuning in. I missed you guys. I took last weekend off. As I'm sure many of you know, I've been working on a never-ending project lately to finish my, documentary about Pizzagate. Actually, before I get into that documentary about Pizzagate, funny that I call it a documentary. Before I get into that, let me shout out this channel, The Goose. Really good stuff. I just came across them. They're a small channel, but I think they're great. Really solid, like Canadian content coverage, which is kind of rare. Like, you know, I'm Canadian and I don't do fucking any stuff on Canadian things unless I can kind of sneak it into a video that won't be obviously Canadian. But so bold of them to do that. And also I think that their video quality is like, it's very polished. It seems very like for a newer channel, they're like, I could take some, film making editing tips from this guy. Really, really good stuff. And it's funny. Very, very cool stuff. I mean, it's CanCon. So I got to support it. But I feel like, even if you're not Canadian, this guy covers a lot of interesting stuff that everybody would be. It's relevant to everybody's interests. We got like some manosphere shit, healthy masculinity. Pipelines. I mean, that's just not a Canadian. That's not just a Canadian thing. It is definitely a big Canadian thing. But what is land back? Yeah, it's like good shit. Alberta separatism is a U.S.-backed psyop for oil. Oh, yeah, I watched that one. That one's good. That's a conspiracy theory video for you. So, yeah, Big fan of this channel. I just discovered it. How long have they been around? Oh, okay, 2 years. Well, dang, I'm late on the I'm late to the party here. Anyway, The Goose. Did I put the link in the thing? Okay, yeah, awesome. Okay, hey, listen, no worries, sweeter than anything. Honestly, 2/3 into the vid, that's well done. Well done. It's a long ass video. I hate to ask anyone to watch the whole thing, honestly. I feel like anytime like I was at a party on Thursday and people like, I never tell people that I make YouTube videos in public, but one of my friends was there and he told people and they're like, oh, you make a YouTube channel? Oh, what's your channel or whatever? I'm like, oh God. And because I'm always like, listen, like you're probably not going to like it. It's like long videos. You got to be a certain type of person to enjoy this type of thing. You got to have a lot of, let's say, free time. Yeah. Hashtag Pizzagate. They should have been cutesy with a hashtag like that, with the emojis and the gate. I mean, back then, I guess that kind of was the cutesy way of putting it, Pizzagate, until people figured out what that was, and now we gotta, I don't know. So, like, okay, I mean, I gotta talk about this because I had such an insane week. So I missed last week's stream. I miss you guys, honestly. It's like I see why like guys like, you know, Hassan or Destiny or whoever are like kind of addicted to this, because it is fun. It is fun and quite validating. Also, guys, I have no clue what is going on with the chat. Why does it say sign into chat? I am signed into chat. How else would I be seeing the chat? Huh? Can I hide that? I don't know. That's annoying. Honestly, like a lot of shit on here, I'm like, okay, I'm going to try to fix it, but if it takes me longer than like 15 seconds, I'm giving up. I'll fix it another time. There we go. Okay, that kind of works. Yeah, I was sad it was a thing too. It wasn't a stream as well. You know, I'm thinking Tizzle Bacon. I want one of your mega drugs as a mural on my wall. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I've made a massive, huge thing actually on my if you go to my video on the pinned post. Here, I'll show you. What am I looking for? Chill Goblin. Yeah, Pizzagate. Well, I like this. I like this thumbnail. I think I feel like. Sorry, this is a little bit off topic, but I feel like because I've been doing so many videos on this channel, and I've been making so many thumbnails. I feel like I've just gotten a lot better at like lettering. You know, like because I do it constantly, like multiple times a week. I'll try to write some cool letters for video, and I don't know. I feel I'm just like so happy with like how my lettering looks on this thumbnail here. This cheese drippy Pizzagate autopsy of a conspiracy. Anyway, a deep dish. Sorry, what was I on here for? Oh yeah, I want to show you guys this. So in the comments, I put the high res link to the full Pizzagators picture. Whoops, wait. Why is it? Huh? There we go. All right. So I zoom in here, and then I gotta wait. Then I gotta wait. Oh, what the heck? Oh, that's weird. Hang on a minute. Why did it do that? What? This is so odd. One second, gang. 1 second. Okay, listen. I've been away. I forgot how to Twitch. I mean, YouTube stream. I forgot how to stream. There we go. All right. Okay, is that all I can get of it? There we go. But yeah. So I got if you're curious to kind of just like go through the entire poster I made for Pizzagators and just kind of see every little detail. Here's a detail that you don't really see in the video. I made a little neon sign above the door. Pizzagators, everyone's welcome. I thought I guess that was supposed to be a joke. I guess that was supposed to be a joke, like where it says everyone's welcome, and then it says like banned for life, Katie Johnson. I don't know. It's supposed to be funny. There's a lot of little details. Maybe I'll make a Patreon video where I kind of go through all of this or something. I have a lot. Honestly, I cut a lot of stuff from the Pizzagate video, so I think I will make a Patreon thing where I kind of just mention all the like deleted scenes and whatnot. Wait, what did I get this for? Oh yeah. I know. It is like a Where's Wally? Wait, hold on. Why didn't that pop up? Come on. Come on, man. Hang on. There we go. Boom. Okay, sorry. I have to like redo this whole thing every time. It's like a Pizzagate. Where's Wally? Well, funny you should mention that because wow, I got Waldo. I got Goblin Waldo down here, which I posted a link to this on Patreon, being like, "Where's Gobbo?" And I was like, Gobbo was my name for like Goblin Waldo, but now I'm like, Gobbo? Why would that be Goblin? Gobbo is like a generic like Goblin name. I should just called it Goblin Waldo. Yeah, I guess Wally's like the British Commonwealth version. I got a Australian friend who calls him Wally. He was actually the guy. I showed it to my Australian buddy. He was like, "Oh, it's like Where's Waldo? You gotta put a Where's Waldo in it, mate." I don't know if I nailed it there, but yeah, Wally in the UK as well. Weird that they changed that. Waldo. One of my favorite jokes. Bob Odenkirk, a guy who plays Saul in Better Call Saul. He had a stand-up bit from like many years ago. He's like, "How about these books on tape? You've seen these things, you get the audio book, you listen to it, it reads the book to you. It's great. I got a book on tape version of Where's Waldo. It kind of goes like this. A man carrying a ladder. Two guys looking over a fence. Waldo." I don't know. I butchered it, but it's something like that. Anyway, but I kind of want to see if I can get some prints of this, because I spent so much goddamn time making this thing. I was literally like, for this video, I was like, okay, it's a long video. What if I only made one picture? Because it usually takes me a long time to draw like many different pictures for my videos. I was like, what if I just did one picture, but it's like a big picture, kind of like the big, picture I did for my Blair Mountain video. And this took me months. It took me forever to get this done. I'm really happy with it though. So I kind of want to see if I can get some prints of this. Maybe I can I don't know, see if I can get some merch going. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. But really, okay, this isn't even that interesting. What I should really talk about is what happened to me. So last weekend, so this was like a massive video, right? This is like a 3.25 hour video. The reason I didn't stream last night is my computer. I was trying to export the video, and it was taking like a full day. It was taking forever because I have like a lot of effects and shit in there too. So I just was like, my computer was still exporting, and I was like, okay, you know what? I'll take a week off streaming, whatever. And eventually, I got it exported. I uploaded the uncensored version to Patreon. Then I started exporting the censored version. That one didn't take as long because I had already exported it, and I could just use the already exported footage, so it didn't have to like render all the effects and everything. Anyway, that's a little bit behind the scenes, inside baseball stuff. But yeah, I exported the censored version for this. I really, really wanted to get it out for Thursday, because Thursday was December 4th is the anniversary of the day that Edgar Welch, or Madison Welch, as his friends and family called him, showed up to Comet Ping Pong with a gun. So that's like how my video starts, and I thought it would be cool to be like, I think it actually literally starts with the day, right? On December 4th, 2016. Yeah, on December 4th, 2016. So I was like, wouldn't it be great to get it out on the anniversary of it? And I had really like tried to line everything up so I'd be able to do that. And well, dear viewer, that did not exactly happen the way I had planned. I got it finished. I uploaded it, and actually I was in the middle of uploading the censored version. And all of a sudden, my freaking channel, hang on, let me show you. I got a couple screenshots. My freaking channel got like fully deleted. Did anybody notice this? Did anybody like try to go to my thing and it was like, this, what are you talking about? Chill Goblin. There's never been a Chill Goblin around here. What are you talking about? You must be crazy. You must be 100% bonkers, cuckoo bananas. Chill Goblins. Who would even put those two words together? That ain't make no sense. You're seeing things. Get yourself checked out. Get some help. So this happened to me, and I literally in the middle of uploading the fucking, public version, like the main version. It was like, I could not even believe it, because so obviously it had to do with my Pizzagate video, and I've always been kind of like skeptical, because a lot of other people, when they make Pizzagate videos, they don't put the name Pizzagate in the title, and they definitely don't say the word Pizzagate in the video. They'll censor the word Pizzagate. They're very, like, to me, I'm like, that's paranoid. No way. I mean, I've made videos, I've said Pizzagate in like at least, I don't know, 3 other videos, I think. At least, no, 3, I think. At least 2. I don't know. But because I have a video about QAnon, I think I say it. And then obviously I mentioned Pizzagate in my Trump and my Clinton videos about their connection to Epstein. Anyway, and I've never had an issue with this. And then all of a sudden I do my Pizzagate video, and then YouTube's like, actually, fuck you. Bam. And I was like, okay, score 1 for the paranoid guys, because clearly that was too much for YouTube. Completely deleted my channel. So get this, guys. My channel got deleted. My and it's even beyond that, right? Like it was kind of like a wake up call for me. Like I realized just like how much I rely on YouTube to be nice with me, right? Where it's like, so first of all, my channel gone immediately, no warning, nothing. All my videos, poof, out of there. It's not even that like they just made it so that I didn't have a platform anymore though. Like they actually deleted the channel itself. So I lost all my subscriptions, all of the playlists I've made on like my YouTube Music, which I use sometimes. Like all of that shit just fully gone. I lost my my YouTube members, so anybody who had been paying for to basically like Patreon benefits, but on YouTube, gone. Like they no longer had their thing. If they're in my Discord, they would have lost access to the like special section for like, premium subscribers. All of that immediately gone. It was just like, it's just crazy. Even on Patreon is where I host a bunch of extra stuff, but it's all uploaded to YouTube and then linked there from Patreon. So even my Patreon, all of a sudden, boom, all of the exclusive content on Patreon, gone. Like I lost all of it. And I just like, I did, and this channel too. So this is part's weird, but this channel did still exist, but there was no way for me to log into it because my email address that I, have associated with both accounts, like this channel, the Extra Chill Goblin channel, is just like a branch of my main channel. So my main channel fully deleted. My second channel was still up. All of the videos were still up, but there was no way for me to actually access it or use any, like it's all, it's pretty much all gone. So I'm like, anyway, like it was a stressful experience, especially at first. I was home alone. My fiance was out. She was at an improv show. And I was sort of like freaking out. I texted her like this screenshot. I was like, is this bad? And then I realized like, oh fuck, I don't want to like ruin her night. Like, like this is my problem here. Like, let me. And I was like, actually, you know what? I'm sorry I bothered you. Don't worry about it. I'm sorry. Have a good show. Break a leg. Like, I just kind of like, I try to like, when you like read a lot of messages to push the thing up in the thing so you won't see it. I tried to do that, and I think I just came out looking like more frantic. Like I made it seem even more alarming than it was. And I was like fucking, man, trying to, I don't know. I was trying to figure it out. Luckily I am in like community somewhat with a lot of other YouTubers who are a lot bigger than me and know the whims and whimsies and whatever wanton cruelty of of YouTube. And so like I messaged a few of these guys, and like everyone told me the same thing. They were like, you gotta fucking throw a tantrum on Twitter. You gotta go to Twitter, you gotta tag at YouTube, at Team YouTube, hashtag YouTube. You gotta post this screenshot. So that's actually what this post is. You gotta post this screenshot, and you gotta be like, hey, what the hell, man? What are you doing? And try, and then like they were all like, and we'll share it. Like I'll share it for you. I'll help promote it. So I did that, and like I honestly really despise drama. I don't like to get involved in online beefs at all. That shit, I think that shit's like just bad for you and hurts your soul. And I've been involved in them in dumb ways. And my fiance was performing at the improv show. Yeah. She's an improviser. But anyway, I don't know. I don't like doing shit like this, but apparently this is the only way to fucking do it. So I did it, and then I started having a lot of fun with it, actually. So whatever, it turned out fine. I guess like of all the people I could beef with, I don't mind beefing with YouTube, the fucking megacorp that owns my entire life and like means of income, basically. Because it was kind of fun, and I realized. So I started posting more. See, okay, you know what? Here's a, and I said, please share this to help me spread the word. A lot of people shared it. A lot of people watching right now, I know, shared it. Guys, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. I would not be here streaming right now if people hadn't kind of helped me out. But here's the email I got, right? So I get this thing, and then it's like, oh, you need to, your channel wasn't following our policy on community guidelines. And you go to community guidelines. Can I just search it? I don't know if this is going to work. Oh, here it is. YouTube's community guidelines. So this is what it links to. And you're like, oh, great. And then I'm looking down here. It doesn't really say anything specific, right? It's like, okay, spam and deceptive practices, sensitive content, violent or dangerous content, regulated goods, misinformation, educational, documentary, scientific and artistic content. And I read through this. I'm like, none of this applies to my fucking video. What the hell? What is it? Oh man. Okay, this isn't, maybe this isn't the page I was looking for, but whatever. Okay, so when I got the email, it says, we've reviewed your content and found severe or repeated violations of our community guidelines. Because of this, we've removed your channel from YouTube. We know this is probably very upsetting news, but it's our job to make sure that YouTube is a safe place for all. If we think a channel severely violates our policies, we take it down to protect other users of the platform. But if you believe we made the wrong call, you can appeal the decision. You'll find more information about the policy in question and how to submit an appeal below. It never doesn't say what did I do? I'm like, what? Okay, but what did I do? Your existing YouTube channels, new channels. So look at this. your existing YouTube channels, new channels you create or acquire, and channels in which you repeatedly or prominently feature will be terminated if you circumvent a strike restriction or previous termination. So it's like, my channel is gone, but also if they catch me in the background of another video, they'll cancel that as a, like, apparently that counts as, what's it called? Ban evasion? If you circumvent a strike restriction. So, like, what the fuck? How we find violations? We use a combination of automated systems. Oh, okay. Now it's making sense. And human reviews, probably less so, to detect violations of our community guidelines. How this affects your channel? We have permanently removed your channel from YouTube. Going forward, you won't be able to access, possess, or create any other YouTube channels. And like I said, like, they left this one up, but it was like a fucking, I don't know what you even call it. It was like a fucking deserted channel. Like, there's no way for me to even get to it. It was up, but I couldn't post anything. What you can do next, review YouTube's community guidelines, appeal here, make sure to fill out the appeal form as completely as possible, including your channel URL. And so I had to add my channel URL because my channel doesn't exist anymore. So when I fill out the appeals form, I'm just like a random guy. Like, it's not connected to a channel or anything. I'm just putting a fucking slip of paper into the fucking suggestion box. So I got to include a link to where my old channel was. You know what I mean? So they gave me that link, learn about your resolution options. If you have any further questions, please feel free to reach out to us here. That's it. That's the full email I got from them. No explanation, nothing. So I did this. I sat down, I wrote, this is what I wrote. My channel was 100% deleted in error. Pasted that link that they put in the email. I've reviewed the community guidelines and my channel does not and has never violated any of them in any way. I've never even received a warning before and my account has been in good standing for 5 years now. It's like, I'm a valued customer and this absolutely requires immediate manual review to rectify this error. Please look in your heart. It's Christmas. Okay, I didn't actually say the last part, but I did. I put it in this screenshot because I thought it would get people to retweet it more. And to be fair, I put this up and originally it had my my email address in it, and YouTube got back to me. Where are they? Where are they? Here it is. Hi there. Since you've already appealed, the best thing to do for now is to wait for the appeals decision. Also, it's best to delete your tweet with personal info Gmail for security reasons. And I was like, oh shit, they're 100% right. So I was like, oh right, that's a good point. Deleted. I'm still mad at you guys though. Oh man, this is embarrassing. You guys can see that I like my own tweets because I'm on my own Twitter account. Guys, I don't always do it, but like I had to like, the more engagement, the better. Okay. Normally I try to have a little bit of integrity with my posts, but this I was like, I need likes, I need shares, guys, please. I'm calling in some favors, you know. Had to like everything. Anyway, yeah, YouTube will double tap you. Honestly, this is what it's like. I know exactly what those Venezuelan fishermen felt. No, I shouldn't say that's actually kind of fucked up to say. Anyway, so I got this, and like, man, like so they have a thing here, like click here for more information. Like, fuck, I can't find it. It's somewhere on the YouTube sites. What happens when YouTube channel is deleted? No, I don't want to delete my own channel. Whatever. But there, here it is. Yeah, this one was funny. Channel or account terminations. Sorry, I'm looking for a specific part of it. That's kind of funny. Yeah, here it is. So this is one of the links that I got sent, and it's like by YouTube, and the first sentence, if your channel is terminated, you will get an email explaining the reason for the termination. No, that's not what I got. I got an email saying, yeah, sorry, I know you're probably upset about this, but we went ahead and deleted your whole channel, and if you even show up in another video, we'll nuke that channel too. Did not say the reason for the termination. Did not say the reason. Closest it got was a link to this page where it's got like, here's a list of every vague thing that we don't like. So I pulled I had a little tantrum on Twitter. And like, I remember like, so Ashley, my fiance, got home. She got home and, we were both kind of strategizing. We were in like the war room, moment. Like, we've occasionally had to fucking do this in my time as an online person, is like, how the fuck do we respond to this kind of thing? And in this case, like, usually like your adrenaline goes up and you're like, well, what the fuck? Like, I was definitely like in that mode. But, like a couple hours in, I sort of achieved like an almost like a Zen like state of calm. I don't know if this is really what Zen is, but I just went from being very upset to being like completely relaxed, because I realized I was getting a great response on Twitter, right? I was getting like a lot of people sharing it, a lot of people commenting, saying nice things. A lot of people were reaching out to me privately. Some people, like, honestly, tons of people were joining my Patreon. Tons of people were like, whatever, just like being really nice. And I was even like, getting new Twitter followers and stuff. Like I'm sure if I had a YouTube channel, I would have been getting more followers on there, subscribers on there. But like, I just kind of realized, I'm like, wait a second, like, wait. Why am I worried right now? Because I actually didn't do anything wrong. Like they have to give me my channel back. They have to give it back. Like, there's no reason why they should have done this. Like, if anything, they can say like, oh, this video is whatever, too scary or something like that. But to delete my whole channel is like fucked. And I just kind of like, I settled down a bit. I chilled, and I told Ashley, I was like, Ashley, wait. Like, we should be, we're okay. There's actually no reason to panic. Like, there's nothing that we can do right now that'll make us look bad. Like, everything we're saying, everything we're doing in this drama is like people are ready to hate YouTube. It's not like a risky thing where it's like he said, she said. No, it's like anything I say, people are down with. And I just became really calm, and I was like, yo, you know what? Honestly, it kind of is this. You can make a big career out of being canceled. It kind of is like that in a way. Yeah. But like so I started like uploading and I also, I posted on Patreon. I posted in the Discord. I made like a little special channel in the Discord server for like, what the fuck do I do, guys? And I was getting a lot of like, advice from people, on all these different kind of platforms, and just like, everyone was really nice, and it was really helpful. So sincerely thank you, by the way, to anyone out there who saw this and like said something nice, or like, helped promote this Twitter tantrum or whatever. Like, I really appreciate that. Yeah, so like I just kind of realized, oh, you know what? This is actually working out really well. Why don't we try to like, make a career out of being canceled here? And I was like, yeah, canceled for Goblin Truth. Yeah, yeah. That's my new YouTube account where I wear a fucking ski mask to evade the ban. But yeah, I was like, oh, you know what I should do? Let me upload the video to Patreon, directly to Patreon, which I wanted to do anyway because my Patreon now had no videos on it. So I wanted to do that anyway. So I uploaded the full video to Patreon, and I was like, and you know what I'll do? I'll comment in this thread, and because I'm getting a lot of views and whatever, people are seeing it, and then I'm like, I was going to reply to this tweet and be like, if you want to see the YouTube video, or want to see the video that YouTube decided to nuke my channel for, sign up to my Patreon here, or something like that, Like, is that bad? Like, maybe I shouldn't admit this. Maybe this makes me seem like a greedy, whatever, like evil person who's using I don't know, using these situations to expedite my own career. But honestly, like, I guess that's just part of being like an online person. Is you sort of have to think like that sometimes. I do think it's pretty greasy, but whatever. And it was something that really gave me a lot of calm in the moment. But the Patreon video ended up taking like 12 hours to upload, so I wasn't able to do that. YouTube reinstated my full channel about 4 hours, I think, after they had originally banned it. So here we go. We're back, I said, and here's the email that YouTube gave me. We've reviewed your appeal for the following. Chill Goblin, we can confirm your appeal was successful. Your channel reinstated. Thanks for your patience while we reviewed this appeal. How this affects your channel? We've put your channel back on YouTube. If you have any further questions, please feel free to reach out to us here. Like, no apology, still no explanation, nothing. They're just like, they send you an email. Hello, Chill Goblin, we've deleted your channel. And then a couple hours later, hello, Chill Goblin, we put your thing back up. That's it. Thanks for your patience. Okay. All right. Thanks, YouTube. All right. Bye. I love you. So I put my channel back up, but most of my videos were still deleted. Like they were like, so this one was funny. They put my Bill Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein. So I have a video on all the links between Bill Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein. Oops. And they put that one back up right away. But my 2 videos about Trump and Epstein, removed, ineligible for monetization, restrictions, terms and policy, like gone. What? Isn't that weird? And yeah, punished Goblin. Yes, exactly. Oh, right. I should have done. I should have made a new Twitter account. But like, it's so crazy because like I had, yeah, I don't know. So like what ended up happening was, I guess I can read my thing here. Really, they kept my video on Epstein, blah, blah, blah. Hey, YouTube, any idea when I can expect to get my videos back after your error? Also noticed you've deleted or unsubscribed all my paying channel members. What's the deal there? Yeah, that happened too. Update, looks like all my videos and members are back. The only things that stayed gone were 2 of my thumbnails on the vids about Trump and Epstein. Like one, yeah. So this screen we're seeing here, like eventually the videos came back, but the thumbnails were still gone. And when my entire channel was back, the thumbnails for the 2 Trump and Epstein videos stayed gone. I mean, I'm assuming, I'm going to give YouTube the benefit of the doubt here. Maybe I shouldn't do that, but like, there's no way that could have been intentional, right? Like that must have just been some weird glitch. I wonder if like, because like, I don't really get it. Because like, it was like my videos would pop up one by one every like couple hours, there'd be like another 2 or 3 that would come back online, and until eventually they all came back online. Like, I wonder if that really was a manual review. Somebody had to sit down and watch all Chill Goblin's videos. Maybe they got a little bit goblin pilled, maybe a little bit chill pilled. Yeah. It all happens slowly, one part at a time, like a reanimated corpse rising out of the bog. Or maybe one of those wavy balloon arm guys being slowly inflated would be a less horrifying comparison. Yeah, it was interesting. It was interesting like that. Yeah. Very, very odd. It truly was. It's the first time in 5 years I've been a guy who didn't have a YouTube channel or even account. And I did not like that experience. I hope not to experience that again. It's a fate worse than death. Yeah. I mean, like, so I do have a theory. I think I know why it was deleted. So I have a part in the video. God, I hope this doesn't delete my channel here. Wait, why isn't it giving me the chapters?
Name.
Oh, it's just straight up not giving me any chapters? That's crazy. But I have them all listed. All right. But there's a part
November 4th
this
episode
where I go over the November 4th episode of InfoWars. And there is a part in it where Doug Hagman is on the channel. And he's basically trying to convince Alex Jones that he's this part. He's been given, what's the word? He's been given images from Anthony Weiner's computer. And, Anthony Weiner's computer apparently contained child SA, what's it called? Material, CSAM. Like, I'm even right now trying not to put it up there. Yeah. Stupids. This was hand delivered to me, by the way. I didn't put it on the internet. And so there is a part in the video where like Ashley and I are like jokingly sort of saying like, no way, like that. It's like, he can't do that. He can't show that. And I can see the AI. I mean, this is just my guess. Like I said, they've never given me any information about this. My guess is that the AI heard this section here and was like, oh, there's actual CSAM. Sorry that I can't say it right now. I'm just kind of paranoid. Hopefully you can understand why. In this video, we need to this is not something that we're going to give a warning for. We got to just delete the whole channel. That's what I'm assuming. But I've also heard that a lot, apparently I didn't even realize this, a lot of other channels have been getting deleted lately. Like there's something new, some new bit of YouTube AI, I guess. They got like a new bot, hired a new bot or something. And the new bot is like really trigger happy with the channel bans. Because I was not the only person that this happened to. Really intense, really intense moment. Yeah. That was the same. That was just the same section there. Oh my God. One of my favorite parts of the whole one of my favorite parts about researching this entire thing was watching this day on InfoWars. I'll just play you my little clip show here.
We're going out with a bang here. The November 4th episode of InfoWars. Now, this episode has been taken down basically everywhere. In fact, I'm not even sure if it exists online at all, but it's an incredible document of this time, a terrifying and hilarious piece of history.
This is the thing, right? Is like Alex Jones is I have complicated feelings about him because I do think he's like a dangerous, charlatan and a fraud and like somebody who is like clearly in like tangible, like what's the word, like countable ways, in very obvious ways, he's made the world a more violent and dangerous place. Like, fuck this guy, and he did it all for his own whatever, like ego or glory or fame or fortune or whatever it is. But on the other hand, like, yeah, okay, all that is true, but he is also like one of the most talented entertainers ever to walk the earth. He's extremely, extremely funny. So let me just play the little clip show. This is a fun little bit here.
Panic Luciferian Democrats. Like, look at this guy. He's in his element.
Yeah, this is the December 4th, or sorry, not December 4th, November 4th. The InfoWars show where he is just going on a victory lap because the whole spirit cooking thing's just come out. Anyway, it's great.
Satanic Luciferian Democrats. Like, look at this guy. He's in his element.
I don't believe in the devil. It doesn't matter. The devil believes in you. At these blood sex rituals that, Podesta reportedly goes to. About there'll be semen, there'll be blood, there'll be urine, there'll be flesh, there'll be, but more blood than you can even, blood, there'll be blood. Oh, be there. Oh, yeah. It's just like, ugh.
I love how he goes from like an evil like vampire voice, and then at the end he kind of does like a gay guy voice. I mean, like I guess that's probably just because he's homophobic and he thinks gay people are satanic, but like, oh, there'll be blood, oh, I'll be there, or whatever.
Oh, I'll be there. Oh, yeah. It's just like, ugh. Children probably listening. I don't know if I should tell you in Aleister Crowley Black Magic how they kill about a 3 or 4-year-old generally so they can really scream for mommy and be fully conscious of what happens. Would you like me to tell you the kind of liberals that want to run your life? Would you like to know? Listener discretion advised. I'll go ahead and tell you the standard way of doing it. Maybe I don't even want to talk about it.
I love that part. I like added the music in the Zoom. Anyway.
God, look at Hillary's face. I mean, she looks like a demon because she...
Chat, does Hillary look like a demon here? to be honest, I can kind of see it. Okay, how do I put this? I feel like Hillary, there's a lot of really, really bad pictures of Hillary on the internet. And definitely a big part of that is like right-wing misogyny, like much more than other candidates for anything. There's tons of photos of her looking deranged. But also, I do think that she is kind of uniquely, I don't know, unphotogenic in a lot of ways. Like there's so many. Actually, I mean, these ones look nice. Like she can photograph nice sometimes. But like, let's say if you type in Hillary Clinton mouth open, basically, it's like I think that's the thing. I think that's it. Is when she opens her mouth, she does look satanic. Oh man, this clip. Have you seen this one? Oh geez, where can I find that clip? The clip of her, like, I don't even know what it was, but she's like kind of looking around. This one here. Yeah, I think she could have used a smile coach or something early in her career. That might have changed everything, honestly. Anyway, okay, listen. This is not about Hillary. She's an auntie. She's just an auntie. Yeah, that's a cringe demon. That's a cringe demon. Hillary Clinton balloons. Is that what I should search? All right. Oh, that's what she was looking up at, yeah? Well, these ones she looks normal. Well, not okay. That some of them she still does. Like, look at, she's like lit from below. Come on, guys. Whoa. I guess we all, make that face sometime. Anyway, gang. Like, this is like, even like pro Hillary stuff has, no one has ever been happier than Hillary Clinton playing with balloons. Presidential candidates, they're just like us. Come on, I want the clip. These are just photos. All right, whatever. Listen, really not important here. Really, really not important. Robert Anton Wilson had that classic bit about how her name sounds like a train crossing a bridge. Oh, damn. Hillary Clinton. That is, yeah, actually. Wow. Huh. I don't even feel like that's like a negative or anything. Yeah, I think Kamala did get that lesson. I think she did get that lesson at some point in the, the campaign, because I feel like she did stop doing that at some point. Mm-hmm. Did you intentionally design the Pizzagate toys in such a way that she's steering the legs with her Kegel muscles? I mean, I wasn't necessarily thinking that, but I was sort of thinking it would be funny if the thing went up as like a butt plug. But no, she's steering the whole thing with her Pizzagate, her pizza pie steering wheel. Don't be gross. But guys, I don't know. I didn't want to only talk about that. But I did definitely want to tell you guys about getting banned from YouTube. They're trying to cancel me. They're trying to destroy me online. I'm finished in this town. No, I also wanted to watch maybe 1, 2, 3. I mean, however many we get through. Honestly, so my Pizzagate video is 3.25 hours long, which is very long. But there are some other, and there are lots of other Pizzagate videos out there, and they're also pretty long. Excuse me. They're usually at least an hour. And I figured, you know what? I feel like chat, you guys seem to like when I watch Coop videos. Coop, I mean, like I said, like I don't like to start drama. I think Coop is like, he means well. He's trying to get to the bottom of things. And you know, I watched one of his videos on what was it? I watched one of his Epstein videos. About Marchenko, the pilot Aviloop video. And while there were plenty of things in it that I was like, that's straight up, no, that isn't true, blah, blah, blah. He did find some things, he did come across things in his research that I didn't. So, like, I don't think he's, like, totally awful, irredeemable, or whatever. Although, to be fair, I haven't seen a whole lot of his stuff. And I felt like now might be a good time for me to watch his Pizzagate video, because I'm very, like, I've been immersed in Pizzagate shit for the last, like, 8 months, or however long it's been since my last video. I've really been, like, soaking in it. And so this would be a good time for me to watch this, because sometimes I watch videos and I'm like, I know that's wrong, but I don't exactly know what, or, you know, oh, that is right. I can confirm. Either way. So like maybe this would be a good time to do this. Anyway, all right, enough talking about why I'm decided to watch a video. Let's just watch it. Scooper of Coop. I sort of hate that name, by the way. Scooper of Coop. Is that supposed to make me think of like a poop scooper? Anyway.
Subscribe. Now let's dive. All right, let's see how long this video stays up online.
I mean, before I would have made fun of that, and now maybe not so much. I just want to see content notes. Okay, he puts this in. Yeah, this is for YouTube to monetize it.
Like and subscribe.
I mean, I put a content warning in my videos too. Dang it, I'm trying to see. Views and opinions expressed in this content, blah, blah, blah. Wait, what? What does this mean? Expressed in the content or comments? Oh, okay. No, I don't really think that's an issue, but okay. You have a complaint about something or you find your content is being used incorrectly.
Subscribe. Now let's.
I do not support, endorse, or otherwise aid the criminals in this video. Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody's going to watch this video and be like, wait a second. Coop's in favor of pedophiles? Like, I don't think people are going to get that thing, but okay, maybe some people.
Let's dive. All right, let's see how long this video stays up online. For the first few minutes of this video, we're just going to refer to this as the Pasta Fence incident. This is an incident of international renown that deserves a...
Again, I can't make fun of the paranoia here. YouTube deleted my channel, so hey, listen, I get it.
Deep dive of its own. I've seen some really solid takes on the matter, like from Flesh Simulator, but I have yet to see a full deep dive into the topic done by anybody. And I suspect this is partially due because of the perception placed on it by the mainstream media and the federal disinformation campaign. And most people, even slightly internet inclined, probably understand that much of the narrative on this story is entirely made up to cover up the reality that is lying beneath it. First though, this is not a political attack. Politics is a psyop and I'm not here for it. That being
very funny thing to say. Politics is a psyop. I mean, psyops are a part of politics. Politics is a psyop? That's an extreme. I mean, politics is real. You know, it's a real dynamic that exists.
Being said, let's get the necessary context out of the way. The origin of most of the email material used today is going to be from what is believed to be a Russian attack on John Podesta's email server. John Podesta is an extremely powerful Washington, D.C. figure with close ties to the Clinton family and was essentially running Hillary Clinton's 2016 election campaign. Another important figure to know is...
Yeah, it's funny how he says he was essentially running her campaign. No, he was her campaign chair. Like, you don't have to say, like, you don't have to say it like he was... You may as well say he was. No, he officially was, on paper.
His brother named Tony Podesta that owns the Podesta Group, one of the most influential lobbying firms in America. Lobbying being, you know, that cheeky little way that ultra-wealthy people can influence the entire fate of the nation and political...
Yeah, this is one thing I really didn't touch on in my video is Tony Podesta. Could have talked about it, but, you know... Oh, Politrix. Okay. We got Hot Goblin over here with the Rastafarian terminology here. Me thinks he's a psyop.
decisions, aka bribery, but by a different name. And as we go on, we'll introduce the secondary characters in this narrative as they emerge, but it's important to recall that Hillary and Bill Clinton are implicated in this both by being close to the Podestas, but also via Hillary's appearances in the emails. That's the basics that one must
Oh, that's interesting. By Hillary's appearances in the emails? I actually don't know what he's talking about there. Curious what.
Understand in order to be prepared for everything coming next, and beware.
I use this clip in my thing too. There's Marina Abramovich and Jay-Z.
This is a descent into madness, unlike anything you have ever seen, and the people implicated have shaped and are shaping your life as we speak in ways you could never imagine. I'm going to do my best to avoid repeating what has been said 1,000 times, so stick with me because as these episodes continue and the deeper we go, you're going to hear things that you would have never thought were possible. Enter Edgar Madison Welch. In typical Patsy fashion, nearly no images exist of him on the entire internet, and I can confirm—
Oh, that's not true at all. No images of him exist on the internet? I was able to find like literally hundreds. If you watch my video, like the entire last like 10 minutes or so, maybe not 10 minutes, I forget exactly how long, but my whole conclusion section is about Madison Welch, and nothing but photos of, like, there are a lot of photos of the guy. The guy existed.
Oh, you're going to hear things that you would have never thought were possible. Enter Edgar Madison Welch. In typical Patsy fashion, nearly no images exist of him on the entire internet. And
he said, in typical Patsy fashion. Like he's talking about like Lee Harvey Oswald or something. Okay, all right. Already I'm like obsessed with this. Like I'm already like, this is going down the wrong direction. Okay, let's see. Yeah. Plenty of images of Oswald too, by the way. Yeah, of course. Yeah, tons of images.
Can confirm only a very small handful of photos that are attributed to him. Roughly the same amount of photos as you'd find candy in your hand after getting mugged on Halloween night, which is red flag number 1 for me because the prevailing—
Okay, all right, listen, maybe I shouldn't break this part down, but as many photos of him as you'd find candy in your hand after getting mugged on Halloween night. So, wait, are you getting mugged by like another kid that took your candy? Like, you're just getting like your candy stolen, right? Is that what he's saying? So 0? Like, literally, like, man, I should have kept my video up. But like, you know, there are tons of photos of Edgar Madison Welch.
A few weeks,
just in case anybody's like feeling weird about it. Yeah, I guess it is the last like 10 minutes of the video. There we go. Okay, so yeah,
losing his 6.
Like I'll speed this up. Like this is a guy. This was a guy. Everything about his story, like, it checks out. There are. He's got a history. He's got a family. He went to community college. He's married. He had kids. The guy existed. Like I don't even know what he's saying. Like there's not enough. In typical Patsy fashion. Like maybe if you just read like a couple of news articles about him, but like the guy for sure, he's a confirmable human being. You know. Like, you know, this is a photo you'd see in the newspaper articles about it, but like, yeah, I honestly don't know how you could come to that conclusion. Anyway, I'll stop here, but this isn't even all, like halfway through the photos of him. Like, I don't know. Anyway, okay. But there's as many photos as you'd find candy in your hand after getting mugged on Halloween night. Okay, so I guess you have like probably like 200 pieces of candy in your hand, I suppose.
And I can confirm only a very small handful of photos that are attributed to him. Roughly the same amount of photos as you'd find candy in your hand after getting mugged on Halloween night.
I found a lot of photos on his Facebook and his mom's Facebook. Like, you know, like, yeah. Anyway.
Which is red flag number 1 for me because the prevailing narrative is that this is a fellow both chronically online and who has been lurking in quote-unquote right-leaning spaces since the birth of the internet. So like the rest of his generation, I would expect at least a couple dozen unique photos at minimum. Moreover, one of the few photos we do have of him in Lee Harvey
Finland. When Oswald said I'm a Patsy, he meant he was a big Patsy Cline fan. Yeah, aren't we all? I'm a Patsy! He's like Oswald getting led away. I'm a Patsy! He was about to say Cline fan, and then the cops just jostled him too much.
Oswald fashion, another infamous patsy. Edgar is holding what seems to be the firearm.
Another infamous I mean, yeah, like people talk about him as a patsy. Okay, I'll let that go.
He would later use in the Comet ping pong incident. I guess to make it more convenient.
Wow, he really uses, I will say, one thing that me and Coop are totally aligned on is using the Premiere effect of the drop shadow on our photos. Like to put the photo up there and then just kind of separate it from the scenery a little bit, separate it from the background, throw a little drop shadow, and he even puts it in the same direction as me, down and to the right.
For future news articles to write about him. Ostensibly, though, in the eyes of the mainstream media, Edgar Welch was a quote-unquote far-right.
Oh, you guys think AI wrote this, eh? Scoring this for whether it's written by an LLM? The AI that wrote the script has never been mugged on Halloween, and it shows. Yeah. Okay, I guess that AI... Yeah, that mugged on Halloween joke does kind of seem like an AI, because it has the cadence of a joke, but it doesn't make any sense. So, yeah.
Internet lurker who became enthralled with the story being spun in 2016 about an elite pet ring operated to some extent by Kill and Hillary Clinton.
And he censored the word pedophile, just like me.
I'm sorry, a writer's error there. Don't worry, he's been fired. That Bill and Hillary Clinton were operating in...
Wait, sorry, what was that? Oh, Kill and Hillary Clinton. Ah, yeah, okay.
I'm sorry, a writer's error there. Don't worry, he's been fired. That Bill and Hillary Clinton were operating an invite-only child trafficking ring for the most powerful. And these emails hid the truth about that behind terms like cheese pizza, hot dog, lollipop, and all sorts of other things. And obviously such a ring has no precedent in history and is lunatic-level conspiracy theory. Just ignore the past 100 years of information, though. As the election creeps closer, the story grows...
Conspiracy theory. Saying that, like, because he's annoyed when people call things conspiracy theory. I mean, I get that, I guess. But, so he does think that that's true? That's kind of crazy. Yeah, like, that's a good question, Stubens, because, like, so with Oswald, he was saying, like, so for those of you who don't know, Oswald is the guy who, the official story is Oswald is the guy who shot and killed JFK in November 22nd, 1963. Actually, I got engaged on that day, so that day is connected to me now too. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the Patsy thing. And when the police had him, he claimed, he like yelled at the television cameras. He was like, "I'm a patsy, I'm a patsy," and he ended up getting shot by Jack Ruby before we could really find out what the fuck he meant by that. But a lot of people have postulated, and I think this is actually like an interesting thing worth looking into. I do have a video about JFK where I go through a lot of this, that Oswald himself was only the fall guy, basically. Like, he was involved in the assassination, sure, he knew about it, but he was not the orchestrator of it, and they always intended for him to be the one to take the fall. That's the conspiracy theory. The conspiracy theory about Oswald. And so Patsy in that case meaning like, it's not like he's like a completely innocent bystander. Like, he was in the Texas School Book Depository building with a gun. He brought the gun. There's a bunch of photos of him with a gun. Blah blah blah. Well, I guess there's different degrees. I think the most reasonable ones would say he was in the building and he did whatever, have the gun. But he wasn't the one who actually killed Kennedy. There's a huge operation, and they always intended for Oswald to be the one who got caught. Of course, other people will say he was completely innocent, and the photos of him with a gun that he just showed are fake. Oh, shoot, where is it? Did I have it? Oh, it was before this, right? Yeah, this one. A lot of people have speculated on these photos and been like, the shadows don't make sense. No, and that isn't even the right gun. It's him holding up the gun, and also, actually, I have this photo in my my banner. Okay, if I go Means TV, I can show you. I'm on Means TV now, by the way. Oh wait, I'm not logged in. Crap. Yeah, you know what? Sorry. Wait. Maybe I can show it on my channel. Open image in new tab. Nope, it won't show me. But okay, whatever. I can't figure out how to show you guys, but I did do a goblin picture of Lee Harvey Oswald where he's holding up the pamphlet and he has the gun. You can see the very very edited tip part of it. Did Means TV? Anyway, whatever. What were we talking about? Oh, sorry, I'm going way off topic. Okay, I'm gonna have to rein in my ADHD for a minute here. Be my own Adderall. Let's just continue with this. So he's saying that Edgar Welch was a patsy, as in Edgar. But the thing is, like, yeah, like a patsy for what? Comet Ping Pong revealing there's no basement. Like, yeah, like a patsy for what? He was set up, but he didn't even kill anybody. Like he went to jail for like, you know, what was it? I think 5 years or so. That's not like a patsy. Like what was the goal there? I mean, I think I know the answer to this, but I think I know what he's going to say.
What's that behind terms like cheese pizza, hot dog, lollipop, and all sorts of other things. And obviously such a ring has no precedent in history and is lunatic level conspiracy theory. Just ignore the past 100 years of information though. As the election creeps closer, the story grows from more niche online circles like 4chan to Facebook, where man, the boomers got involved and so did the bots, and this story got relayed to a huge portion of Facebook.
Yeah, I go over all this in my video, that's all true.
Users that unknowingly ate this story hook, line, and sinker. And for a certain period, a robust
Although I would have mentioned Twitter above Facebook as being a major part of this.
Portion of Americans believe to varying degrees that the Clintons were involved in a child trafficking ring. But it wasn't merely internet posts and bots forwarding these posts to various accounts with claims of such actions that caused a growing outrage. It was the fact that there is seemingly a mountain of evidence for these claims. And this evidence was based...
No, not real. No, there wasn't. There was a mountain of evidence for these claims. There was a mountain of, I mean, I don't know. Maybe you could say that. I don't know if I would call this evidence so much as like spurious connections by people on 4chan. But okay, I guess you could call it. I mean, I wouldn't even call it evidence, but I'd call it like maybe an argument.
Out of a cryptic and not so cryptic set of messages uncovered from John Podesta and fellow Hillary Clinton staffers, as well as other powerful connected political allies. These emails got out, as we discussed, when Jonathan Podesta's email was hacked. And the most alarming thing that were noticed were these references to satanic rituals, child trafficking, and other demonic activities.
None of which exist, but
I mean that last part very literally, as you will see later on. In theory, there should be no such references found.
Yeah, somebody called it. I think it was Finland. He's gonna get into spirit cooking. Let's see.
Or anything that can even be construed as references to such activities on anyone's email. But even more alarming is that it was found coming from a host of different people's devices who had previously been rumored to engage in such activities, as well as have a sordid past, which the Clintons are no stranger to, both officially and unofficially. Also, since we were in the midst of an election, when a bunch of people see Hillary and Hillary-related emails coming out of the blue, they are seeking to confirm whatever suspicions they initially may have had about her. So initially, a lot of people took this with a grain of salt. But what started changing minds were people noticed these bizarre food references in the emails, which not only were out of place, but clearly to many not discussing the food itself. Instead, millions believe and continue to believe that references to items such as hot dogs, pizza, and cheese pizza, and pasta were actually references to various kinds of children and child trafficking.
And let me just say, yes, people believe that, and definitely people believed that, but that is like just very provably untrue. Like that just isn't the case, you know? Okay, whatever. All right, well, let's just see how he covers it.
It may sound far-fetched initially, but as we read through the emails and continue on with the story beyond that, which I've had bookmarked for, we begin to understand exactly why so many people were in...
Oh, I cut out a second there. What does it say?
Story beyond that, which I've had bookmarked for, we begin to understand exactly...
Oh, which I've had bookmarked for what? For a long time?
The emails and continue on with the story beyond that, which I've had...
He's showing us his bookmarks: Comet Ping Pong, Pizzagate summary, Operation Innocent Images, Podesta leak, executive summary of a high-profile pedophilia ring, Comet Gunman incident report. Okay, this is a 4chan thread on X. You know, I mostly stayed on Poll, which is where most of it happened. X on 4chan. Sorry. I should zoom in so you guys can actually see this. X on 4chan is the paranormal board, which also did get involved with Pizzagate shit, but like to a much lesser extent, and to also a much like kookier, they were the guys that really didn't believe in anything. Or sorry, you didn't have to convince them about anything to do with satanic, rituals. Illumicorp, Illuminati secret training video revealed. Okay. Or actually it says reviled. I think that's like a joke video. Poll politically incorrect. Another. So that's one. Although exposing Marxism, I don't know what that is. I don't think that has to do with Pizzagate. Is there biblical justification for capital punishment? Odd thing to search. The Finders. Yeah, okay, that does have that. Yeah, you could connect that into the Finders called into Pizzagate stuff. FBI records, The Vault, Finders Part 1, Seventh Floor Group, Wikispooks, Tecate, California, Brave Search, Antonin Scalia murder, Brave Search. That Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia may have been murdered. Okay. Okay, some of these have to do with Pizzagate. Some of them are just kind of, I don't know, interesting. Let's keep going.
Bookmark for begin to understand exactly why so many.
Yeah, like it might be just an audio like editing glitch, but I feel like he cut something out there after the video was uploaded. Oh, so here's what he's talking about. He's bookmarked all these WikiLeaks Podesta emails.
Were and are suspicious of what was really going on here. The first email I think that is worth reading was written by a woman named Tamara Lozado. Most won't recognize that name. We will discuss her after the fact. And the email reads as follows. Okay. With enormous gratitude to Advanced Man Extraordinaire Haber, I am popping up again to share our excitement about the reprise of our gang's visit to the farm in Lovettsville. And I thought I'd share a couple more notes. We plan to heat the pool, so a swim is a possibility. Bonnie will be Uber service to transport Ruby, Emerson, and Maeve Lozado, 11, 9, and almost 7, so you'll have some further entertainment, and they'll be in that pool for sure. And with the forecast showing prospects of some sun and a cooler temp of lower 60s, I suggest you bring sweaters or whatever attire will enable us to use our outdoor table with a pergola overhead, so we dine al fresco and ideally not al chillo. On its
Okay. Yeah, I have seen this email before. What do you guys think? Does this seem like pedophile stuff? Or does this just seem like normal people talking about, I'm going to bring my kids to your house and we're going to have a fun time. We plan to heat the pool, so a swim is a possibility. Bonnie will be Uber service to transport Ruby Emerson and Maeve Lozado. This is like, what is this, her grandchildren or her children? I don't know. So you'll have some further entertainment. I mean, yeah, kids are fun, right? People like kids. They will be in that pool for sure. What's wrong with what is wrong with that? The forecast showing prospect. Like, I mean, if you are a 100%, oh, Solace made me laugh. Is there biblical justification for capital punishment? Capital punishment. CP. Coop is a PDF confirmed. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, yeah. The main crime is talking like a lame suburban mom. I mean, like, yeah, if your assumption is already that these people are pedophiles and they're surreptitiously referencing their like crimes against children in their emails, maybe you would have an issue with this. But no, I mean, okay, I'm not saying I'm 100% sure that's not what this is. This isn't some lame suburban mom, some boring, like, regular person who's got a pool and is inviting people over. I'm not saying that I know what for 100% certain that this is, that for sure. It's just, if you're going to accuse someone of pedophilia, arguably like the worst thing you could ever be accused of, you need to have some like very solid convincing evidence. And I read this and honestly all of the Pizzagate emails, but this one isn't even fucking, he said this is the place to start. Okay, that seems fine. It's like, it'll be fun. Like, I'm bringing our kids, and also, if you have kids, and I don't have kids, but like, I know that like, if you're going to invite people over and there are going to be kids there, you want them to know that in advance, right? Because it's a different vibe. It's a very different vibe when there are children there. It's like, and I'm going to bring the kids and they're very, young, but they're very fun. They'll provide some entertainment. Like, I think the entertainment thing is probably what people really focus on, right? You'll have some further entertainment. But like, no, that's fine. That's just like a sort of a silly, like suburban mom way of talking about things. They'll be in that pool for sure.
It's not the strangest email, although certainly odd.
Oh, he even says it's not the strangest email. But I mean, he says it's odd. I don't agree with that.
It is weird enough to make you question, and it also seems to suggest that
Question
something
what?
more is going on. Specifically, the references, very specific ones I might add, to each of the children's ages, and that
Specifically, I might reference the references very specific. Wait, did he say that what I think he said? Specifically, I might reference the references very specific, I might add.
is going on. Specifically, the references, very specific ones I might add, to each of the children's ages, and that they will be in the pool for the adults' entertainment.
And in specific, I might specifically reference the references referenced above. Very specifically, I might add.
This could be a strangely worded email, but something more seems to lie beneath the surface. What I have yet heard spoken about is who Tamara is, so I sought to find out and immediately regretted what I saw and read. The first thing to understand about Tamara is that
Hey, Blind Pringles! Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. You're the Pringles, man. You're the new mascot. Yes, I am actually thinking about that. That's so funny you mentioned. I've had a couple people suggest it. I don't know. I gotta look into it. I gotta figure out how to do that. But I do have. If you are able to print it out yourself, I mean, I do have I put a link up to a high res PNG of it in the pinned comments under the video. But yeah, I mean, I kind of want a poster of it for me. So yeah, I am going to look into that. And thanks again for the money.
prior to becoming Hillary Clinton's chief of staff, the role which she served when these emails were sent, she was previously a member of Senator John D. Rockefeller's Senate office. Not the OG Rockefeller, but Rockefeller IV. If you don't know why that's weird, I don't have enough time to get into.
Sorry, I missed this. What is he doing? He's like, this is basically like Domhoff shit, right? Like, you know, when I talk about like, you know, when I talk about the elite based on the writings, of like one of my fave, power structure theory guys, William G. Domhoff. Do I have his book in here? No. He's, like the elite are connected. They exist within a social and economic class. They socialize with each other. They know each other. They marry each other. Their kids go to the same schools. They blah, 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 blah. Okay, this is an elite person, worked for Hillary's campaign, and what did he saying? She has some connection to the Rockefellers? Yeah, that's fine. That's not fine. I do think we should be troubled by that. We should be troubled by this in the same way that the elites are troubled by us, organizing with each other. The same way that the elites are mad when we start trying to forming unions at our workplace, or like how your landlord hates it when you get to know your neighbors and other people who live in your building and who are also under the same landlord. We should be just as concerned about this as they are about us doing that. But it doesn't mean there's a fucking pedophile conspiracy. Sorry, I missed it. I wasn't paying attention.
Is who Tamara is. So I sought to find out and immediately
sought to find out. Who writes like that? Coop, aren't you like 20?
regretted what I saw and read. The first thing to understand about Tamara is that prior to becoming Hillary Clinton's chief of staff, the role which she served when these emails were sent, she was previously a member of Senator John D. Rockefeller's Senate office. Not the OG Rockefeller, but Rockefeller IV. If you don't know why,
I didn't think it was she was serving as the chief of staff for a 250-year-old corpse, but all right.
That's weird. I don't have enough time to get into them right now, but the Rockefeller family are known for many things beyond Standard Oil, including mass murder, genocide, the destruction of modern medicine, and eugenics. They
100% true. Yeah, the Rockefellers are bad.
Are truly an evil bunch. Besides the point, though, what's critical to understand is that Tamara eventually becomes his chief of staff and was Rockefeller's primary advisor on the National Commission on Children.
I don't think that. I don't know. I don't want to say anything like that. Coop is lying or anything. I genuinely think he believes this stuff. I think that the Madison Welch thing is probably more of an oversight. Oh, you have Domhoff's book, Reddington. Nice. Which one? I think my favorite one of his that I've read is Who Rules America. really fucking solid. And he updates it every like 10 years. There's one from the Biden era, I think like 2022. That's so fucking good. Anyway, who writes like that? AI writes like that. Okay, listen, you guys are being a little bit conspiratorial here. You guys are thinking Coop's writing this all for AI and he doesn't actually believe any of it. I don't know. No, guys. I do think that he does a lot of work. Like you can see from his bookmarks. He showed his bookmark. Like, this guy put a lot of work into this.
In the Pepper
Oh my God, we're only 6 minutes in. Okay, I gotta fucking stop interrupting so much.
Commission on Healthcare. Well, there we go. An official government-level tie to children. But I find she is an interesting choice for such a position, considering the later emails we shall continue diving into, but also the history of her own children and grandchildren. Well, I should say before we hear about the children in the creepy emails about pools and quote-unquote entertainment, we actually end up seeing them on something called Evie's Crib first. This is a site
I know about this part. Yeah, this I actually, I know I sort of made fun of the other one before. I actually can see why people don't like it.
Only find archives of, but what it shows is plenty. This site, I presume, named after one of the children.
But I mean, at the end of the day, like somebody mentioned it earlier, it is just a lame suburban mom thing. Okay, keep that in your head. Lame suburban mom or evil pedophile cult member.
In some capacity, although the name Evelyn is not listed in the rest of the kids in that email. It houses obscene images of children and captions that belong...
Obscene images of children? No, it doesn't.
Nowhere. One such caption reads as follows. Evelyn is growing up. Soon she'll be the queen of the...
So this is okay. He said this is a caption as if it's a caption of an image. This is like the subheading of the blog itself. So I don't know, like, did I hear that right?
Listed in the rest of the kids in that email. It houses obscene images of children and captions that belong nowhere. One such caption reads as follows.
Captions that belong nowhere. One such, but it's a subheading, whatever you call it. It's like Evie's Crib is the name of the thing, like her child. She has a blog about her kid. This is which I don't think you should do. I think you should keep your kids away from online. But this was like, I guess, 2009. Which you maybe should still have known by then. But whatever, I don't know. Who knows? That's not like the worst thing in the world. Okay, anyway, I'll just let it say.
Evelyn is growing up. Soon she'll be the queen of the entire US of A. Right now, for a limited time only, you can spend time with her online, raw and uncut. Take advantage of this now, as in the future, she will have the power of life and death. What a freaking weird thing.
So yeah, a lot of people have made a lot of this. Evelyn is so like, yeah, it is. I guess you can say it's weird. To me, it really just reads like like we were saying, like a lame suburban mom. This is writing about her daughter, her like baby daughter. Evelyn is growing up. Soon she will be the queen of the entire US of A. Right now, for a limited time only, you can spend some time with her online, raw and uncut. Take advantage of this now, as in the future, she will have the power of life and death over you. I mean, I wouldn't write that about a baby, but I am going to assume that this is just a cringy mom. I don't know. She probably gave no thought to that. Like, yeah, I mean, like, I don't know if everyone was writing like that in 2009, but like, I have written stuff. I definitely have written stuff similar to that about myself. I'm like, James is the king of the universe, and one day he picked up a magic sword and took over the world, and he has his own pet dragon that he's friends with the king of the world. Or I don't know. Like I've written shit like that, like about like whatever. I think it's weird that it's about a kid. Personally, I don't think people should put their kids online at all. But like not everybody thinks like that. And I just, like I said, like we're trying to accuse people of being pedophiles here. Or maybe we're not trying to do that, but like, you know, that's what Coop is doing. You need a lot harder evidence than a cringy blog subheading.
To say. Definitely not a weird thing to say at all.
An epic bacon Reddit era, 100%. And you know what? to Coop's great credit, he is much younger than that era and didn't experience it. So I understand why he might think that part is suspicious.
Refer to one's daughter as raw and uncut, presumably because she's a baby, or how you should take advantage of her now. Seems a bit odd to me. Intriguingly, like we said, Evelyn's name is not listed at the pool party.
Tongue-in-cheek is a perfect way to describe it. She's being like, oh, my kid's gonna rule the world one day, so enjoy these photos of them as a baby before she has the power of life and death over you. Whatever.
Take that as you may. On this site, though, there are a number of photos that should never be online of her young, what I presume to be grandchildren. But what's even more curious is a certain post.
I don't know what he's talking about. Photos that you should never have online. Like, is he saying it's like, I'll bleep myself out. Pornography? Like, I don't know what he means by that.
From July 23rd, 2009, 7 years prior to the alleged shot fired at Comet Ping Pong, and 6 years prior to the pool email. Tamara Lozado writes, Evie will be joined in daycare by her buddy Jack. I wanted to give you guys a chance to meet Jack by going to his blog here. Jack is owned by Ken Weber and Stephanie Copeland. A lot wrong going on here, including who this buddy is, but that's after we address the fact that, as this ancient screen cap clearly denotes, Tamara refers to this child as being owned by his parents. Children do belong to their parents. That's one of the many reasons why the government...
maybe there's a pic of them in a bathtub. Like, definitely do not put photos of your kids in the bath on the fucking internet. Definitely don't do that. But, I don't know. All right. Let's say it was that. I feel like that's like the worst case scenario I can imagine.
As we can tell, needs to stay away from them. However, owned implies a different meaning when...
Stupids. There's a sort of symmetry with what he's saying about a blog about a baby and not being able to understand that he's reading a blog about a baby. Very true. Very true. Fearful symmetry. William Blake shit.
Placed into the context that is...
Wait. Am I hearing this right? This sounds like, to me, okay, listen. Maybe I'm that one friend that's too woke. Fuck, we're only 8 minutes in. I gotta just let this thing play. But does this sound like an anti-trans dog whistle to anybody else? Hang on. So he's talking about how Jack is owned, and then he says...
and Stephanie Copeland. A lot wrong going on here, including who this buddy is, but that's after we address the fact that, as this ancient screen cap clearly denotes, Tamara refers to this child as being owned by his parents. Children do belong to their parents. That's one of the many reasons why the government, as we can tell, needs to stay away from them. However, owned...
That's so funny. Okay, so yeah. I mean, I do... Yeah, I know. Okay, I am going to be that one friend that's too woke. That does read to me 100% as an anti-trans dog whistle, and especially with this clip of the Pope, like... the woke Pope like hitting somebody's hand, who was, I don't know, grabbing him or something. I don't know what the deal was here, but he's like, so you're saying that she's owned by her parents? To be clear, I do agree that kids are owned by their parents, and parental rights dictate that no kid should be allowed to believe that they're a different gender without their parents being informed. Like that's like that's a big like culture war issue right now. I do think that's what he's saying here. Well, let's just hear it one more time.
Ancient screen cap clearly denotes, Tamara refers to this child as being owned by his parents.
How can you have it both ways here, Coop? If this were being owned by his parents, and then it's like as if that's a weird thing to say, which I do kind of think that is a weird thing to say. But then he goes,
children do belong to their parents. That's one of the many...
Well, that's true that they own, but I'm still going to act like this is proof of, like, it's like...
reasons why the government, as we can tell, needs to stay away from them. However, owned implies a different meaning when placed into the context that is slowly forming here. So let's peep who Evelyn's new friend, Jack, is. And here is Jack in all his glory. But Cooper, you say it's blurred.
Wow, that's extremely pixelated.
Did you make a mistake? No, I didn't. I can't show you this picture because it's a completely nude infant laying with everything hanging out, genitals partially covered by a tiny blue maple leaf. I even went and found the page on an...
Oh, so it's not with everything hanging out. I mean, still, come on, Lozado. Why the fuck would you upload that picture? But we gotta look at the fucking, cringe mom versus pedophile cult member, matrix here. Like, which one is more likely? Okay. Anyway.
Ancient site, and although there is something written on the leaf, I cannot tell what it says. The caption, though, I do believe says more than enough for us and reads as follows. This is posted into the subsection of naked time, of which there are two. It was bath time again this weekend, which Jack celebrated in high style by slipping into the baby bath hammock, thanks Sarah C, before reuniting with the frog towel. Jack luxuriated and exfoliated in a warm soak by the kitchen window. Unrated version of this photo available only to premium subscribers, period.
That's fucked up. Why would the fuck would you write that? Okay, I mean, unrated version of this photo available only to premium subscribers. I'm assuming this is actually what she wrote. Yeah, okay. I mean, so far that's by far the worst thing I've seen.
Winky face. This caption on top of a nude photo of your infant. Yeah, I'm not okay with that. And I think nude baby photos are weird, period. But if parents went to innocently take photos for a photo album they used to make fun of their kid 20 years later, and for the memes, I don't really care. But there is no acceptable excuse for how one takes such photos, uploads them to the internet, then suggests in a joking yet not joking manner.
Why? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I am going to give them the benefit of the doubt and say that this was just like a fucking brutally cringe joke, but oh my god. Unrated version of this photo. This is a baby.
That the uncovered baby nudes can be purchased. And evidently I'm not the only person who thought this or found this part of the rabbit hole, because there are posts up as recently as 2020 of people commenting how creepy this is, and then an anonymous user on this same thread, who I expect is Tamara, logged out of her account, saying that it's not weird, you're the weird one, don't make it weird. But what do I know, except that the woman writing thinly veiled emails who's accusing her, you're the weird one.
This is comic ping pong that we're showing, he's showing here. These are the art in the comic ping pong. There's the ping pong tables. A lot of people think that this art is satanic as well.
Don't make it weird. But what do I know, except that the woman writing thinly veiled emails, who's the chief of staff of Hillary Clinton, the broad implicated as being one of the ringleaders in this massive child slavery ring that we shall see later with DynCorp, which expands internationally, is posting in her free time photos of her naked children and offering to sell them unedited. A lot of dots, my friends, already, but as we shall see, this is merely the beginning. In fact, if you continue following this Tamara Lozado rabbit hole, you may find yourself going down a dark path, one that I refuse to follow after a certain signpost, but right before stopping, I explored just a bit further and found certifiable family links for the Lozado family to Kabbalah, cannibalism, and explicit child pornographic imagery. These links are in fact so bad that the Internet Archive had to delete them from their site after they were saved by users going down this very same rabbit hole. The connections are actually really creepily direct.
This is, that's funny, this is Macaulay Culkin's band, the Pizza Underground. And a lot of people who are into Pizzagate talk about the Pizza Underground a lot. You can understand why. It's because, like, think about all the different connections here. We've got Macaulay Culkin, who was like Michael Jackson's best friend as a child actor. A lot of people assume he was molested. It's called Pizza Underground. You know, Hollywood, how Hollywood factors into all of this. Underground, like the comic ping pong basement, pizza, blah 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 blah. So I don't know. It's funny. He just puts the Pizza Underground in the background.
Injury. These links are in fact so bad that the Internet Archive had to delete them from their site after they were saved by users going down this very same rabbit hole. The connections are actually
There's Macaulay Culkin, Home Alone, right there.
Really creepily direct between Lozado and these posts I'm going to read, but for the sake of time, I'm not going to get into them because I don't want to accidentally lead anybody to this weird corner of the internet, if I'm being honest. Fortunately, though, I did not click on any of the
that's young Tony Podesta, eh? Crazy.
Image links, but I did click on one of the text threads for that site, and it was a conversation on sadistic desires relating to children. And to show you the sort of people this Tamara woman is connected to, I'm going to read you one post from a single user whose profile picture included violent pornographic imagery. This individual was discussing how they wanted to walk along the street, steal a woman off the street, take her back to their place, her, impregnate her, then 9 months later take the baby out of the womb, bit and side of it, and then shove that broken mess back into the whore. That last part being an exact quote. And
what the fuck? Sorry, I tuned out for 1 second. This is from what an email or something, or what? What is it? What is he talking about? What?
A conversation on sadistic desires relating to stress. I'm not going to get into them because I don't want to accidentally lead anybody to this weird corner of the internet, if I'm being honest. Fortunately, though, I did not click on any of the image links, but I did click on one of the text threads for that. Really creepily direct between Lozado.
I got so distracted by the Macaulay Culkin clips. I'll go back in a second.
And these posts I'm going to read, but for the sake of time, I'm not going to get into them because I don't want to accidentally lead anybody. These links are in fact yourself going down a dark path, one that I refused to follow after a certain side post, but right before stopping, I explored just a bit further and found certifiable family links for the Lozado family to Kabbalah, cannibalism, and explicit child pornographic imagery. These links are in fact so bad that the internet...
What? Okay, so actually I didn't miss anything. He just doesn't say? Am I wrong? What the fuck? You found explicit links between the Lozado family and like all of this horrible shit you're saying, and then you just don't say it? He never says, he doesn't say what he's talking about, does he? Or then he starts quoting from it? What?
Archive had to delete them from their site after they were saved by users going down this very same rabbit hole. The connections are actually really creepily direct between Lozado and these posts I'm going to read, but for the sake of time...
What? Okay, but what are they?
I'm not going to get into them because I don't want to accidentally lead anybody to this weird corner of the internet, if I'm being honest. Fortunately, though, I did not click on any of these...
He actually doesn't say? What do you mean, for the sake of time? This is important. You have proof? You have proof that Pizzagate is real.
Image links, but I
Christ.
did click on one of the text threads
ridiculous.
for that site, and it was a conversation on sadistic desires relating to children. And to show you the sort of people this Tamara woman is connected to, I'm going to read you one post from a single user whose profile picture included violent pornographic imagery. This individual was discussing how they wanted
What website is this?
to walk along the street, steal a woman off the street, take her back to their place, her, impregnate her, then 9 months later take the baby out of the womb, bit and side of it, and then shove that broken mess back into the whore. That last part being an exact quote. And this was the tame post on this website. Once again, I just want to add, you are the sum total of your friends and those who you are connected to. Continuing on, another email.
Oh my God, that's so fucking stupid. That actually just pissed me off. You can't just say that shit and say that that's linked to the Lozados. Like there are, like with Pizzagate, right? There's a bunch of fucking bullshit, stupid. Oh, look at this email. What if you change this word to something completely different? It's actually quite scary. Like none of that is really convincing. But there sometimes when I was like researching this on like whatever 4chan and like Reddit, like all these like archived pages, I would come across something like this where it's like, whoa, look at this. It's like an actual thing from James Alefantis or from Lozado or from whoever. And it's like very direct. Look how fucked it is. And you'll read it and you'll be like, oh, wow, this is the smoking gun. I guess Pizzagate is real. What's the fucking source of it? And it'll be like, it used to be on the official Pizzagate website, but as soon as I found it, it got deleted. But luckily I have this screenshot. Oh, like, you know, it's like a source. Trust me, bro. You know, it's just like complete bullshit. Like I have to guess that's what this is. And I mean, I have to guess that he felt weird about including the link. Cause like Coop does include sources. I remember from the other one. Yeah. He includes sources here. He includes some sources anyway. But like, bro, you gotta have, you can't just say that. That's so fucked. And like, honestly, like I'm reading like this shit is so fucking sadistic and evil that I have to imagine it's just like some freak on 4chan, you know, like a lot of this shit is like, oh, that's funny, Stubens. The code he's reading is not on any search engine. Well, thank you for fucking up your entire algorithm and giving that information to fucking Palantir by typing that in. But yeah, I mean, like, I don't even know what to say. That's like a lot of fucking stuff that you read, like a lot of like right wing, you know, conspiracy that's about satanic cults and whatever, pedophilia, is like, it sort of like, I mean, I don't know. I hesitate to say it, but like it sort of seems like it's like titillating to people, where they're writing it because they themselves are into it, and there are a lot of fucking actual pedophiles on 4chan, who would maybe write some fucking disgusting shit like this and be like, "Whoa, look what I found on this thing. Oh, too bad it got taken down now." I mean, like. That is so irresponsible. I'm sorry. Coop, come on now. Coop.
An exact quote. And this was the tame post on this website. Once again, I
this
just
is
want
the
to
tame
add,
post.
you are the sum total of your friends and those who you are connected to. Continuing on, another email I would like to highlight is as follows. Mary and John, I think you should give notice when changing strategies which have been long.
Yeah, Finland. I wonder if it was porn bots posting comments on abandoned blog posts. Yeah, that could be maybe, but like, I mean, something like that is like, that's not even like porn. That's like, I don't know, sadistic, cruel, like whatever. It's fucked up. Like I don't know. I feel it's like it's fucked up to include that in here. Something so disturbing and not even say where it's from. It's just like, by the way, here's a fucking paragraph that I'm not even going to source, but it is connected to the Lozados. It's like, if it was, then you would say why.
Long in place. I immediately realized something was different by the shape of the box, and I contemplated who would be sending me something in the square-shaped box.
This I included this one in my video. Yeah, this is one of the main ones that people point to. Okay.
Lo and behold, instead of pasta and wonderful sauces, it was a lovely, tempting assortment of cheeses. Yummy.
Okay, so pause. So far, this is just what you would expect a thank you letter. So remember, this is to John Podesta and his wife Mary from Herb. Hey, thank you so much for like sending me another, what is it? I guess like a Christmas gift, December 24th. I think you should give notice when changing strategies which have long been in place. I immediately realized something was different by the shape of the box. So, it's like a box. He usually gets a Christmas box from the Podestas. I contemplated who would be sending something in a square-shaped box. Lo and behold, inside of pasta and wonderful sauces, keep in mind, Podesta, Italian, known for cooking, known for being a great cook. It was a lovely, tempting assortment of cheeses. Okay, so usually, every year, Podestas send him pasta and sauces. That's actually a sick Christmas gift, especially from somebody who knows what they're talking about with pasta. Instead of that, this year, I got a bunch of cheeses. Yummy. Okay, so far, that is completely fine. Completely fine.
Awaiting the return of my children and grandchildren from their holiday travels so that we can demolish them.
Yeah, I'm waiting. Hello, thank you so much for the cheese. It looks really good. I'm just waiting for my kids and their kids to come back in so that we can eat the cheese. All right.
Thank you so much. I hope you and the gang are well. I miss you both. Best wishes, Fro, a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Herb. P.S. Do you think I'll do better playing?
This is the part that people are like, and what about this?
Dominoes on cheese than on pasta?
All right. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Do you think I'll do better playing dominoes on cheese than on pasta? I don't know what that means. That's really funny, Tizzle Bacon. His last name is basically pasta. It's true. It's like a few letters away. And very true, Jess. Let me get to that in a second. Here's my theory for this. I think that the Podestas and this guy Herb hung out and played dominoes last Christmas. Okay, and Podesta cooked him some pasta, or he had some of Podesta's pasta, and then they played dominoes together. And he lost, or he won, one of those two. He did really bad, or he did really good. I think actually probably he did bad. He probably just lost every game, right? Playing dominoes. And so he's sort of being cheeky. It was like an inside joke. And he's like, do you think I'll do better playing dominoes on cheese, as in on cheese, as in like maybe he lost so many games playing dominoes. And they're like, it must be all the pasta you just ate. Yeah, it's probably the pasta. You just ate a bunch of pasta. That's probably why you're losing all these games. And so he's saying, now that you gave me cheese instead, think I'll do better playing dominoes on cheese than on pasta? Like, that's maybe I'm fucking running it. Maybe I am really out to lunch here. I don't know. I don't want to be, I'm not trying to make excuses, but that's genuinely like, this is clearly an inside joke. Like maybe you could call any inside joke in a way is like a coded message that only those in the know can understand. But like, do we think that means that there's a fucking secret molestation code going on here? Like, I think that's a very remote possibility, like very, very extremely remote.
This email is pretty self-explanatory for why it's weird.
I don't think that email is weird.
With that in a second, but I want to emphasize this email is written by a fellow named Herb Sandler of the Sandler Foundation, who, according to appropriate understanding of grammar, enjoys demolishing his grandchildren, and he just can't wait for them to get back in order to do so. Honestly, what is wrong with these people? Even if there's nothing else going on, you had to have read that back to yourself and thought what it sounded like, right? Like you would have thought that's—
No, it doesn't sound like fucking anything. Ugh. Yeah, and I want to say, Jedjas, I think you're right. They are into this. When I saw your vid and how they concluded that cheese pizza meant CP, it was just projection. Exactly. Like, I've been saying this forever, that like QAnon and Pizzagate, I'm not saying like everybody, I'm not saying the Coop is like this, but a lot of the people where it started were on 4chan, where there are a lot of pedophiles, and 8chan, where there are way more pedophiles. A lot of the people who were doing this, it was more of a like pedophile Occupy Wall Street, or like, pedophile class consciousness, where they're like, we're broke fucking pedophiles without, we're unsuccessful neats living in our mom's basement, blah, 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 like the typical 4chan user. And we're mad that there's these elite pedophiles that get away with all this shit. Can you believe that shit? Like, oh man, they're talking about pizza. That's our word to mean that, it's almost like a class uprising for pedophiles. I believe that is a major part of how it all started.
It sounded bad, and then, let me rewrite that. And additionally, the way the pasta is referenced is not—
I mean, yeah, I've heard Domino's used as one, but I bet, yeah, there is one specific email with maps in it, how that ended up on their code word list. I bet he'll get to that one. That's one of the main ones. I don't even know what they think Domino's is.
Really possible, because who ships pasta to their friends in a box? And very simply, I don't think
adults that are sending Christmas gifts who are Italian.
That's how that would even work. He's implying like almost a cardboard box, and he pops it open and goes, oh, there's cheese in here, not pasta with sauce. Like, what? But clearly, based on what he says, it's easy for us to see that pasta in wonderful—
No, all of that is normal. That part is all normal. The only part that's confusing is the Domino's part.
Sauces have been shipped to him previously in boxes. And what on earth could he possibly mean by a tempting assortment of cheeses, considering—
Yeah, cheese is tempting. What, you don't like cheese? What do you mean, what on earth could he mean by a tempting assortment of cheeses? What the fuck are you talking about? You ever heard of a charcuterie board? What the fuck?
Fact that the previous sentence about pasta was clearly not talking about pasta, in my opinion. All in all, this—
What? What do you mean clearly? Okay, I don't know what—
adds up about as well as a crackhead doing math, but like we did with the Tamara
adds up about as well as a crackhead doing math. Great simile there.
Situation. Let's take a closer look at who this Herbert fellow is.
Wait,
and
did he
like
think
most
they're sending cooked pasta? Awesome. I gotta love this guy.
People in these emails, it doesn't take much looking, because Herbert is a pretty famous individual, founder of Golden West Financial, along with his wife
now I'm
Marion.
gonna pause here and say that, like, here's the thing. Everything I said about Herb, I don't even know who he is. Everything I said about that email and whatever, what I'm assuming about it, I stand by that. But I'm not going to say he's a good guy. He probably sucks. He's friends with John Podesta. He probably is a fucking evil, monster. He's probably a war criminal. I'm not going to defend the guy. So this part, I probably won't have an issue with.
Which was a savings company in California, which allegedly sought to help boost poorer folks and help them build their wealth. Well, one thing came to another, and the company that started in the 1960s had become a behemoth by the early 2000s, with assets under management reaching $124.6 billion. What's funny about Herbert, though, and his desire to help poor people, is that—
Hey, Magar. Thank you so much for the $5 dono. Charcuterie around Christmas? Unbelievable. No. The only thing that we do around Christmas is have pedophile parties. That's it.
In mid-2006, Herbert and Marion decided they wanted to retire, but not after spending about 3 decades stacking up mountains worth of mortgage-backed securities onto their spreadsheet.
Okay, yeah, he's an evil fucking monster. What do you want? Yeah, he's an elite fucking friend of Podesta. He's so close to Podesta, he gets honestly sounds like a really awesome, thoughtful gift every Christmas. Yeah, I didn't think he was a good guy.
Securities which they then sold to larger banks and institutions. And if you know—
See, this is kind of a good example of that thing, I put in my video, that Naomi Klein quote where she says, conspiracy theorists often get the facts wrong, but the feelings right. It's like, I don't think that this guy Herb, whatever his name is, was this evil, whatever, child molesting cult member. But he's not, killing our children directly, but he is stealing the children's futures. He's raising inequality. He's fucking people over. He's contributing to whatever. He's part of the fucking elite class that, is accelerating climate change and increasing inequality and just making children less safe and less secure in their future. Anyway, okay, let's keep going.
Anything about the mortgage-backed security. Outside of Jeffrey Epstein, it was one of the instrumental factors in the 2008 housing market crash that destroyed the American economy.
That's very funny. Outside of Jeffrey Epstein, he says outside of Jeffrey Epstein, the mortgage business is one of the main factors that contributed to the 2008 crash. No, that was the main factor. There's a lot of these guys, I guess Coop thinks as well, that Jeffrey Epstein was the guy that crashed the entire economy in 2008. And I mean, he was involved in it. Yeah, he profited off of it and he was a major player. Epstein was. But very funny to say, aside from Jeffrey Epstein, mortgages were one of the main factors. It's like, no. You have that very much in the opposite order.
It was one of the institutions. And if you know anything about the mortgage-backed security, outside of Jeffrey Epstein, it was one of the instrumental factors in the...
He does say that. Outside of Jeffrey Epstein. No, bro. You don't have to say that. That was the issue.
2008 housing market crash that destroyed the American economy permanently. So Herbert and Marion aren't exactly the kind people they claim to be, desiring to help the poor. In fact, they are a huge portion of the economic troubles we have today, and why so many can't even afford to eat. And even SNL, which is about as backward as they come, understood this and did a bit on the couple on October 4th of 2008.
Even SNL, which is about as backward as they come? Okay.
In 2006, the couple retired, which is convenient considering it was just before the crisis.
What's this? There's he's not going to play the bit, but there's a bit about, okay, a couple people play the Sandlers. Oh, interesting. Herbert Sandler, Daryl Hammond, Marion Sandler, Casey Wilson. I mean, I'm curious what that bit was, but all right.
But upon retiring, they transferred $1.3 billion to their Sandler Foundation, and I presume this is now untaxed and completely shielded money from the outside world, which is why the wealthy do foundations. And on their website for the multi-billion-dollar Sandler Foundation, which Herbert and Marion began, we see that they have a section dedicated to the safety of children, which somehow I doubt. Based on your desire to demolish your own grandchildren, Herb, and this is an email I forgot about and found while searching and have basically seen no reporting on it whatsoever.
This one, okay, you know what? Actually, this one is worth going over because I have seen this video. I didn't include it in my video, but this is the one email I will say, yes, it does sound like they are using food as code. I'll let him go over it.
In my opinion, one of the darkest and most apparent of all the emails in this case. And it reads as follows. Ari, you have a lollipop. Been meaning to thank you for being with me during my first lollipop experience. Appreciate your support and your steady presence. My only regret is that I didn't take my lollipop with me. Smile. Leia, has anyone notified you that you have a lollipop to be in this?
Also, Coop, do you not know how to read emails? You're reading the first email second right now.
Spin room at tonight's debate. Are you up for it? I'd be with you so you can tackle things not specific to the convention with you.
So this was not really a part of Pizzagate, although it was analyzed on 4chan many weeks before they got into the pizza stuff. And yeah, I mean, it sounds like when they been meaning to thank you for being with me during my first quote lollipop experience. Appreciated your support and your steady presence. My only regret is I didn't take my lollipop with me. I don't know what that is. Subject. So the original email, subject, you have a lollipop. Leah, has anyone notified you that you have a lollipop to be in the spin room at tonight? A lollipop to be, maybe, in the spin room at tonight's debate? Are you up for it? I'd be with you so can tackle things not specific to the convention with you. I mean, okay, I don't know what this is. I'm guessing this has something to do with debate prep. Something about some sort of you have a lollipop to be in the spin room at tonight's debate. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that means. I'm assuming that is, yes, I have to guess that's something to do with debate prep. And, the email she sends back, clearly, if lollipop is supposed to be a code word for something, you wouldn't talk about it like this. You wouldn't put it in quotes. Oh, I didn't take my lollipop. I had my lollipop experience. It's got to be something innocent. I don't know what it is, but Yeah, I didn't include this in the thing, but yeah, it's funny how he says like no one has really commented on it. It's true. Not a lot of people have. I did come across this one, thought about including it, but it just wasn't that big a part of the narrative because it didn't have to do with pizza.
First of all, lollipop in quotes could you be more obvious? Second of all, lollipop is the word you choose. Anyone who reads this email knows they aren't talking about lollipops. It's dead obvious.
Right,
So let me just read this description of what a lollipop is from the International Justice Mission. The word lollipop has a problem. I'm not referring to our addiction to sugary snacks, but something much darker, something more sinister. Right. It's an unspoken epidemic that is facing our world and is destroying the lives of men, women, and children. Lollipop is a term sex offenders, predators, and used for victims of child pornography. Every 12 hours, 10
Okay, yeah, like I can see like lolly or whatever. That's like a big word for that sort of thing. Like I think that's like Japanese or something, and or maybe it's like based on Lolita. But so honestly, I feel like this would have been a good direction for the Pizzagate people to go in with that email in particular. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's much to it here.
10,824 new images of child, also known as child images, are detected online. Every month, the Philippines receives more than 1,000 tips regarding the online exploitation of children. There is more details to this, including the lolly phenomena in anime. There's all sorts of disgusting avenues you can go down there, but lollipop is one of the...
Which I believe is a reference to the Vladimir Nabokov book, Lolita. I think that's where that comes from. Not lollipop. Lollipop is probably an extension of this.
Most obvious terms for children ever, and in the email they're clearly not referring to lollipops. So what's going on? And let's be honest with ourselves here, the answer is pretty obvious. The next email worth looking at is stupid.
What about what do you think 50 Cent meant in the in his song Candy Shop when he talks about lick my lollipop? Who are the people in the lollipop emails? Good question. It is Luis Miranda and Leah Daughtry. CC April Melody. Don't know who any of those people are.
And let's be honest with ourselves here, the answer is pretty obvious. The next email worth looking at is stupidly transparent, to the point this email can only be taken literally, or it's a complete misunderstanding. There is no code to misread and nothing cryptic about it. Last night was fun. Still in torture chamber. Another question. Do you want to have Feb 14 Valentine's Day dinner? Sent from my iPad. Now,
okay, again, like, what, you've never joked? Like, he's probably in a meeting. Still in torture chamber. Okay. This is from this, by the way, this is an email from John Podesta. Oh wait. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I actually don't know who it's from, but I believe it's from oh wait. Okay, I think this is from Tony Podesta maybe. Sending a message to his brother John Podesta and John Podesta's wife Mary. Last night was fun, as in like, hey, the three of us, my brother and his wife, we all hung out. Last night was fun. I guess they met up last night. Still in torture chamber. Another question: do you two want to have Feb 14 Valentine's Day dinner? Yeah, that's fine. That's torture chamber. What is it like? He's in a meeting with he's also a fucking what's the word? Lobbyist. He's not a political lobbyist, but a corporate lobbyist. There's John Podesta's more political guy. Yeah.
Another question. Do you want to have Feb 14 Valentine's Day dinner? Sent from my iPad. Now, you may be confused for a second why Podesta is emailing himself. Well, in reality, in relation to the suspicious emails, this is where we get introduced to Tony Podesta from. And
this is another guy I did not go into at all in my video. Maybe I should have, but what did you want me to do, a 4-hour video?
And it's Tony who's emailing John Podesta in this case. Now, Tony is a rabbit hole in and of himself, and he could be an entire video, but something worth noting about him is that in 2017, his massive lobbying firm that he began, he was forced to step down from because of investigations by the FBI. Good to know going into what we're going to be discussing next. The Podesta brothers combined are a power couple, influencing politics as a whole.
I actually don't know much about that. But should I look it up? No, I'll keep it quiet.
But especially leftist politics and political thought. And many people take this email literally and assume he is referring to a child in a literal torture chamber, which is possible and also possibly untrue. But it's another side of Tony that really makes me and other people give credence to the thought that he could be talking about a very literal torture chamber at this moment, as what stands out about Fat Tony Podesta is his obsession and collection of disturbing art. Disturbing being an understatement. Much of it, in fact the mass majority of it, I'm not going to be able to show here because it's either porn or children, and it would completely violate every term of service, so I'm going to have to stick to the ones I can show you, and if there's something else, I'll just pull it up for you.
Yeah. So okay. Tony Podesta's art. To be fair, I do think he has horrible taste in art. Peace out, Stubens. I do think that Tony Podesta, I don't like his taste in art. I think he's got some weird shit in his house that I wouldn't want. I wouldn't want that in my house. But I don't think it's evidence, again, that this guy is a pedophile. I think that you really need a lot. You need a lot to be able to say something like that about somebody. This is not any of his art. What we're seeing on screen, these weird fucking hyper realistic sculptures, that isn't anything that he has.
Indeed, there's so much art, I can't show it all, let alone talk about each of them. So I'm just gonna have them circulating on screen for you to admire, which seems like a bad word in this context. All right, so first one, anyone in their right mind, the red flag should be waving right now. What is that thing?
What? I don't believe that that's his art. Where did he find this? Where did he find this? Elephantis. Podesta. Okay, his page for reference material on Podesta's pedestals, he says, art collection is sporadic. Also check out the National Art Gallery site. What? But that isn't his fucking actual art. What do you mean National Art Gallery site? And he doesn't put a link? Because I've looked over a lot of his art. I've never seen this shit. So this is a fucking site he wants me to go to. Yeah, I mean, like, okay, so, all right, I can't even really look at it because I know what that picture is. But he does have some art by this one artist. What's their name? Biljana Djurjevic. He does have at least one painting by them. Tony Podesta art. Tony Podesta and his owned artworks. Pizzagate Research Project. That's the exact same site I just went to. National Gallery of Art. Okay, well this is like a legit website. Can we look at it? CL 181 works of art. Although he did say it was not safe for work. Maybe I'll look at this in the other tab just so that, I don't delete my channel again. Okay, I mean, it's just like nudes, abstract. It's not that bad. It's just art. Yeah, it's fine. I just think like a lot of this shit is like, I'll show this one. Bruised. Ruby Osorio. Yeah, it's like a very cartoonish, like I wouldn't buy this. But am I gonna say it's pretty disturbing stuff? Like you shouldn't have that in your house. Like, it's like, no, like, whatever. This shit, like, come on. That's clearly in an art gallery. Like, that is, oh my God. So, like that one thing, this, Biljana Djurjevic, he does have at least one painting by them. But I've seen this is like a phenomenon, where people say, because she has some very disturbing art. Oh shit! I didn't want to download anything. Oh, here we go. Inside Homes. So here's where we might actually see what some of his art is. Look inside of his house. Is it gonna load? What is it? A video? Photo? I don't know what I'm waiting for here. Because like I want you guys to see like the art he actually. Oh shoot! Oh no! Pony Podesta. Okay, my computer is. Oh, I see. Okay, we got a little. So this is an article. So yeah, okay. So here. Oh, actually, here it is. So here's the photo by Biljana. The artwork. You can see right there. I can't zoom in anymore. Oh no, I guess I can. Oh no, I'm zoomed in all the way. This thing here. This is the artwork by Biljana Djurdjevic, whatever it's called. And that's the one that I know he did have. This is like a magazine article about his life. And check this out, this article. If you've ever dreamed of strolling through a museum with a slice of pizza and a glass of wine in hand, you need to befriend super lobbyist Tony Podesta. I mean, yeah, so he's got some stuff. Here's like some art. Okay. Yeah. Can I look any more? Oh yeah, this one. This is one he does have. I've seen people say like, that's actually the same pose that Jeffrey Dahmer's victims get put into. Okay. That's a pose that, I think it's called like a bridge pose or something. More people than Jeffrey Dahmer have thought of doing that. Would I want a golden headless statue doing that in my house? No, I wouldn't. But Tony Podesta is a weird guy with, probably not the best taste. Here's another Biljana one he has. A bunch of people lying in a circle. But like, if we look up Biljana, like whatever, I should be able to show this, right? It's just art. It's just paintings. People love to look up other of her photos. Oh wait, is this the one he has? I think this is the one he has. Shoot, hang on. Yeah. See, you can see it right there. There it is in the background. There it is here. I mean, okay, it's like a girl sitting on a stool. All right, yeah, that's fine. Sure, why not? It's kind of got like I think a lot of his works have like a swimming pool, like a public pool kind of tiling in the background. But some of his other stuff that Tony Podesta doesn't have are like more like sexual, even like some sort of like nude children, I think. Tony Podesta's living room. Yeah, like I think he has all these. But this is fine. There's nothing weird about these. These ones are even like whatever. They're good. Like I think this is kind of cool art. But yeah. So those three, like whatever that picture was. Yeah, I think that this is actually art that he has, all of this. Okay, well, let's see what Coop gets into, because I'm sort of guessing what he's going to say. Let's see.
It's grabbing a child and touching its butt. And if
no idea what the hell this is. Also, that sloth man is not grabbing a child's butt. Those are his fingernails.
there's anything that's made me lose faith in mankind, it's that there are people online who describe this as amazing, beautiful, and evoking a powerful response. And those people I refuse to believe are alive, and instead I just want to assume, for our sake, that they're just bots, but I don't know.
I mean, I think this is kind of cool.
Because some people actually think that this is art.
Scroll over to the painting with the people in a circle? Okay. This one? The girl on the bottom looks bottomless. Oh, no. She's wearing jeans. Oh, sorry. I guess you couldn't see. Jeans. So much of this is just conservatives don't know what art is.
This next piece we only know exists because of a picture of Tony Podesta's stairwell, and you can see in the distance a child wearing a diaper being lifted up by a man pretty harshly based on how much squeezing is
Yeah, is that real? I mean, that is his staircase. Okay, yeah, that's weird.
going on. This next one, with Fat Tony in the background, many presume to be based off of the death pose of one of Dahmer's victims.
I knew he was going to say that shit. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is just a fucking thing a body can do. Come on. You're making a jump to Dahmer for no reason.
Dahmer enjoyed putting his victims in what he referred to as funny or cool poses.
This is not fucking his art. Like,
the other angles of this statue also show that it has been decapitated, and I would be hard-pressed to be convinced the making of this statue had nothing to do with the Dahmer pose, considering they matched down to the physique. I'm not sure if I'll be able to show the image of the Dahmer victim, but I'll show as much as I can.
So yeah, like this one is one that I would be like, oh, that's weird. And this is from this. Okay, so actually, you know what? Credit to Coop, because I thought he was going to do what a lot of Pizzagate investigators do, is say that Tony Podesta had this painting. He doesn't say that. He says, this is true. A piece by an artist Tony owns work from. Considers one of his favorite artists. These are little girls wearing only underwear with red butts from being beaten, trapped in a basement of sorts. I believe it's supposed to be a swimming pool. But, yeah, like that, like, okay, but that isn't the one that he has. What? Okay. This is real, like, guilt by association shit.
So Fat Tony smiling like he won the Little League Championship with the corpse art of a Dahmer victim in front of him, that is peak evil. This next...
No, that's just a rich guy who buys a lot of art because he wants people to think he's, you know, not a total Philistine.
This one, which is just a woman lying on her back on a tiny bed, and it's sort of...
Yeah, that's a fucking artistic nude. What do you want, bro?
Reminds me of the Epstein massage room at his very...
Oh, what? A bed?
It's just a woman lying on her back.
What, Coop? You don't have a bed? You don't sleep on a mattress? Anybody who uses a bed is definitely referencing Epstein's massage room.
On a tiny bed, and it sort of reminds me of the Epstein massage room at his various estates.
Is
already not
hilarious
something
reach,
you should
bro.
own. It's creepy.
That's a hilarious reach, bro. Mattress gate. You can't be mad at anybody who uses a mattress.
And wrong, but this is actually a 2-piece set, or many pieces.
Yeah, you like the bronze body sculpture? Okay. All right, fair enough. Hey, different strokes for different folks.
This is really, and mind you, this is a miniature anatomical wax statue with a removable front.
Bro, homie, Coop, go to any art gallery, please. Nudes, the human body. You know, that is one of the most fucking beloved forms of art in history, particularly the female body. Boy.
Torso, so there should be no surprise what the next image in this set is going to be. And it's this. A woman with her organs being flung out dead on some weird mattress thing. And the name of the art is Dismembered. Shocker. And be honest, if your mother or father owned
Shocker that it's called Dismembered. Okay. I mean, like, that's actually kind of interesting. I don't know. I don't mind this one.
Piece of art glorifying the slaughter, dismemberment, and removal of organs from a woman. Would you, like me, be sprinting out the door? But when a DC lobbyist influencing the fate of mankind...
What is this? Satanic child are ritual. Appears to be a toddler and grown man. Art from a woman who suffered satanic ritual abuse. Podesta is believed to own several of these pieces. Okay, so we don't even know if he owns it. What am I looking at?
Has this sort of art in his house, one should be asking more questions and seeing what...
The red spots are dead children. Child being ritualistically... I mean, I think you're making a little logical leap here, buddy.
Fat Tony is really up to, because his collections don't leave a lot of room for misinterpretation. It's like the can...
What? Baby shoved in anus? Difficult to discern? If it's difficult to discern, I don't think you can say that. Child forced into sexual act. Child being shot for fun. I don't think that's true, man. I don't believe you.
Appeal skit where the rapper confesses to murder on a track and everyone says it's just art. No, this isn't art. This is evil, disgusting
What
garbage.
am I supposed to be looking at in something in this yellow circle here? Should I look these up? I bet they're fucking nothing. Kim Noble. All right, I'll look it up in the other window just in case. Hang on. Kim Noble Podesta. Because, like, come on. Bang, bang, gling, 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 gling. Oh, wow. Okay, you know what? It looks like Kim Noble is actually... Okay, this should be fine. This woman lives with over 36 personalities. So I guess she has dissociative identity disorder. Kim Noble, an unwanted child. She was born to two factory workers who were so unhappy in their marriage that having a child was the least of their priorities. She suffered from neglect. Okay, so a lot of her art is about child abuse. Although exact details of what happened in Kim's young life have never been revealed, become public knowledge, she's suffered an immense amount of trauma from a very young age. Between the ages of 1 and 3, she's endured horrendous sexual and physical abuse by someone who remains nameless to this day. Wow. Okay. You know what? Oh, and here's that picture that he was mentioning. And you know what? Okay, that does look like a child. But is this owned by Podesta? Because I've never seen this in Podesta's house. Kim's mental problems. All right, you know what? I'd feel a little bad that I doubted Coop there for a second there. You know what? Hey, like, you go in, you say a lot of shit that I can't believe. I just start to not believe you. Sorry, Coop. I take that shit back. But okay, what about the part about her and what's her name again? Kim something? Kim. What is it? Jeez, I went to so many different pages here. Kim Noble. Let me just look up Kim Noble, Tony Podesta. iFunny, Rumble, Vigilant Citizen, True Activist. Okay, none of these are good sites. Instagram. John and Tony Podesta art collection on the Conspiracy Commons thing. What is, where, how do we know that? John and Tony Podesta art collection by Kim Noble. Tony Podesta and his art, Gondoleth, Deep State Study Group. Like, there should, if this was actually owned by him, there would be something reliable I could look at. The World of Mind Control. An artist with dissociative identity disorder. Yeah. That's what I was mentioning. Vigilant Citizen. What? But where are they connecting it to Podesta? No, Podesta's not on this page at all. Anatomy of a Conspiracy Theory. Martyr Maid. Daryl Cooper. Oh boy, this guy's a Nazi, but from what I understand, I've seen some of his Epstein shit, and I'm like, okay, he's not totally wrong. But I have seen him mention Pizzagate, and he's like completely pilled on it. Okay, maybe I shouldn't be scrolling down here. Oh, there's a Dahmer thing. Here are a few sketches done by the same art. Wait, what? No, Louise Bourgeois. Sorry, guys. I maybe shouldn't be doing this. Because I don't know what's going to be on this page. Fucking whatever. It's art. It's art. Yeah, these are the ones that he doesn't have in his house. Oh, I bet this is where he got... Okay, he listed... So he doesn't have this art. He listed this sculpture, Patricia Piccini, as one of his favorite artists. This is not art that he has. I mean, I think this art is kind of cool. I don't have an issue with this art. It's weird. It's not evidence of a crime. This is very much... Okay, here we go. In another interview, Tony Podesta named the British artist Kim Noble as one of his other very favorites. I put artist in quotations because Noble suffers from schizophrenia and dissociative identity disorder and creates crude drawings of extreme sexual abuse, mostly of children. Noble herself was viciously sexually assaulted repeatedly between the ages of 1 and 3 years old and spent much of her life in and out of mental institutions. Here are some drawings of the artist, Tony Podesta so admires. I really think, like, these guys really just don't understand art. Yeah, this person is depicting her own trauma in art. Like, I don't know, there's something in, like, these bright colors and, like, horrific scenes that they're doing. And he doesn't even own her art. He literally just said he was one of his favorites. It's just, okay. Do you not like some, like, fucked up art? Do you not like some art that's based on trauma? You never got into fucking sad songs? You never listened to, like, Linkin Park or some shit? Like, yeah, like, okay, I wouldn't want to hang this up in my house necessarily, but, like, I could go to a gallery collection and be like, wow, that was really powerful. You know, would I say that she's one of my favorite artists? Probably not, but this is evidence of nothing. This is evidence that you don't understand art.
Could be asking more questions. And
so funny. Podesta is believed to own several of these pieces. No, he's not. No, nobody believes that.
The Fate of Mankind has this sort of art in his house, one should be asking more questions and seeing what Fat Tony is really up to, because his collections don't leave a lot of room for misinterpretation. It's like the Key and Peele skit where the rapper confesses to murder on a track and everyone says it's just art. No, this isn't art. This is evil, disgusting garbage claiming to be art but serving as a confession, or really more of an obsession with what he's done.
I think that art is like somebody processing their own trauma as a victim of that sort of abuse. Not saying that they do that themselves.
Involved in. And there is no person I know who, if they own that piece, I wouldn't immediately assume they were up to the most nefarious acts imaginable. And there are literally hundreds of pieces of art this guy.
These are photographed in large prints of naked teenagers on his bedroom wall. We learn of the shortly. We learn of this shortly. Did we find that one? Wait, where is the... Where did I get it? Oh, here. Bedroom wall. Did we find that? Was that in here? Don't think so. Is there not? Is there another? Oh, this is it. I mean, okay, all right, okay. We'll learn of the shortly. We'll learn of the shortly, guys. Don't worry. We'll learn of the shortly. I'll just let him keep going.
Guy owns, each of which is somehow more nefarious than the last. I had to take a break going through all of them.
That is one that he has. I admit that one is creepy. What is that? Like an autopsy or something?
You could find online because they are just that vile. The ones I've showed you don't even compare. That being said, we know that Podesta has at least 700 pieces of art as of 2015. Interestingly though, most of it has not been seen by the public. Indeed, when you go to the internet and you look up Podesta's art collection, you can find the National Gallery website, and that only houses 181 of what are referred to as his selected works. And many of these have also had their images removed from the website, which means they must be terrible because there are also actual images of just porn on this National Gallery website, and yet
porn,
they had to take
bro. It's art. It's art, dude. It's not porn.
These other things down. So what are these other things? And remember, these are on display in our country. Feel free to look it up for yourself, but the same imagery arises, that being an obsession with erotic material, including a sickening number of partially and entirely nude females, both old and young. Plenty of hints at dismemberment.
Now we're mad that he has pictures of old women? I thought we were going the other way with this. All right, Coop.
And even a clear obsession with children. And these are
This is not one of his.
Public display. Indeed, we do know things get pretty wild in Podesta's home because the Washington Post reported that visitors to Podesta's house reported getting an eyeful when they walked into a bedroom at the Tony Podesta residence.
I've read this article as well. He's like, oh, I love freaking people out with my weird art. It's awesome.
With multiple color pictures by Katie Grannon, a photographer known for
They were horrified, Heather recalls, a grin spreading across her face.
Documentary-style pictures of naked teenagers in their parents' suburban homes. I would like to know who these parents are and have a stern discussion with them. I would also like to know why that's allowed to take or to print or to have in your house, because that's porn of children. Like I said, there are more images of this kind than you
I wouldn't have that up. That one's weird.
can imagine, and I can't show them here. So I'm going to go on to what I find to be the most telling image outside of the disgusting porn, and that's this following image. It depicts a scene where a group of children are being hunted.
Are they children even? Are they children or are they just like, are they women? I don't know.
Children are either partially or entirely nude, and in the distance, two men are watching them menacingly.
Either partially or entirely nude? I don't think any of them are nude. This person maybe doesn't have a shirt on. This person's wearing clothes.
One of which is holding something black that looks like a rope to me, while the other is holding a gun. They appear to be seeking to capture the children, and the children themselves display fear by hiding from the men and keeping a distance. And if you still think these are all coincidences and art is subjective, then I presume you are of the same ilk that thinks lobotomies are healthy and everyone should get one. The imagery...
Oh, I love his jokes. His tortured metaphors here. Oh, if you think this is cool, I assume you also are of the same ilk of those who think that lobotomies are good and you sought to get one for yourself, and that's right. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's a fucking artistic painting. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. What does it mean to you, Coop?
Isn't merely suggestive though, it just directly states what's going on. You can't have bodies being ripped apart on your walls and child porn hanging next to it while sending thinly veiled emails and then write it all away. And one of the most
What's the definition of the word lobotomy on it? Wait. Okay.
Alarming things about this Podesta case in his house is that there's an image of a little girl. It's a painting, and you can see it in a couple photos of his house. And it's a little girl who looks like she was just molested. Her clothes are all disheveled, and she's sitting there with a...
She looks like she was just molested? See, this, like, art really does... Art brings out our own emotions when we see it. Like when we look at an art piece, when we look at an art piece, we see the art piece and we also see ourselves. We see our own thoughts and our own fucking conscience and our own fucking hang-ups depicted in whatever we see. And Coop looks at this and says, oh, that girl was just molested. What? Why? Where did you get that idea from?
This house, and it's a little girl who looks like she was just molested. Her clothes are all disheveled, and she's sitting there.
Oh, her clothes are disheveled. I don't know. Maybe she's a kid. Maybe she put her shirt on wrong.
with a dead-eyed stare. Back to the emails. Let's continue with the one that I find to be the most indicative of the spiritual
And here we go. Finland, you called this earlier, I think. Spirit cooking. I bet this is going to be a big chunk.
There's a demonic element at play in all of this. The next email reads as follows. Dear Tony, I am so looking forward to the spirit cooking dinner at my place. Do you think you'll be able to let me know if your brother is joining? All my love, Marina Abramovic. Okay, so this is the sort of email where if you've done investigation into this topic, you've probably seen it, and if you have no idea what we're talking about, just wait. Both groups are probably catching on, though, that what stands out about this email is the reference to spirit cooking. And at its heart, it's a legitimate witchcraft, demonic worship ritual that was popularized by this Marina chick writing the email, who is a legitimate demon worshiper, witch, whatever you want to call her. And that's no overstatement.
A legitimate demon worshiper? No, she's not. What do you mean? She's not a demon worshiper. She's an artist.
I'm going to play some clips of hers on screen now. Popularly, she is referred to as a performance artist, but I surmise that only the Reddit bot and mod class and people in the same activities actually believe that. One of her most infamous, quote, performance stunts was when she left some 5 items on a table and had people come up to them and do whatever they wanted to her. She was stripped, beaten, and one of the items was a gun with a bullet next to it. Someone picked up the gun, loaded it, and held it to her head. She was not killed, though. And this was in the 70s. Since then, she's just tweaked out and fallen off at the same time. And now, like every witch, she's left sad and alone. So, with this...
Since then, she's tweaked out and fallen off at the same time. So you think that that was good, and since then, she's not been as good? Okay.
Spirit cooking thing, I think it's worth us giving a little bit of a refresher on what we're talking about. It is a form of cooking, so there are ingredients.
I don't remember the last time my clothes were disheveled. My clothes are disheveled right now. If that is disheveled, my outfit has been torn apart by rats. Come on now, guys.
But spirit cooking has a bit of a deeper meaning. It involves the mixing of blood as your base substance with fresh breast milk mixed with...
Yeah. Thanks, DM Collins. And yeah, I mean, like, I think that for the most part, they all kind of knew what was happening. And then they're like, oh, yeah. Ashley, have you changed your mind on the spirit cooking thing? You're you're pretty confident this was definitely a satanic ritual.
Fresh sperm. And this blood is meant to be gathered by slashing a wound onto your middle finger and then letting the blood drip out. What's very interesting is that there are also emails of him complaining and talking to Marina about his finger not having healed yet. So we know that he did conduct spirit cooking.
Was there emails of him? This is from John Podesta to his doctor. Did he just say it was to Marina? This is to his doctor. I'm doing well, but fear that the little finger may be getting infected. So it's not even the middle finger. It's the little finger.
What's very interesting is that there are also emails of him complaining and talking to Marina about his finger not having healed yet.
Marina's not his doctor, Coop. His doctor's a different guy.
So we know that he did conduct spirit...
And it's the little finger, not the middle finger.
...cooking with Marina.
Is it possible that he just had an infected finger and went to the doctor?
...before, which at the bare minimum is...
Also, I'll mention that email about spirit cooking was forwarded to John from his brother Tony, and it was like Marina being like, "Hey, can John come? And if you fall, can John Podesta come to the spirit cooking dinner?" And John Podesta was like, "I can't, I'm busy." So John didn't even go.
Is an occult ritual taking place with the highest ranking political officials in all of Washington, D.C. But back to the recipe. One is supposed to then drink this concoction or eat it. I would imagine this would be pretty chunky. But Marina tells us that one is supposed to consume it, we'll say, on what she calls earthquake nights, which could have a deeper meaning, or it could just be a night where there's an earthquake. And there's a lot of things wrong with this. The main one being that it's absolutely evil and incredibly disgusting.
What, it's evil to eat cum and breast milk? I mean... Like, hey man, like, don't yuck someone else's yum.
But we know that Abramovich takes this pretty seriously.
He said it's evil, right? Mix fresh breast milk with fresh sperm milk, drink on earthquake nights. There's actually nothing evil about that. That's fine, whatever. Dude, do what you want.
Just be a night where there's an earthquake. And there's a lot of things wrong with this. The main one being that it's absolutely evil.
Coop, you ever got a blowjob, man? Do you think that's evil? I'm so confused.
Incredibly disgusting. But we know that Abramovich takes this pretty seriously, as there are a few copies of a video from the 1990s where Marina is preparing for such an event, and it's vomit-worthy. We can even see her mixing the blood and having her little servants mix the blood. What entertains me most, though, about this is that there are still some weirdos online who defend this behavior and claim it's not true and that it's not some sort of satanic worship, when even she admits it's satanic worship. But even...
No, she doesn't. She says that it isn't that.
More humorous is that once the emails leaked and Marina caught some flack for what she said in said emails, she told the press that it was just a funny name that they used and the menu was completely normal that night. Which obviously is shenanigans. Clearly you're trying to cover your butt. Spirit cooking has only ever and will ever mean one thing, and it's this weird devilish occult ritual that you popularized. But moreover—
No, it's not. I mean, he has the actual book, okay? Because if you read the book, it's just not, it's not that, it isn't. Only 2 of them are creepy, and they're the ones that people always read.
We know this is the recipe and we know this is what spirit cooking means because there's a copy of her original manuscript cookbook that had like 25 editions ever printed, and in it she details—
okay. She even puts it in. On your knees, clean the floor with your with your breath, inhale the dust. Wash your bed sheets in lemon juice. Cover the pillow with sage leaves. Facing the wall, eat 9 red hot peppers. Take uncut 13 leaves of green cabbage with 13,000 grams of jealousy. Steam for a long time in deep iron pot till all water evaporates. Eat it just before attack. Like, it's all just fucking meaningless fucking gibberish. Like, it's just art. It's just fucking art, man. It's just art. It's not, there's nothing satanic about it.
the man milk, the woman milk, and the blood. It's heinous. So the question then is simple. How do you feel knowing that at the
man milk, the woman milk, and the blood? It's heinous. All right.
bare minimum, the people who shape the future of this nation and the globe are drinking sperm mixed with blood and breast milk?
Nobody's mixing the blood with the sperm. It's breast milk with sperm. Blood isn't even eaten. You just eat the pain. Homie, you're reading the recipe wrong, dude. You fucked up the whole thing. Start over, man. Toss it in the garbage. You weren't supposed to mix the blood with the breast milk.
Just some food for thought. The pun was not intended there, though. So keeping all this in mind, we can see that clearly there is enough here to disprove the notion that the mainstream media outlets wish to push, and do push, which is that Pizzagate is a baseless conspiracy.
It's bisexual, the devil's drink.
Theory. Because at the bare minimum, we do know that weird, cryptic emails were being sent between the ultra-wealthy and politically connected and powerful, and they are discussing occult rituals, more of which we will get into later. But, my bad, like I'm supposed to say, there's no evidence for this conspiracy whatsoever, and we should all go back to our regular scheduled state-sponsored programming. All jokes aside—
Unironically, I mean, maybe not the state-sponsored part, but there isn't evidence for anything that he just said.
Continuing with the emails, for which we are almost through, there is one that goes above and beyond the rest and seems to break the code a little bit more than the others. And it reads as follows. Did you leave a
Okay, this is the one we were mentioning earlier, like, what the fuck is the thing with maps? This is the thing with maps. All right, here we go.
Handkerchief. Hi, John. The realtor found a handkerchief. Parentheses, I think it has a map that seems pizza related. Is it yours? They can send it if you want. I know you are busy, so feel free not to respond if it's not yours or you don't want it. Suzanne. Now, many people speculate here that this is one of the most direct references.
You guys know who this is? This is this is Jim Caviezel. This is Passion of the Christ, Jesus. One of the most Q-pilled celebrities, easily. He talks about the adrenochroming of children. I believe he uses adrenochrome as a verb. He's like, we need to stop the adrenochroming of children. And he was the star in that fucking QAnon movie, Sound of Freedom. He played the guy who's rescuing children from child traffickers. I guess Coop is a fan of his. One of the funniest podcast episodes I've ever listened to. And I listen to a lot of comedy podcasts. Like I love like, Comedy Bang Bang, I listen to a shitload of comedy podcasts, but one of the funniest episodes of anything I've listened to is the QAnon Anonymous episode where they go over Jim Caviezel. Oh my God. So good. So funny. He's such a moron. He's such a beautiful moron. Oh my, you gotta hear it if you haven't.
Don't want it. Suzanne. Now, many people speculate here that this is one of the most direct references to the underlying messaging. What stands out to me, though, is that if this is a handkerchief with a stain—
Hey, man, I bet you can't steal kids, and I'm gonna stop you from doing it.
Why not say that? Instead, Suzanne says that it's a map, which appears to be pizza related. And what the heck does that even mean, then? What's a map in this case? There is no word that I can—
Yeah, it's a fucking map. What do you mean? Hang on. Pizza map. Handkerchief. Like, I'm assuming it's— hang on. Oh, Pizza Hap. I didn't write that. Pizza map. Yeah. I'm assuming it's like something like this. Okay? It's got a map. It's got— this one's pasta, but whatever. Like, you get it's a handkerchief It's got a map showing the different parts of, I guess, Italy or something, or what is that, Sicily? Some island where different pastas come from. Yeah, it's a map that seems pizza related. It's not the craziest thing in the world to imagine that there could be a pizza related map on a handkerchief. Yeah, again, what these guys always forget, Tony Podesta is Italian. Okay, he likes pizza and he loves to cook.
Can find that comes close to, what does that even mean then? What's a map in this case? There is no word that I can find that comes close to meaning stain, is spelt with 3 letters, and could accidentally be mistyped on a keyboard. So then we must assume until we know otherwise that it is intentional, and if so, then it gives further credence to the notion that there are children being referred to here. In most—
Wait, sorry, stain isn't in the email at all. The realtor found a handkerchief. I think it has a map that seems pizza related. Okay. Oh, he's saying it only makes sense if map means stain.
Now, many people speculate here that this is one of the most direct references to the underlying messaging. What stands out to me, though, is that if this is a handkerchief with a stain, why not say that? Instead, Suzanne says that it's a map, which appears to be pizza-related. And what the heck does that even mean, then? What's a map in this case? There is no word that I can find that comes close to meaning stain, is spelt with 3 letters, and could accidentally be mistyped on a keyboard. So then we must assume until we know otherwise that it is intentional, and if so, then it gives further credence to the notion that there are children being referred to here. And
no,
most people—
what the fuck are you talking? Why would that do? Oh my God.
We'll assume that map is a sort of semen-related stain, and obviously pizza-related is child-related. However,
no, you haven't explained that.
I do find that this is a good point to bring up.
Oh, I thought he was going to go for minor attractive person. I mean, that would make sense, but that isn't where they go with it.
The main spook opposition, and it's an intriguing question, and that is simply that if these are people discussing cryptic things—
Hang on. I do go over this in my video. Let me, is my fucking transcript up yet? Yeah. They live. There we go. This is one of my favorite parts of my video, and it is only, it only lasts like a second, where I'm like, I basically, like, I show, so here's the code list, right? Oh, let me slow this way down. Hot dog equals boy, pizza equals girl, pasta or cheese equals little girl, pasta equals little boy, ice cream equals male prostitute, walnut or nuts, person of color, map equals semen. And I go,
their DEI just can't get enough of it, can they?
Armed with lists like these. Pizza Gators could make Podesta email. So I got these are like the main 5 emails here that people talk about. So you can see down here. Where is it? Here. The realtor found a handkerchief. I think it has a map that seems pizza related. Is it yours? They can send it if you want. I know you're busy, so feel free not to respond if it's not yours or you don't want it. Susaner. Okay. There's that email on the bottom right. Ready? Emails which seemed innocuous on the surface reveal something much darker. It's like having a puts on the They Live glasses. Hillary and John Podesta turn into the They Live monsters, and then the pizza slice that was there before turns into a girl, because pizza means girl. But down here, okay, so here's what Pizza Gators say that means. The realtor found a handkerchief. I think it has a semen that seems girl related. That doesn't even make sense. Pizza means girl. Map means semen. I guess they mean like a semen stain. That seems girl related. Like, why would they write that? You know what I'm saying? If you find, let's say you've just had an orgy, any kind of orgy, and you find a handkerchief, and you're like, hey, I found a handkerchief. Is it yours? It has a bit of cum on it. No, you'd be like, oh, it's red and black, and it has a picture of Alf. You wouldn't say, this isn't how you describe someone's missing item. Anyway, yeah, it doesn't even make sense. Girl-related cum. All right. Girl-related semen.
Why would they use food terms? It's so stupid and silly. And my easy retort to that is because of what you just said. When you read something that says pizza related and talks about maps, it gives you enough plausible deniability for those unwilling to really research the case to immediately write it off as silly, because it does.
Right, but if I actually do research the case, I still thought it was silly. So what do you say about that?
inherently sound silly. I'll be the first to admit. On a certain level, this sounds harmless, but we know enough about these political figures to know that
I found your cum sock, Jared.
they aren't harmless. So then we have to assume that these things that do stand out as strange, when you can connect a lot of these dots.
Yeah, Danny Toluca, Pizza Gators. I read an entire book by a guy who's really into this, and he called himself a pizza gator. And he's like, "Are you a pizza gator?" And he ends it like that. He's like, "Are you a pizza gator?" And it's got like it had like a Photoshop picture of a alligator eating pizza, and that's where I got like the whole idea for my video, like the framing thing. I was like, "Pizza gators, that's fucking amazing. That sounds like a fucking chain restaurant."
Have something going on. Now, yap session over, let's get back to it. But things do get weird when we see how many dots connect here, from the pizza to the pasta to the hot dogs to the cheese to the lollipops, or in Obama's case, the $65,000 worth of hot dogs that he had privately flown in. Just something to think on. Quote,
this also seems like a joke.
Quote, subject RE, get ready for a Chicago Hot Dog Friday. I think Obama spent about $65,000 of the taxpayers' money flying in pizza dogs from Chicago for a private party at the White House not long ago. Assume we are using the same channels? That is just something to think about. But a 2007...
Yeah, hang on. Sorry, I shouldn't do this because we're not even close to being done. And this is only the first out of 2 videos. But here's the actual like WikiLeaks page. Here, I'll go to the web thing so you guys can see it, right? If I search, well, I guess pizza/dogs. Oh, none? Really? Test emails. Was it pizza/space dogs? No, I guess not. Oh, what the heck? I thought, what was it then? You just had it. $65,000 of the taxpayers' money flying in pizza/dogs. Oh, yeah, that is what it is. Chicago Hot Dog Friday. Let me try that. Hang on. Because once you see the full thing, I think it becomes kind of clear. There we go. Oh, wow. Now I got too many results. 43 results. Oh, Jesus. All right. Well, which was the one we're talking about? From Fred Burton. Oops. Hang on. Where were we? From A. Phillips. Oh, they're all from A. Phillips? What? Nothing from Fred. Oh, what the hell? This is not working. Search by email ID. Oh, can I do that? What is it? What is the email ID for this one? Is it gonna say? Oh, I bet he put a link in here. Oh God, no, it's just untitled. Did you leave a handkerchief? Spirit cooking. Oh, 65 hot dogs. Oh, but it's not even on the WikiLeaks site. Okay, well, but I mean, it is on there. Also, guys, I keep seeing people sharing this dude on fucking Twitter. Side note, Shadow of Ezra was like a major QAnon influencer who then became a Nazi. And I'm seeing like Kyle Kulinski shares this guy like every fucking week. Because now he's like a big like ex like influencer. He posts like engagement bait. But this guy sucks. This guy really sucks. And fucking everybody's sharing him. Anyway, it's annoying, but I mean, I don't want to be the spoil sport. Okay, whatever. I give up. But when you read the full thread of this, whatever it is, maybe this wasn't in the Podesta leaks, maybe it was in like the DNC leaks or something like that. It sort of just seems like it's like, okay, it's clearly they're joking about something, and hot dog is sort of like, I don't know. It's hard to see from this screenshot, but to celebrate all you hot dogs out there, Eric, you can participate as well. It's like some kind of like hot dog thing. Oh, I think Obama spent about $65,000 of taxpayers' money flying in pizza dogs from Chicago for a private party at the White House not long ago. Assuming we were using the same channels, like I forget what it was. God, I bet it was in the DNC leaks. Anyway, whatever. It's not important.
$5,000 worth of hot dogs that he had privately flown in. Just something to think on.
Yeah, I mean, like if you spend time on Twitter, you probably come across people have been retweeting him more and more.
Quote, subject RE, get ready for Chicago Hot Dog Friday. I think Obama spent about $65,000 of the taxpayers' money flying in pizza dogs from Chicago for a private party at the White House not long ago. Assume we are using the same channels? That is just something to think about. But a 2007 FBI document acquired by WikiLeaks would suggest otherwise, that the people who are doubting this, the spooks as we call them, are incorrect, and that we should be reading into cryptic text and messaging and symbols. There's a document detailing the symbols and methods of communication used by and pedophile works to show these sorts of activities they enjoy. For instance, the following symbols for, quote, boy lovers, or hearts like these for, quote, girl lovers, or the following for, quote, child lovers, or this one, which is the online logo for an organization that seeks to decriminalize rape, which is what it is when you attempt a quote unquote romantic relationship with a child. Because I don't care what many try and say today, there is no such thing as a child's consent to such matters.
I don't care what did he say? I don't care what who says?
Is what it is when you attempt a quote unquote romantic relationship with a child. Because I don't care what many try and say today, there is no
just what many try and say today? Okay.
Such thing as a child's consent to such matters. But with this, we have a clear through line that these groups dealing in children will use bizarre symbols for their purposes. But it does go further than just this. This 2007 FBI document, which was later leaked, also reveals some of the methods used by pedophiles for getting this information across. And this information comes from pedos who were later caught and searched, and from items that were found on them or in their homes. So what you're telling me then is there are nefarious groups and organizations engaged in—
I don't want to say too much on this. I think it's kind of like obvious, but like these symbols are like pretty common. Like a triangle spiral, surprisingly common symbol. It's not doesn't always mean a pedophile thing. In fact, I think it almost never does. I've yet to see an example of a time where it actually did mean that. There's a post I found on 4chan during Pizzagate when people were talking about this, by an actual pedophile. Like I said, there's a lot of pedos on 4chan who was like, yeah, I mean, I was around in the pedophile community in like the 90s when somebody tried to get these symbols off the ground, but like, yeah, nobody really wanted to use them because it's not really a good idea to advertise that you're a pedophile, even with ways like this. And, you know, like it just didn't really take off. And like, yeah, I don't know. I wonder if I could find that post. I probably could.
Trafficking and exploitation of children who will use cryptic forms of communication that you might not notice and might seem silly, and that it's not just a conspiracy theory. Oh, got it. Also worth mentioning, if this was utilized as far back as 2007, which was 18 years ago, side note, feel old yet? Then imagine how many more symbols and technologies are being used today for covert communications. It's not like they're stuck in the dark ages. At this rate, you probably know one, whether or not you are aware of it. And way back when I did a video on what was likely a trafficking ring operated out of a diner in Grand Rapids, there was a point where we pulled out the map and there were countless offenders in the city, 5 times the national average, a huge portion of which were child offenders, to the point where you had a neighbor within a few doors that was one. So it's highly probable that this same sort of activity is going on next door or a few blocks down the street. Now, speaking of it down the street, let's connect some dots. What we haven't discussed about the emails is that so many of them reference one place, that being Comet Ping Pong. Comet Ping Pong is a pizza place that has ping pong, and at the surface is no more than that. It's in Washington, D.C., and is run by a fellow who I refuse to call a man named James Alefantis. Ostensibly,
You refuse to call him a man? Okay, that seems harsh. All right, Coop, let's see what you got.
Alefantis is a local pizza shop owner, as well as an art gallery owner and founder of several other restaurants. He became infamous in 2016 when, according solely to official narratives, a man named Edgar Madison Welch entered his humble ping pong pizza shop and claimed he was going to save the children from the basement, where he believed they were hidden for unknown reasons. More on that whole story later though. But for most, that's the pinnacle of James Alefantis in this story. He owned the shop that was unfortunately the scene of a ridiculous conspiracy theory, which is how everyone sounds to me when they use that term. But what we get out of this is
I have a critique of Coop here. You know, like if there's one thing I think that Coop could change about his, you know, the way that he makes these videos, like the research could be better, whatever. I think he shouldn't jump to so many conclusions. But mainly though, the main issue is if you're gonna keep using the conspiracy theory, I think you should do put a little bit more effort into doing a silly voice with it. You know, don't just do your regular voice, but change your R's to W's. Do like a conspiracy theory. Do like something funny, okay? It's sort of weird to hear it just in your regular voice. I keep expecting there to be more, I don't know, there to be. It just throws me off when you're just doing your regular voice without anything added.
Spiosifui, which is how everyone sounds to me when they use that term, but what we get out of this is that everyone should feel really bad for this Alefantis guy and look no further. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is nowhere near where the story begins or ends for James Alefantis. The more astute might notice some things that are off about him. Firstly, for a pizza shop owner, he has some incredibly powerful friends. Viewing his Instagram, we find photos of personal letters from Hillary Clinton, photos from campaign rallies, photos of Obama playing ping pong with a child, presumably taken by Alefantis, followed by a series
sorry,
of...
guys. Okay, so I've been semi-paying attention, but I wanted to show you guys this. This is kind of messed up, actually. I don't know. I won't read everything, but I do think this is interesting context. This is from a 4chan thread. This is during Pizzagate. This is actually November 3rd, so it's right in the heat of what I call Pizza Week, when Pizzagate was really kicking off, and they're talking about all kinds of stuff here. And this is like just a really despicable person here, but not an uncommon person on 4chan poll. So they say pedophile here. Let's establish some facts so you don't go off tangent. 1. Cheese pizza is an anagram alliteration for child pornography that came firstly from 4chan. Surely if what's going on here is what we think is going on, they, in triple brackets, the Jewish dog whistle there, later picked up and modified the term from the chans, just as pedophora also picked up the terms from here. The logic of image boards is such that something can't be spread without the consent of the many. See the magic words of torrent searches, etc., as an example of pedo shit from outside 4chan spreading on 4chan. Spreading because it already has a large enough foothold of people knowing what it was. And now, okay, so here's, okay, this is so gross. Sorry, gang. Oh, God. Okay, whatever. Now they're talking about the stuff from that FBI thing, the FBI page. CLGLBL, I think that means child love, girl love, boy love, was a stupid pedophile basement activism movement, basically dead now, fatally underfunded and universally mocked. It clearly has nothing to do with triple brackets them for these reasons. And also because the CL folks thought that they were the kind of gentle sort, they were the kind and gentle sort of pedos, while those polys, I guess that means politicians, are clearly into sexual violence. I knew the senior CL people, and they would have let slip if they had political connections. Anyway, my thoughts, there's no political ideology of pedophilia at work here. The triple brackets powers that be are pedophiles the same way they're owl worshippers, i.e. they're not. They're just psychopaths, and psychopaths are drawn to metaphysical inversions of the mainstream because society, okay, I feel like I've read enough of this. But yeah, like this is somebody who's actually is a pedophile commenting on a Pizzagate thread being like, guys, you know that the whole triangle spiral shit and like the whole CP pizza shit, like, that's all bullshit, right? Like that isn't actually a thing. Yeah. That reminds me of when I found the Dead Kennedys logo in a book about satanic graffiti. They thought it was the Hammer of Injustice. That's funny. Yeah, the DK. Dead Kennedy symbol. Oh, I didn't type anything in. Oh, that's so annoying. Dead Kennedy symbol. I'm trying to see it, because to me it's always looked like a picnic table. A hammer? This is supposed to be a hammer? A hammer of injustice? That's crazy. I don't even see it. But if you turn it sideways, it looks like a picnic table. That I do see. Oh no, you know what I can't see? Like a warhammer kind of thing. I see it. Like you grab it by the bottom and it's got like the hammer on the one side. Yeah. Actually, you know what? Yeah, that does look like a hammer of injustice. I guess the Dead Kennedys really were satanic evil monsters after all. Cool. All right, gang. Sorry. I just wanted to show you guys that because people make so that FBI list that he was looking at. Wow, I went back way further than I thought. Yeah, people make such a big deal of this, and it's really nothing. Like, show me one example where this actually turned out to genuinely be a pedophile trying to signal to other pedophiles. There isn't one. It's just one of those things that conspiracy theorists seize on to be like, oh, wow, no, I knew about all this. I'm sorry I looked at that post. It's not a fun post. There's a reason I didn't include it in the main video.
It's in Washington, D.C., and is run by a fellow who I refuse to call a man named James Alefantis.
So what is he then? Non-binary? What do you mean?
Ostensibly, Alefantis is a local pizza shop owner, as well as an art gallery owner and founder of several other restaurants. He became infamous in 2016 when, according solely to official narratives, a man named Edgar Madison Welch entered his humble ping pong pizza shop and claimed he was going to save the children from the basement, where he believed they were hidden for unknown reasons. More on that whole story later, though. But for most, that's the pinnacle of James Alefantis in this story. He owned the shop that was unfortunately the scene of a ridiculous conspiracy theory, which is how everyone sounds to me when they use that term. But what we get out of this is that everyone should feel really bad for this Alefantis guy and look no further. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is nowhere near where the story begins or ends for James Alefantis. The more astute might notice some things that are off about him. Firstly, for a pizza shop owner, he has some incredible...
Oh, 100% then, Luca. 100%. Like, I refuse to call James Alefantis a man. Oh, they're definitely blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, yeah, I mean, he's gay, whatever. Like, it's not like it's... Oh, am I still streaming? Something just refreshed here for me. But no, I think I'm still good, right? Yeah. Yeah, no, it's fine.
Incredibly powerful friends. Viewing his Instagram, we find photos of personal letters from Hillary Clinton, photos from campaign rallies, photos of Obama playing ping pong with a child, presumably
That's not at Comet Ping Pong, that's at the White House.
Taken by Alefantis, followed by a series of images which show Alefantis and Podesta, including one where Alefantis is holding a pizza pool floaty with, oh yeah, of all things, a creepy silhouette of a female behind the two of them. But
I mean, okay, yeah, that's one of hang on. So first you don't like Alefantis because he's gay, then you're mad that he's in front of an artistic piece of a woman. Oh yeah, he's got pizza because he runs a pizza shop. Yeah, he's with Podesta because Podesta's a lobbyist who sometimes holds dinners at fucking Comet Ping Pong.
Floaty with, oh yeah, of all things, a creepy silhouette of a female behind the two of them. But that is simply the beginning.
That must be at like Podesta's house, right? I think that was one of the art pieces that we saw earlier. Where is it? It's not even important.
This allegedly humble pizza shop owner has an Instagram full of depraved crap. I'm going to warn you, there is an archive of it online, if you can find it, from before James privated it in the days after the scandal erupted. And on there...
Yeah, I mean, I've seen the entire Instagram. It's not... How did he describe it? Depraved? It's just a lame Instagram.
You will find literal graphic images, like actual on his Instagram,
as
well as people engaged in various sexual acts on pizza or utilizing pizza. His Instagram also then contains weird, creepy, and in some cases downright disturbing photos of children.
Oh, this artist. This is actually one of my favorite Instagram accounts. And also, this isn't his page. This is a different, it actually says that, Comet Ping Pong employee. But yeah, this is I forget her name. Oh God, what's her name? But she does like funny, or is it? Oh, now I can't remember who it is. But I love this artist. They do like silly like sex pictures where like somebody's dick turns into a whatever hot dog or something like that. But if you think about it, ping pong backwards is Nip Nop, which as we all know is a failed action board game thing from the 70s. It failed, just like they want protecting children to fail. I think you're onto something here, DM Collins.
His Instagram also then contains weird, creepy, and in some cases downright disturbing photos of children, like the one of Obama playing ping pong with a child in the White House while people watch in what
what's disturbing about that? Playing ping pong with a child in the White House, forcing people to watch? What? Why is that disturbing?
Some weird basement. But far more questionable is the photo of a little girl James alleges to be his niece, with the top half of her sprawled out on top of a ping pong table that he has taped.
Yeah, I mean, it's whatever. I don't know. The kid was... I don't know what happened here, but it's masking tape. They're not actually tied down. You could get out.
Her hands to. Mind you, this girl, her face is blurred, but she's no more than 5 years old. if that. And I'm not sure how anyone can defend that as harmless play, as I've seen posted
Yeah,
online.
like people have found out who this girl is. It's Alephantis' goddaughter. And yeah, I don't know. That just seems like something you might do if you're having fun with your little, cousin or whoever, like, at a restaurant, and they've got some tape. Oh, well, we're gonna tape you up. They're not actually stuck there. Masking tape. They'll rip right off.
Especially considering the caption is #chickenlover, which is seen several times across his Instagram and is an unmistakable sign of something being awry, considering it's a known...
Yeah, it's an unmistakable sign of something being awry, because chicken lover is like an obscure gay, like, slang term. And just go with me on this, it's what you would call a pizza that has chicken on it. The Chicken Lover pizza. And Comet Ping Pong is a pizza shop.
Term for acts and tendencies. And combine that with naked photos of males and females, some of which I believe are him, with pizza covering their genitals, one has to wonder many things.
Again, this is not from Alephantis' page. This is from a different guy who's at Comet Ping Pong, I guess.
Did he not get banned from Instagram for this? And two, and much more importantly, why is this guy posting this? A guy who's close friends with seemingly everyone connected to these...
Yeah, I don't know. That's a weird one. I'll give you that. That's a little eyes wide shut.
Emails, and he's the guy who owns the restaurant that all these people rumored to be tied up in a deplorable ring are all referencing as the best pizza joint in the spot to visit. I have never nor will ever believe in coincidences. There's a rhyme and a reason to all things. So now with so many tally marks in favor of organized child trafficking and exploitation cult, one has to wonder what's going on here. And I'll theorize more later because I will remain fact focused. But without even diving into his Instagram posts, which I can't show on here, so we can't dive into, we should take a gander though at his profile picture, which appears to be a statue of a man from long, long ago. And that would be correct, but it's not just any man. Reverse image searching, one may find that it's actually a statue of Antinous. And Antinous, I didn't know and you might not know, is the little boy that essentially served as Hadrian's slave. Historians, for whatever reason, like to call him Hadrian's lover, but considering they met when Antinous was 12, I'm not going to stoop so low as them, as that would be implying consent could be given, which, as we've been over, children cannot give consent for such acts. So the short used it.
Okay, yeah, sure. Wow, he's cutting out a lot of shit. Here's another one.
As we've been over, children cannot give consent for such acts. So the short used the death of this little boy and created an entirely new cult around his dead little boy that he raised for almost a decade. And in this cult, Hadrian made Antinous a quote-unquote god. And I'll just...
Listen, okay, yes, nobody's saying that pederasty is okay. It's just certain parts of history that it was a pretty accepted thing. It's good that it's not anymore. But I think that so I've looked into this whole thing. Actually, why not? I can pull it up right now. There are a lot of here. Let me just find it. I think I have it in my Pizzagate sources folder here. Where Instagram. Let's find out. Because I think that part of this is true. Here we go. So I'm on archive.is here. This is so Alephantis' Instagram, like it was discovered on like I think November 3rd or 2nd or something like that by 4chan, and people started brigading it, and it got shut down like the next day. So this is the pic of, doesn't seem to be loading. Well, maybe can I go to the main page? Jimmy Comet. Oh, this account is private. Profile photo. Am I not able to view? Can I go back in time here? It's not showing me any of the pictures. That's annoying. Account is private again. How far back can we go? Oh, yeah. Okay, looks like 6th of November is the earliest. James Achilles Alephantis. Okay, so I guess, is he Greek? Alephantis? Is that like a Greek name? Oh, this is annoying. Why won't it load any of the photos? Open image in new tab. Can I do that? Come on now. There it is. Yeah, okay, we got it. All right. So this is his profile picture. So this is the one he's talking about. And can we do a reverse image search? Let's try. And let's go order it by oldest. And this is from 2014. So this is from before what's it called? Pizzagate. Where are we here? Sundance Film Festival. What the heck? Can't be reached. All right, what else we got? Lacaco. Nope, not working. Why? I want to know what the picture is. 2017, 2015, what about this? Oh, wow. Okay, so wait, there's only those 4 pictures? Jeez. Sundance Film Festival. Can I look at this? Can I search this up on the archive? Let's try. Let's try. Nope, not on there. Can I search it on Wayback Machine? Let's try. Nope. Usually I'm able to find more stuff from it. But, like, I just want to see, like, is this the guy that he's saying it is? What is it? Antinous? Hadrian?
From long ago. And that would be correct. But it's not just any man. Reverse image searching, one may find that it's actually a statue of Antinous.
Antinous. I mean, like, okay. Like, that doesn't look like the same guy. That's not the same sculpture. Right? The Jimmy Comet profile picture and the one he's got. It's not the same sculpture. So how do we know that that's the same guy? Let me look up Antinous. I mean, maybe it is. I don't know. Although that does kind of look like him, actually. Wait, is that him? That versus this. Still, I mean, it's very hard to say, right? Hey, boy, Antinous. I get, like, these could be, like, this kind of looks like him, right? Yeah, maybe. Is that him? No, it's different. It's slightly, like, the hair isn't right. I mean, it could just be a guy with, like, curly hair. Although, no, I think maybe, is this actually it? This one? It's hard to say. It's hard to say. Maybe that was a photo that he took himself. I mean, I don't know. Okay, whatever. All right. Let's find out. What's Antinous? Tell us who Antinous is.
Antinous, I didn't know, and you might not know, is the little boy that essentially served as Hadrian's slave. Historians, for whatever reason, like to call him Hadrian's lover, but considering they met when Antinous was 12, I'm not going to stoop so low as them, as that would be implying consent could be given, which, as we've been over, children cannot give consent for such acts.
Radical
so the
idea,
short used
right?
the death of this little boy and created an entirely new cult around his dead little boy that he for almost a decade, and in this cult, Hadrian made Antinous a quote-unquote god. And I'll just let you fill in the blanks on how you think this cult worshipped their quote god. Many historians also consider the statues and busts made of Antinous some of the best examples of ancient pederasty. Unsurprisingly, because many of the statues have his schlong out, and he has a strange, abusive air to him.
Yeah,
he's not totally there in his own mind, and it's pretty effeminate seeming in a lot of these.
Roman
but if you're
statue.
curious what I mean by that, look him up sometime, although be wary because
Yeah, he's got his schlong out. That's what the fucking art's like, man.
it's technically an ancient form of child pornography, as many of them were made
Now he's literally saying, like, ancient Greek Roman sculptures are child porn.
specifically for Hadrian's pleasure, with one of the most well-known and intact pieces being found in the remnants of Hadrian's estate. And as one historian notes, whoever made most of these statues depicted Antinous at the age he met and began being raised by Hadrian, which would have been done at Hadrian's bequest, which then pings these statues at roughly the age of 12 or 13 or 14. And we know this because in ancient CP making customs, when depicting a younger boy, you would do so, quote, without pubic hair and with carefully represented groin tissue. And most of the material we have on this fellow fits just that pattern. One of the many reasons Antinous statues are considered a staple in studying ancient food. This seems like the one Roman figure you wouldn't want to have as your profile picture when being heavily suspected and investigated for
the one Roman figure? Okay.
Dealing in children and handing them out to wealthy and powerful individuals who come to you to them, or for material about that activity. And you know exactly the same situation that happened to the guy we just discussed in your profile picture. Definitely just a coincidence though, right guys? All these in mind, the number of similarities I'm noticing between Epstein and Alefantis is disturbing. The child infatuation, erotic imagery for the public to see, powerful connections to politicians and the most wealthy people in America.
Genuine painting of a little girl in a lion, Zorro Ranch. One of the least disturbing Epstein pictures I've seen.
Something else is going on here, and we get another sign of what that something else may be in a GQ magazine 2012 edition that cites the 50 most powerful people in Washington. And if you had to guess, in a place where senators, representatives, lobbyists, billionaires, and even the president resides, who do you think made it onto that list, coming in at number 49? You guessed it, our humble pizza purveyor, James Alefantis. So then what makes him so powerful if he only owns a small handful of restaurants and what is referred to as a small art gallery? And the only clear sign as what that power could be for me is his obvious connection to the most powerful people in Washington, D.C. and in America. For those spooks though in the comments, before writing something vaguely pretentious and annoying, be helpful. Find me another reason he's on that list if he owns just a few restaurants and a small art gallery.
Yeah, I don't know. It was probably like not a serious list. Also, he has some power just owning this restaurant and knowing the people that he knows. He's like networking, you know? Yeah, I also think it's like weird and kind of dumb that he's on that list, but I don't think that it's GQ, okay? They're not trying to like, the people at GQ don't secretly know about the fucking Illuminati, like whatever, and they're not going to put Alefantis in there as a way of showing that shit. It's a listicle. It's like you're drawing conclusions based on a quirky choice of inclusion in a fucking BuzzFeed-esque like listicle.
I bet you can't. So speaking of powerful people in Washington, another source for Alefantis' power would be his well-known physical relationship and romantic relationship with a man. And not just any man, but...
Well, okay, that is homophobic. Why? What do you mean with a man? What the fuck?
David Brock, the founder of what people and organizations both on the left and right consider to be a hard left media watchdog organization named Media Matters.
Hard left? I would not say that that's what people think of it. Hard left? It's a fucking liberal. It's a liberal fucking, fact-checking organization. Who the fuck thinks that's hard left?
Purpose of this organization ostensibly is to monitor what they refer to as false narratives coming from the right-leaning news media sources, as well as make some of their own content. And it's obviously not very difficult to see, looking at Snopes and other mainstream media and fact checkers, that it's pretty common for these organizations to be used to block or reduce the spread of news.
He had a relationship with a man. Like, yeah. It's so fucked up the way he said that. Whoops.
Stories that harm your side's candidates. And it's sort of like shooting out flares in a fighter jet when a heat-seeking missile is launched at you. The missile tracks onto the other heat sources and then just flies away. It's the same thing here, except Media Matters publishes articles or influences others to publish articles to throw investigators off the scent. So suffice it to say, it's fair to suggest that it had a pretty considerable role to play in the current perspective that many have on the Gate. That being that it is a far-right conspiracy theory meant to harm Hillary Clinton's campaign. But let's take a closer look at Media Matters and see if it too has a trail of corruption like so many discussed today. And even Wikipedia, of all places, has to admit something is off, at least slightly, considering the Media Matters institution, because they are currently being sued for publishing defaming and fake media, or being investigated by the Attorney General of Texas for potentially fraudulent activity, and to ensure that the public has not been deceived. And alongside him, the Missouri Attorney General is doing the same. So suffice it to say, Media Matters is not exactly the creme de la creme, but is nonetheless an organization that does have influence, releasing studies on other orgs and sort of acting like a stamp of approval for what is liked and disliked and approved and disproved, and what we should consider news and not news. And funny enough, funding for this organization organization has come from other hugely powerful politicians and wealthy individuals and groups, like George Soros, everyone's favorite economy destroyer, or Bill Clinton, who actually gave them the office space to start the organization. Wow, how generous. And guess where that office space was located? In another think tank known as the Center for American Progress, which think tanks are total baloney, but that's neither here nor there right now. The important thing—
I mean, what does he mean by baloney? Like, think tanks they suck, you know? They're another part of the Domhoff kind of triad of the power elite. But yeah, you know, they're bad.
Know is that one specific fellow started that other think tank, and his name is John Podesta, the lad whose name appears thousands of times in the assumedly child-related emails, and the brother of the dude
assumedly child. Yeah, it's John Podesta's brother,
who has the CP art. So now with Bill and Hillary and the Podestas appearing once more, seems like in a very long way, we have a circle of familiar faces and names forming. And it's a circle I certainly believe is worth looking more into, although undoubtedly the more you look—
honestly, Tony Podesta and John Podesta would actually be very, like, a classic case to look at to prove this sort of like overlap between the corporate world and the political world that, like, Domhoff talks about, the power elite intersecting networks. Because John Podesta is, again, a political lobbyist, and Tony Podesta is a corporate lobbyist, and they're brothers, and they hang out all the time. You know, they're an extremely powerful family, I guess. Like they're extremely powerful brothers. Like the way that they're able to play off of each other's knowledge and connections is extremely powerful. Like it's kind of like their secret weapon.
The more you will find that the circle continues to expand. But as for Alefantis, you don't even have to look that hard to know this guy's up to no good. He posts image of selling children on his Instagram. So if that
is a doll, sir. Sir, that is a doll. He's posting a picture of a doll.
Warrant an investigation, nothing will. Back to the pizza place itself though, Comet Ping Pong, it should serve as no surprise that the weirdness is not kept merely to the confines of Alefantis Instagram. There are all sorts of things wrong with this joint. Normally I don't get too much into symbology because it's often full of schizo posting, unless it's just dead obvious, but in this case, it really is, and there's too much at play, especially considering the FBI released all the PDF file imagery we need to start making connections, and showed us that even shapes which share similarity to the ones they gave can be related. So I'll go rapid fire for this as best I can. The menus in Comet Ping Pong show 2 ping pong paddles, and initially this is nothing to be concerned with in and of it.
Do you really think that this is a good argument? I'm so shocked by how often people make this. That this thing, the 2 ping pong paddles crossed, must be a reference to this butterfly. It's they're not even close to being the same. Like, if you were a pedophile and you knew about these butterflies and you went to Comet Ping Pong and you saw this, would you have the confidence to go to James Alefantis and be like, so I saw I know what you were going for there. You meant like that butterfly with heart-shaped wings, right? Pink and blue, right? And that means you're, what does it mean? Child lover, right? That's what you mean by that, isn't it? No. You wouldn't do that shit. That's not even close.
Itself, but upon a second glance, they heavily resemble the child lover image from the FBI to be on the lookout for, or to be on the lookout for anything related or similar. But that's by far the least disturbing and incriminating thing here. The murals of Comet Ping Pong rival Tony Podesta's art for weirdness, depicting adults, most of whom are wearing no clothes, parading children and or the heads of children around, along with bizarre creatures enclosed in an embrace in the background. Not sure how you're supposed to play ping pong looking at that, but I will add that one of these humanoids appears—
What is wrong with this? Not sure how you're supposed to play ping pong looking at that? What? Why? It's just art, bro. You can't freak out every time you see art. Like, what?
To be wearing a crown, make of that power dynamic what you shall. The bathrooms are also littered in pornographic graffiti, which was either a stylistic choice from Alefantis, and he had it created this way, or he just left it up.
Yeah, that's graffiti, bro. What, have you never been in a bathroom? You're so afraid of art you can't even handle fucking scrawled on the bathroom wall art? Bro, that's the funniest thing to draw on a bathroom wall is a dick. You're not allowed to be mad about that. That's the funniest thing you can draw on a bathroom wall.
Because he liked it. The musical acts that Comet Pizza advertises for and hosts at their venue also go beyond what one might.
Okay, this is another thing I didn't get into, the heavy breathing thing I bet he's going to get into here. And a lot of people do think that these posters, that's just a spiral. That's just a spiral. So it's not even just triangle spirals anymore. It's just spirals now. Like that highlight isn't on the actual poster. Like he's done it or somebody has done that to highlight that.
Might anticipate if this were merely some random theory. For instance, one of the groups that performs in Comet Pizza is named Heavy Breathing and the other is named Stains. So we are already not off to a great start here, as it's not exactly the people I would normally anticipate to be performing at a pizza joint. But it goes further. In one of these songs, there is a scene where two characters discuss, you guessed it. The song is by Heavy Breathing and it's named I Know Love. The music video somehow on YouTube contains direct imagery of a nude female and other disgusting and perverted imagery, as well as this little gem of dialogue. The character on the left is named Bram72. Hey, do you ever go to house shows? And on the right, the character Majestic Ape 29 says, huh? Gross, ... What are you, a There's actually a whole rabbit hole where people believe this Majestic Ape fellow is actually James Alefantis, but we don't have that sort of time to go down.
Definitely isn't, but yeah, people do think that. The Majestic Ape stuff I didn't bother getting into in my video. This is like a comedian or performer or something. I don't really know what their deal is. I don't think they're very good. They do some gross, they just seem like a bad comedian to me. I don't know. I've been to a lot of comedy open mics. I don't know what this person's deal is. I don't know. Maybe I should look into them more. If he's not going to get into it, then I won't.
Where people believe this Majestic Ape fellow is actually James Alefantis, but we don't have that sort of time to go down there. Comment if you're interested in that. Nonetheless, let's go further to the other band named Stains. They have a song named Land of La La that has plenty of sexual material of its own and the thematic design of an MK Ultra victim's nightmares, but the astute noticed something I cannot take credit for because I can't make it through the video without becoming ill. But what others who did make it through noticed is that a symbol on this box in the background directly resembles the one the FBI warned us means boy lover and tells us to be on the lookout for any variant of it, and it appears not only once in this video but can be seen throughout the entirety of the video at various intervals. Hard to convince me that something that looks so similar was purely coincidental, but let's move on. The evidence
I don't know. It's a triangle spiral. Like I said, it's more common than you would think.
Goes well beyond the images alone. There's a video that implies the darkest things imaginable are taking place at Comet Ping Pong or nearby. Uploaded in the early days of YouTube, March 26 of 2007, this video is entitled Ping Pong in a Public Place, with just under 360,000 views as of the time of writing. It is critically underwatched. Be forewarned, you are only going to see two blokes playing ping pong and cars driving by, but it's not what you see that raises hairs. Instead, it's what you hear. Listen closely.
Wow, this is like exactly like that other video where he's like, you can hear a scream. What am I looking at? What the fuck am I looking at? So the yellow letters are what Coop wrote, but then there's somebody else wrote it. What is this? I mean, it sounds like Cats and Heat again. I mean, it's not, to me it sounds like kids, but like look, kids are loud. Okay. It's a family restaurant.
Not typically the place you'd expect to find children at night. Yes, this is a pizza joint, but it's also a bar, so the vast majority of the customers are drinking. So a child being there at night is kind of odd.
It's a family restaurant. I mean, it's not weird.
Odd in and of itself, especially outside, seemingly alone. Well, or I should say without parents.
Are there children outside? I didn't see any.
Being there and begging for help is an entirely different kind of sign. There is no other way to take it. These are evidently screams of fear, a child begging for help, and at one point she says, what I think is, Daddy, help me. But if I were to wager, no one came to save her. But what makes this even more disturbing is that I have a lot of evidence that
that's so crazy. He does this all the time, where he just hears a really random sound in a video and he jumps to all kinds of conclusions. He's got his favorite fucking tricks he goes to. Coop. All right, this is worse than I thought. But now that I'm watching it, I'm remembering the other Coop video we watched and how dumb it was.
Suggests that there are missing children directly connected to this place and to the people involved, but we will get into that later. As of now, though, this is just another sign that something afoul is running amok. And if this really is what we suspect...
Sometimes he uses this really antiquated terms. He's like, something afoul is running amok. Also, that's like so redundant. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, right? Danny DeLuca, I have kids. Kids can be annoying. Yeah. He's like, evidently they are in danger of their life. He's like, I don't think so, man. I don't think something afoul is running amok. I think the kids are just loud. And yeah, a kid was loud near Comet Ping Pong one time. Family restaurant / bar / ping pong / pizza place. It's not, that isn't proof of anything, bro. You gotta have more than that. Like, again, this is like, yeah, people take their kids to places they drink all the time. Yeah, it's got fucking ping pong tables. It's got pizza. Why wouldn't there be kids there? It doesn't even look like it's that late. I don't know, man. I don't know. This guy drives me crazy. All right, let's just keep going.
We just heard on that camera, then God, please hold that child near to you and your son Jesus for all time. Amen. Intriguingly, the original upload.
Wait, what? He just did a prayer there in the middle of the video? Wait. How did he get it? How did he launch into the prayer?
Running amok. And if this really is what we suspect we just heard on that camera, then God, please hold that child near to you and your son Jesus for all time. Amen. Intriguing.
What the fuck? Okay, I mean, like, I should laugh at him because I think maybe he does earnestly think that this is a serious situation where the child is in danger.
The original upload of this video seems to either...
I like how he's like shouting out this channel too. He's like, criminally underwatched video. I mean, it's actually not doing, but it's got more views than this video does. Like this Coop video, it's got 359,000 views. Whereas this video by Coop only has 199,000. Like, I don't know. I feel like it's watched. I feel like it's criminally overwatched, if anything.
Know what he has or be completely unaware, because the titling is only about the ping pong, but the hundreds if not thousands of comments across each version on the internet all reference the screaming. It certainly is quiet.
There's multiple versions, bro. Come on, you can't be upset. This has gotten a lot of views.
But it's not that quiet where if you posted this to the internet and you were watching it through, it's not like you wouldn't notice. It's still clearly there. This is also the video that has been known to get taken down on certain occasions, therefore the titling may be a method of obfuscating anyone who may wish to have it removed. So I'm glad we've made enough.
Yo, are you serious, DM Collins? Are you serious? The band at 4228 of Coop's video is Sex Stains. They have a guitarist named Sharif, who's also in my band, and our album just came out and it's really good. Really? Because he goes into them. That's nuts. 4228. Hang on, where are you? 4558.
That has plenty of sexual material of its own.
This band? This band with the triangle spirals on the cubes? So the guitarist, you said?
And the thematic design of an MK
that's so crazy.
Ultra victim's nightmares, but the astute noticed something I can...
You gotta ask Sharif about those triangle spirals.
Not take credit for, because I can't make it through the
I mean,
video.
This looks like a fun music video, to be honest.
Without becoming ill. But what others who did make it through noticed...
even though Coop apparently can't make it through the video without becoming ill.
Design of an MK Ultra victim's nightmares, but the...
the video, he says, looks like it's straight out of an MK Ultra victim's nightmares.
Astute noticed something I cannot take credit for, because I can't make it through the video without becoming ill. But what others...
He's so dramatic. He's such a drama queen, Coop. Sees shit like this and he can't help but become ill. People Talk. Are you in like the DC area then? Like, have you guys ever played at Comet Ping Pong? What's it called? People Talk? People Talk Band. People Talk the band. Cool. Not trying to dox you or anything, you know. We ain't gotta get into it, but cool, man. And wait, is this you or 12 years ago? LA. Okay. As we all know, iterative geometry equals child molestation. That's so funny. That means like spiral, right? That's awesome. You have played a Comet Ping Pong? Cool. Very cool. Hell yeah, dude. All right. Well, hey, we're almost on this video. I'll put you on put on some of your stuff in a second if you don't mind. Yo, throw me a link in the description of something that we can check out, because I think I want to take a little break and grab another drink, because this is only the first out of 2 videos that Coop made.
Who did make it through noticed is that a symbol on this box.
Oh, sorry. Okay. To be honest, we kind of broke up, but then just put out our album. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. That exact thing happened to a friend of mine's band, and it was so bittersweet. they'd worked on it for so long, and then they had to. It was just like they had a fucking album release and everything, and yeah, that sucks. What's a farfisa?
Internet, all reference to streaming. It certainly is quiet, but it's not that quiet where if you post this to the internet and you were watching it through, it's not like you wouldn't notice. It's still clearly there. This is also the video that has been known to get taken down on certain occasions, therefore the titling may be a method of obfuscating anyone who may wish to have it removed. So I'm glad we've made another archive of it online here for posterity's sake. But even stranger and somewhat ironic is that there's another restaurant vaguely connected about a block down from Comet Pizza that also sells pizza, which does have a basement, and the restaurant's name is Besta Pizza, and has a logo that nearly identically matches some of the symbols that are given to us from the FBI. A logo that this Besta Pizza...
Yeah, they did change their logo. Guess when they did that? When Pizzagate guys started like harassing them. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that really proves anything.
Changed right when the gate first broke. And there's also another joint named Beyond Borders across the street that matches almost exactly that of the Girl Lover logo from the FBI. Just worth note. It's hard to convince me that anyone can believe all these are coincidences, so I have a magnificent piece of Riverside property I would just really like to sell you in the Nether. Boy, I could cook on Comet.
Oh, Coop's got his own Minecraft server. Cool.
Magnificent piece of Riverside property.
Hell yeah.
I would just really like to sell you in the Nether. Boy, I could cook on Comet Ping Pong for hours, from the rumors and images of a basement freezer to countless other posts we didn't get to, but there is nonetheless something else we need to discuss so we can enter this next topic, which will be the alleged shooting, as well as just keep the video moving. So what we first must cover are the rumors of a server being hosted from a back room in Comet Ping Pong.
Okay, this is, okay, so he dropped earlier, Finland pointed out, or I think somebody mentioned, the fucking patsy. That's the word I was trying to think of. Madison Welch being a patsy because no photos of him apparently exist online. He must be a patsy. This is the only thing I can think of, and it's so stupid. All right, let's watch.
Or what one might suspect are rumors until we learn a little bit more. So most of these servers are complete speculation and are denied by the mainstream media or not even brought up, but as we discuss later with Edgar, it is allegedly one of the things that motivated him to conduct the quote-unquote shooting. So there's a lot riding on this part of the story, and it's very interesting what happens, but I'll quit the yap. This begins with the disturbing account of a single man who, in the wake of the gate and the emails breaking, decided to take it upon himself to pry open the case a bit further for us to see what we could get at. And while poking around the Comet Pizza website, he stumbled into what essentially amounts to the back rooms. It was this bizarre webpage that had a chart which listed a series of files, their sizes most of which appear to be very large, video size large, the date, the tag, a section to input the DL key or download key I presume, and a button to download. Now as you can see from the screen, this technically...
Yeah, okay. I remember this part too. Didn't go into this in my thing either. I don't remember. Okay, hang on.
It was this bizarre webpage that had a chart which listed a series of files, their sizes most of which appear to be very large, video size large, the date, the tag, a section to input the DL key or download key I presume, and a button to download. Now as you can see from the screen, this technically inclined individual has uncovered a members private area on the Comet Ping Pong site, and in no world should there even be a private members area on a pizza website, but brushing that aside for a moment, the notion that there are dozens of encrypted video sized files hosted on the Comet Pizza Ping Pong website makes no sense. And rather humorously, I heard one individual try and write it away as security camera footage, but one, then it would have been labeled for the camera and the date, and two, it wouldn't be hosted on the website with encryption keys. That's so silly. So what else could be going on here then? Except the absolute worst things possible, and much like Epstein,
you can't just assume shit that, hey, what's this thing? I don't know what it is. You know what? Let's just do the safe assumption and just say that it's definitely child pornography. I think that's got to be what it is.
That is alleged to have gone on, is being recorded, and perhaps is even out there to be downloaded by those in the know for their viewing pleasure. Furthermore, the site is /was evidently being monitored because the following day the password was changed and new obstacles were placed to prevent anyone from seeing this. So for us today, the site's page no longer exists when you look up Comet Pizza online, and when you look at the Wayback Machine, the best we can get is a password protected page. This one, as far as we are aware,
there's a lot of shit that people posted online being like, look what I found on the Comet Ping Pong website. Oh, unfortunately, they took it down and we can't get to it anymore. That I just assume is fake. I don't know this one. I have seen people post this. I mean, I don't know what it is. I don't know. This could be something on the website. Maybe this was real. But, I mean, you know what? I will assume that it is real because if someone had made this up, I think it would be more incriminating, right? I was never able to find an actual thing of this. I was just able to find, screenshots of it. But let's just assume this is real. If it is real, whatever. I don't know. There's zip files. Like, it doesn't even say how big they are, does it? He said that their, it does, size, 238-27361. What is that? What is that? Bytes? It's just nothing, you know, it's, we don't know what it is. It could be anything.
So what else could be going on here then? Except the absolute worst things possible, and much like Epstein, everything that is alleged to have gone on is being recorded and perhaps is even out there to be downloaded by those in the know for their viewing pleasure. Furthermore, the site is /was evidently being monitored because the following day the password was changed and new obstacles were placed to prevent anyone from seeing this. So for us today, the site's page no longer exists when you look up Count Pizza online, and when you look at the Wayback Machine, the best we can get is a password clearly actively in a I actually our download-filled website in mind. I am gonna have to cliffhanger you there. I actually have episode 2 written already for this one, so I really hope you guys enjoy this. It's been a crazy deep dive to make. I could tell the Oklahoma City video, it just didn't seem like as many people were interested, so I'm happy to go back to that if you guys would like me to. But I thought this might be a more interesting and happening topic, especially with all the Epstein stuff, and I think we might have overlooked some things here related to the gate. So I just wanted to give this a try and see how it goes. I hope you guys like it though. Also growing the mustache, so you'll get to see that progress through the outro.
Okay. All right.
I've never had a mustache. I've already been made fun of, and I got a bad haircut, guys. It's been a rough hair week. Seriously though, thank you so much for watching. I appreciate your guys' support so much. Thank you for the Patreon supporters. Paul, you know who you are. And everyone out there, it means the world. I'm gonna be getting more stuff out there here in the next few weeks.
Oh, now I see it. He does have a mustache. Okay, I was like, what? No, he is.
And for all the channel members, thank you. It's a whole process, you guys, and I'm really grateful to have you guys here along the way. We're almost at 100K, and I'm just so excited. Thank you guys for being awesome. Hope you guys really enjoy the series.
Okay, all right, that's enough of that. Fuck, should I watch the second one? That was just part one, guys. There's another half. I kind of want to watch the second half, but I don't really want to watch it right now. Yeah, because I want to get myself another glass of wine if there's any left. But okay, but so is there no way for me to play your band there, DM Collins? This is your new band, LA's People Talk. The punk band, you say? Punk rock and roll band. Sharif Dumani, who's also in the cum stands? the map stands, as they might be called. But wait, does this play it or? LA's People Talk. Cool, man. Well, I'm not sure I'm able to listen to anything. But hey, congrats. Congratulations. All right. Sorry, where were we? Is this you guys too? This looks like kind of old. Oh, you went to where the Oklahoma City bombing happened a couple of days after it happened? Oh, damn, really? Wow. Well, maybe we should watch Coop's video on that. I think somebody was mentioning in the Discord about what's it called? Wendy Painting's book, Aberration in the Heartland of the Unreal. Wispy little mustaches. I mean, it's not really even that, to be fair. It's just a, what do you call it? Stubble. Okay, sorry. I gotta find something quick to put on for you guys. How about bibbity bobbity boo. What's fun? Oh, jeez. This is fun.
Do you seriously think that I have a single...
Encircled by the Onion. 1 Onion subscriber versus 20 non-subscribers. I mean, this is definitely like kind of blatant like advertising, but it's funny. It's funny. Gang, guys, don't get mad at me for putting this on for a second.
Do You seriously think that I have a single person in my life that I should be getting a gift for?
I assume most people do.
You think that I have friends?
Yeah.
So name one of my friends.
I could buy so much more for $99. I could buy a new car.
I'm admittedly not an expert, but I'm pretty sure most cars cost more than $99.
See, that's the problem with all you onion people. You all think most cars cost more than $99.
So your whole argument is bull.
I think we can both agree.
Admit it.
I'm not going to admit that my whole argument is bullshit. My name is Alex Spellman, and I'm an Onion subscriber. And today, I am surrounded by 20 non-subscribers. I hope we can have a productive conversation. My first claim, the Onion subscription is a great value.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay, so that is literally so out of touch. I mean, $400,000 a week?
No, that's not what it costs. It's not.
And you only get one print subscription every 3 years?
That's not remote. Wait, where did you hear that?
I read it somewhere.
No, that's not even close, okay? It's actually $99 a year. And you get a brand new print edition of The Onion sent to your home once a month. That's 12 issues of The Onion, roughly $8 a month. I have a receipt.
Oh, so you have a receipt on your phone?
Yeah,
Oh, so you have proof? This is some big gotcha moment?
Well, honestly, I would personally pay more for the subscription.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How can you say that with a straight face? Seriously, I could buy so much more for $99. I could buy a new car.
I'm admittedly not an expert, but I'm pretty sure most cars cost more than $99.
See, that's the problem with all you onion people. You all think most cars cost more than $99. Look. I love The Onion. It's my main source of news. But there's just no way I'm going to spend more than $3,500 a year just to get it sent to my house.
Okay, so right there, what you just said, I think you might be misinformed.
I don't think so.
Look, $99 is less than $3,500.
Seriously?
It is significantly less than $3,500. And that's just math.
Okay, well, I do math every day at my job, but sure.
It's a bargain. And not to mention, sometimes it's even cheaper. Like, for example, The Onion's upcoming Black Friday sale is going to be an amazing deal.
That's your opinion.
Nope.
But
It is.
even if there was some kind of amazing deal coming up, I just don't think that's what my tax dollars should be going towards.
Hold on a second. None of your tax dollars are going to an
When
Onion
I pay
subscription.
federal income tax, a percentage of that goes to The Onion for everybody's subscriptions, and I just don't think...
Where did you hear that?
I heard that somewhere.
Thanks. My next claim, print media is not dead.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about a subscription to The Onion. One of the best things about having The Onion delivered to my door every month is a reminder that
I don't know
print
what you're talking about, and I'm bored.
with all due respect, there are some flaws in your argument
I
there.
want a snack.
Okay. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Why aren't you a subscriber to The Onion?
Do you have any chocolate milk?
All right, I see you're changing the subject. I have a simple claim. Print media is not dead.
Why?
Because people love holding a real newspaper in their hands. and
Why? Why?
Because it's better than reading everything.
Why?
I see what you're doing here. Okay? You're trying to distract from the fact that you can't argue your position. The fact is, there's no good reason not to subscribe to The
I have
Onion.
to use the bathroom.
I think I need to give you a chance to respond to my claims. And I don't think distraction is going to help your situation here. If you even give me a chance to talk about the member exclusive benefits, I guarantee you'd be on board. My next claim is a subscription to The Onion makes a great gift for your friends and loved ones.
What friends and loved ones?
Well, I guess really anyone in your life.
You seriously think that I have a single person in my life that I should be getting a gift for?
I assume most people do.
You think that I have friends?
Yeah.
Name one of my friends.
That's impossible. I don't even know you.
See, I got you there.
No,
Yeah.
well,
See, I don't have a single person in my life or a quote-unquote loved one. So your whole argument, it kind of falls apart, doesn't it?
Get it as a gift for yourself.
So now you're moving the goalposts.
No, I'm not moving the goalposts. I'm just saying, like, with the holiday season coming up, plenty of people are probably wondering what to get as a gift for their friends, for their parents, their kids.
I think I am going to tag myself out. I think someone else here can respond to your last point better than I can.
Okay. Thanks, man. Okay, same claim.
Who delivers the Onion newspaper to subscribers?
What do you mean?
I mean, who delivers this, how did you put it, a great holiday gift?
Comes in the mail every month.
The mail. The mail. Correct me if I'm wrong here. Are you talking about the United States Postal Service?
It is, yes. I believe it is.
If it's not delivered by me, Santa Claus, in my reindeer, then I hate to break it to you, but it's not a holiday gift. And also, it's taking my business. It's absurd. Your whole argument is absurd.
Wait, listen. People will still be getting gifts that only Santa Claus can deliver, okay? That doesn't take away from what I'm saying.
You're a fucking dick.
Watch it, okay?
Watch it?
The little kid there. There's one guy with like a mass giant flag. Very good stuff. The Onion finally. What do you mean? Almost getting good again. Onion's been good, dude. Onion never went away. Onion never went away. Although their video shit used to be phenomenal, and I feel like lately they've been kind of getting. They've been coming back. But all right, guys, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just watch both. Let's watch both. I don't know. We'll see how far we can get. I got some food, so maybe this will help me to not talk as much if I eat while we watch this. Let's try. So, Pizzagate, and see how he does it. He separates them out. He doesn't He doesn't type it up straight up. And the other one was called like Pizza and Gates or something like that. Yeah, a definitive guide to pizza and Gates. And that's how you don't get your channel deleted, I guess. You know, you gotta be smart about these things.
Like and subscribe, check out the Instagram. Now let's dive. When we left off last episode, we had just discussed the bizarre server one user
that's weird. That's kind of what I said at the beginning of my video. Let's dive into the swamp.
Had uncovered and tapped into. And unsurprisingly, according to his testimony, it was filled with the sorts of things you can imagine. But what is a bit more surprising is that
somebody said that he actually found it?
In this same interview that you can't find online almost anywhere, our valiant friend reports that in the coming days, problems began to emerge for him and his family. Now, if you haven't seen the first episode, I'd recommend checking that out first, but part 2 is also still enjoyable as a standalone. So what then did he experience after exploring the Comet Ping Pong servers? The first strange happening for our friend was that a few days after cracking into the servers, while he was in his office working, and his son was in the other room towards the front of the house, he began hearing through his door his son yelling for him. And the layout of the house is shotgun style, he explains, so that you can see straight out to the front door from the hallway of his office. And so when he heard the child screaming for him and he went into the hallway and he saw a man peering in through the front glass of his door, he was pretty caught off guard. The man quickly made eye contact with our friend.
Guys, I'm sorry. What's he talking about? Who is this? The guy from the interview? The guy who said he hacked the Pizzagate website?
And then he ran. This is obviously immensely creepy. This man's child and house were being scouted by a strange man. Could it have just been an intruder? Perhaps, but given the context and the timing, I find that doubtful. Even stranger though is that our friend will report just a few days after this incident that one of his work trucks was badly damaged, seemingly having been run into by another car. The perpetrator of this incident also fled and was never found. And this was quite the shift for a man who just a few weeks prior could never have anticipated any of this happening. But based on the interview, what seemed to catch him most off guard was that when he tried reporting these incidences to the police, like what he had found on the Comet Ping Pong server, the police completely ignored him. He would call, report it to the officer, then get transferred to another officer, then to another, then to a detective, then to another, and then the phone call would die, or they just wouldn't pick up the phone. And this same pattern occurred not over just a couple of days, but over several weeks of trying to get this information to the police. They just simply wouldn't take it. And from what I can ascertain, no report was ever filed on the police's end, showing us that if we weren't sure already, this...
Yeah, I mean, like, it seems like where this guy's getting most of his information from is just like the most fucking pilled websites he can find that source 4chan or somebody claiming to be whatever, a hacker. All right. Okay, so the hacker had a scary day.
Corruption certainly does run deep. Thankfully, though, there is a bit of a positive side to this story. The man who snuck behind Comet Ping Pong's firewalls is still active on Twitter.
Why does he keep showing us this clip? What is this supposed to mean?
Meaning he most likely isn't dead, although...
So a Japanese woman stamping a lot of checks? What?
These days we can't be sure for certain, but it's the little wins that keep us going, you guys. 2:46 a.m. and I'm editing this video, and I realized when I watched through the interview a little bit of it again with this guy, talked about how someone was arrested by the police that was in his bushes in a full ghillie suit and a mask, watching his house and his family. And as it turns out, that's actually true. There's an article to this, but I wanted to add that in here because we have more evidence that this guy was actually under duress by somebody or some organization. Okay, so now we're gonna go all the way back to the guy that we started this video series talking about, a man named Edgar Madison Welch. On December 4th of 2016, Edgar, allegedly knowing some of this information that we've discussed about the servers and about the emails, was incredibly...
No, he wouldn't have known any of that shit, bro. He was watching InfoWars. He's talking shit that was like way more niche.
Convinced that Comet Ping Pong was the epicenter of the Clinton family spearheaded Washington, D.C. ring. Edgar was also for some strange reason under the impression that there was a basement to Comet Pizza, for which there is not, although at the time there was theory circulating about a basement because Elefantis hints at a basement by showing an unfinished room and a hole being dug with a ping pong table in the background, effectively baiting a proverbial hook. But it was pretty commonly understood and debunked among the more conspiratorial side of the internet that the basement alluded to was not at Comet Ping Pong, but rather another place known as the Pegasus Museum. But that, you guys, is...
Oh, okay. Hot Goblin. Now you say what it was. When I asked you what it was, you just said, nah, I can't really explain it. It's too complicated. It's good, though. Really delicious. Mushroom, Roman-style gnocchi. Gnocchi alla Romana with a mushroom cream sauce. Yeah, really delicious. I didn't know what it was. I went to put hot sauce on it, and she told me not to. Fiance Goblin over there. Yeah, I want to see the news story. I mean, was that the guy, or was that just like a different ghillie suit guy? Either way, that's scary.
Is a rabbit hole for later, but I wanted to be clear that it wasn't really
I'd like to imagine that part of the story is true. Some 4chan anon who tricked himself into believing he was a hacker kept harassing the police, and they just finally decided to leave him on hold. Yeah, I love that when excuse me, I love that when whenever like, you know, right-wing conspiracy guys find a story when it's like when they're like, and the police were actually unhelpful, they think that that's like a sign of a big conspiracy. And it's like, no, that's not a... Police just suck, man. They don't really help in any situation. No, haven't tried the risotto yet. Roman, huh? You know what kind of stuff the Romans were into? Yeah. Whoopsie.
Suspected that there was a basement of Comet Ping Pong, and no one who wasn't a spook thought that the kids were actually down in the basement of this place. So now back to Edgar. I want to preface that
okay, that's crazy. I take issue with the way he says spook. Like, spook means like you're like intelligence or something, right? You're like an agent. He's saying Edgar Welch is a spook because he thought there was a basement to Comet Ping Pong. Dude, fucking everyone thought there was a basement to Comet Ping Pong until the fucking shooting happened. Everyone, what did he, okay, wait, let me make sure I'm hearing him right.
The kids were actually down in the basement of this place. So now back to one who wasn't, but I wanted to be clear that it wasn't really suspected that there was a basement of Comet Ping Pong, and no one who wasn't a spook thought that the kids were actually down in the basement of this place.
Dude, okay, what the fuck are you talking about? Jack Posobiec, if you know Jack Posobiec, he's like a very weird but fucking successful like alt-right guy now. One of the fucking guys who got the fucking Epstein emails. He recently wrote a book called Unhumans, which is blurred by J.D. Vance. Nathan Robinson from Current Affairs said that it was the most fascist book he's ever read, including, and he has also read Mein Kampf. This guy's a fucking piece of shit, like a total like Nazi. He used to post a bunch of like 1488 shit, where he'd be like, only 14 days and 88 minutes, blah, 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 blah. Jack Posobiec, like shortly before Welch went to Comet Ping Pong, went himself to Comet Ping Pong with a fucking Periscope, like recording himself on his phone on Periscope, this long ass video. I actually have it downloaded on my hard drive somewhere. I ended up deciding not to get into Jack Posobiec in that video, but he's saying like, oh my God, I'm in Comet Ping Pong right now and I see kids. Oh my God, there's kids going down into the basement. Oh my God, there's a bunch of kids here and they're like, actually, it looks like they've just been molested. I see guys going down with them. Okay, there's something weird going on here. He's like sitting in Comet Ping Pong saying this shit. And this is how he became famous. He was not famous before this at all. He was working on Roger Stone's team. He was an employee of Roger Stone during the 2016 election, but he wasn't like an influencer at all. It was through Pizzagate that he became big. He became a big Pizzagate influencer. Michael Flynn Jr. was like retweeting him the day after the shooting and being like, Pizzagate's still real, and that's why he got fired. Anyway, oh yeah, Jack Posobiec literally is a spook. And yes, sorry, Danny Toluca, what does he mean by spook? Yeah, I know it. Yes, it's true. Maybe I should avoid saying it, but I mean, not using it in a racial slur sense. It is also often used to mean like you work in intelligence, like you're a FBI or CIA spook or something like that. Yes. So yeah, the Alephantis, he was like, we get the spices, we store them in the basement. And like that's an actual quote from him before the, anything Pizzagate happened. Apparently he was referring to another one of his restaurants that had a basement, not Comet Ping Pong. But yeah, anyway, what was I saying? Anyway, okay. Also, I will say, I'm noticing he's using this photo of Edgar Welch, which I believe he would have gotten from his Facebook. So he must have, because the first one, he's like, there's only like 3 pictures of this guy online. So he's definitely a patsy. And now he's like, he must have, in between the first video and the second video, he must have stumbled across like, oh, actually, no, it seems like this guy did exist. Seems like this guy has had a web presence for quite some time.
So now back to Edgar. I want to preface that the following narrative I'm going to tell a short bit of is solely from the mainstream media. That being that Edgar Madison Welch had been a serious follower of the pizza incident findings and was deeply entranced in the idea of the elite pedo ring being run out of Comet Pizza, which is already a red flag because, as discussed, most didn't think it was literally being run out of Comet Pizza, as in there weren't children there.
Dude, you said that in the last video. What are you talking about? Most people didn't think it was literally being run out of Comet Ping Pong? That is complete bullshit. That is complete. I don't even know how the fuck he can say that. He himself, wasn't he say, am I tripping right now? Did he not say that in the last video? He was like, I could go on and on about James Alefantis and Comet Ping Pong, showing all these fucking the scary art and shit. Like, dude, you thought that. Nobody seriously thought that children were being abused in Comet Ping Pong? What the fuck? What is happening? Okay, I said I wasn't going to talk as much for this one, but I just got to let him cook.
In spite of that fact, though, we were told he was reading all the emails and that he understood what was happening to a pretty high level. And so Edgar
We were not told he was reading all the emails, man. He was watching InfoWars.
From North Carolina to Washington, D.C., parked outside of Comet Pizza, and then was arrested an undetermined amount of time later, which I guess to be around 15 to 30 minutes. We aren't really certain exactly of the time, but that's about all we really know. Now, in the comments, I'm sure you're saying, but Cooper, it was a mass shooting. Like 10,000 people lost their lives, and it's a national tragedy, and that's why we have a National Ping Pong Day. I mean, I'm joking, obviously. If you're watching part 2 of this video, you likely know better than that. Although it is worth noting that many people I've had this conversation with are under the impression that a mass casualty event did occur that day.
I do. I'm a little bit conflicted because I do think it's kind of fucked up that people call it like the Pizzagate shooting or whatever. When like, I know he shot a door with a gun, like fired his gun into a door. That's it. Nobody was hurt, but people still talk about it like it was a shooting. And I have heard people say like, oh yeah, somebody got shot, right? Like people don't really know that much about it, but I definitely haven't heard it like what he's saying. Like I haven't heard people say that it was like a massacre or whatever. But like, you know what? Like I'll score this 1 for Coop. Because I do agree. It's super weird that people even call it a Pizzagate shooting when it's just like he went into a restaurant. He had a gun. He looked around. He put the gun down and he turned himself in. Like, you know, it's not that dramatic, but
that's about all we really know. Now, in the comments, I'm sure you're saying, but Cooper, it was a mass shooting. Like 10,000 people lost their lives, and it's a national tragedy, and that's why we have a National Ping Pong Day. I mean, I'm joking, obviously. If you're watching part 2 of this video, you likely know better than that. Although it is worth noting that many people I've had this conversation with are under the impression that a mass casualty event did occur that day. And that is in large part due to the mainstream media and slop tubers. But something even more bizarre to me than that, because it's about what I expect from the internet, is that the narrative around that day has become solidified even deeper than just the superficial level. I sat in a class one time where the professor and students actually thought people were shot and died, and that it was all just crazy, deranged Trump supporters engaging in a conspiracy theory. Besides the point, I don't want to yap too much. However, it's hard to blame people who believe Pizzagate was just a conspiracy entirely for a number of reasons. The main one being that, depending on what source you read, you are going to get a different account. Some will say that there were 3 shots fired, some will say 1, and as a later eyewitness will state, there were no shots fired at all. However, what all the sources left and right had to agree on is that supposedly Edgar brought in his Colt-branded AR-15 into the Ping Pong Pizzeria, and in so doing scared away all the customers. At which point, he walked around the restaurant, opened some doors, found nothing, until eventually, however, it is claimed that Edgar found a locked door where Alefantis later tells us it's just a coat room, which one would ask why your employee's coat closet is locked, but questions for another time, which is what went through Edgar's mind, we are told, as he assumed that the secret locked door hidden in the back must be the one that leads to the basement and or has the children right behind it. And so a man who claimed to be on the hunt for abducted children shot through said locked door, in so doing striking 3 children who would later succumb to their wounds. Now the last part is obviously false, but he did however manage to shoot through the thick wooden door from such a high angle that the bullet managed to fly straight through the wooden door and bury itself in the server resting obscured in the back of the room. But first of
people always call it a server. That's a computer.
all, why is there a server in a pizza place anyway? And I presume this is the one that hosted the encrypted files, which we are told from the person who hacked into the server were hiding CP and CP related materials.
Okay. So no, so somebody claims they saw this. We can't even find this page that you're showing. It's a screenshot, but who knows? And you're like, oh, I'll jump into all these conclusions. Oh, it's a server. Okay.
Just a little point for reference. But what's most intriguing to me is that of all places, this bullet could.
Why would they lie? Yeah. Don't want people going through your employee stuff. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, why would you? He's getting so suspicious that he locked a door. He locked the door to the private office.
Landed after going through the door where a guy doesn't know it's even in there. And it flies through the top of this server and embeds itself in the hard drives. Yeah, okay, that's not sus. The one bullet lands exactly where the evidence is believed to be stored. The evidence that our computer friend from earlier managed to grab from off the website before it was buried behind new secret measures and firewalls. The same.
So, yeah, this is where right, yes, I've seen Flesh Simulator video as well. I don't know. I guess the idea here is that Edgar Welch was a patsy, just like Lee Harvey Oswald was a patsy. They got him to kill John F. Kennedy. They got Edgar Welch to go to Comet Ping Pong and assassinate their server. I mean, like what is a server? Is a server just? Can you just call a computer a server? I thought servers were supposed to be like these massive like things that host like shit on the online. I don't know, but let's just say it's a server. If you're James Alefantis and you're like, oh, I've got a bunch of bad shit on this server. Oh, I need some way to fucking get rid of it. Just it's your place. It's your pizza shop. Just do it yourself. Why do you need to get some like MK Ultra some kid from fucking North Carolina and get him to do it? Like, there are easier ways to do it. Oh yeah, okay. You can have a PC size server. Okay, yeah. I mean, totally fair. A small PC size, any computer connected to the internet as a server. Oh, okay. Okay. So literally any computer. Oh, okay. Server equals computer. Okay. If it's hosting stuff, it's a computer. Oh, okay. Or it's a server. Okay. All right. Now my computer's a server. Then I got shit I'm hosting. All right. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Okay. Now I see. Because I do have like my Plex server and my audiobook server. The server is a computer that stores CCTV footage, controlled and voice captures or shit. I forget what it's called. Oh, okay. You know what? That makes total sense, guys. Thank you for enlightening me on that. But it just feels like it calling it a server makes it sound so much more sinister. I mean, yeah, I don't know.
Information that was hidden on the drives that our buddy here reported to the police that they then wouldn't take. The same information that Edgar supposedly saw just a short while before the shooting, and instead of using it to help bring down the ring, he drives hundreds of miles to destroy. All the while, from what I can tell, leaving no bullet hole in the door he supposedly shot through. For a guy who doesn't believe in coincidences like myself, that seems about 500 degrees beyond the realm of possibility, and way more like something was staged. And maybe old Eddie here was part of something larger. But to recap, let's look at it from the other side so we can better make the argument that Edgar is a patsy. If I were James Alefantis, who I think it's worth noting, his name is almost an exact anagram for the French phrase on screen now that I won't be saying, and I were...
That's not at all how it's pronounced. J'aime les enfants, James Alefantis. It's not an anagram at all. It's not almost an exact anagram at all. The letters are also completely different. Yeah, it's very silly. This kid Coop's a baby Nazi. Yeah, I don't know. I think he means well. Listen, I try to see the best in people, you know? He's wrong about a lot of stuff, but I think he's just kind of like maybe young and excited, and maybe also he's getting kind of pushed in a certain direction by his audience, but Yeah, I don't know.
In theory, in charge of managing a giant trafficking and ring of children, with the server containing the explicit materials and participant info being run out of my pizza shop, and it was just hacked by a random guy who's now making reports about it to the police. I would really, really want something to happen to that evidence, but obviously I can't destroy it because that makes me look guilty. So the best thing that could happen for me would be to have someone walk in, take a pot shot at the hard drive, thereby destroying all of the evidence, which takes all the attention off.
So he literally thinks James Alefantis got Edgar Welch to do this. But what? Are you serious? Like, it's his computer. He would just do it himself. He can just go on. He owns the restaurant. He can walk in there and he can just he can take the computer home. Nobody's going to say shit. What are you talking about, bro? Like, come on now.
Me destroys the story's credibility while simultaneously making this entire thing seem like a psychotic, deranged conspiracy, because after all, I only sell pizza, right? That's exactly right. In fact, after this, the public will then recognize me as the victim of what? Some crazy online conspiracy. And forever and ever, the term Pizzagate will be labeled an alt-right conspiracy theory. And it's
That is so dumb. That is so stupid. That is so stupid. Oh my God.
low-key genius because it worked. Bro even got a GoFundMe that got like 30 grand out of this. Just
Yeah, like, like this is one of the things, right? Like, because I get being, like, I also get annoyed, like Coop does, about people who just kind of discount all these things that are called conspiracy theories. And like, that's a conspiracy theory. Come on now. But it's like some conspiracies are real. Like, sometimes that does happen. And like, let's try to be realistic and let's try to take them seriously and uncover which ones there's more to. And I think one of the questions you got to ask yourselves is, okay, anytime you hear conspiracy theory, a good thing to ask is, okay, so what was the goal of the people of the conspiracy according to this theory? Like, okay, the goal was, Coop is saying, for Alefantis to erase incriminating evidence on a computer at his pizza shop. That was the goal. And how did he accomplish that goal? By somehow getting this guy, Madison Welch, to drive across, the country and bring a gun into the restaurant and shoot through a door right into his computer, conveniently, erasing the evidence. That is like, let's say you were like part of this. Let's go all the way to the top, right? Like, let's not even just say you're a pizza shop owner who's a pedophile. You are a part of a massive, like, Illuminati. You have all the power in the world to do shit. You're able to you actually have the ability to, like, MK Ultra, like, brainwash, program, like, Madison Welch into becoming an assassin of computers. You can do that. Let's say you can do that. Would you do that, or would you be like, oh, okay, well, Alefantis, why don't you just go and fucking, put a magnet next to the computer? Oh, you want him to shoot through the door into the computer? I mean, what if he misses? How's he going to know what direction to shoot in? Oh, he's going to be in on it too? Okay, so then he has to go to jail for 5 years? Are we going to pay him for that? Okay, and then when he gets out, he's still, like, really broke? And he, like, ends up getting shot by the police, like, years later, like, well, like I'm not saying, oh, it's a conspiracy theory. I'm not discounting it because it's conspiracy theory. I'm saying, okay, well, if it was a conspiracy, if your theory is correct, let's, like, play through the tape. How does that work? How does that go? Very, very stupid.
Just a little food for thought. It's obvious at this point when you really take a second glance that something is up, but when you have the entire establishment media and most of social media telling you otherwise, most people aren't going to look any further than that, when in reality, the literature says exactly what's going on. And so that's basically how the story has sat until now, outside of a few people online who have really dove into it. But prepare yourself, because we're about to go somewhere where I don't believe anyone else has gone yet, and there really is no coming back. It should be fairly obvious at this point that Edgar Welch...
I'm so excited. I love when he goes places no one has ever gone yet. It's actually like my favorite thing that he does.
Is likely to be a patsy. And as we've seen over the past...
Oh, and this is the guy who shot Charlie Kirk, right? What's his name? Yeah, Utah County Jail. So he's saying this guy's a patsy too? Yeah. Fair.
few centuries, those come in many flavors. Desperation, addiction,
I don't think so. Did Coop say the cameras were turned around? I don't think he said that.
programming like MK Ultra, and a host of other options. But almost always what we see are two common traits for a patsy. The first are really bizarre family members with creepy connections to the government that don't make sense but seem too strange to ignore, which Edgar's lineage meets with flying colors, or top secret colors one could say. And the second is a bit more difficult to explain, so first, there's an elephant in the room that I want to address, which should help make this second patsy tradition make more sense. When I started diving into Edgar and his family, I asked myself if there was any chance we could settle this whole debate about the gate and just ask the man himself what happened that day. And so I started looking Edgar up, and the vaguest memory sparked in my mind upon doing so, about something I'd heard many months back. It was a case involving Edgar, and it happened on January 4th of this very year, in fact. According to the official narrative, Edgar was traveling down the road outside of Kannapolis, North Carolina around 10 p.m. when a police officer claims to have recognized the vehicle Edgar was driving, and based on his own testimony, believes that he just knew deep inside that this incredibly common vehicle was Edgar's, and that Edgar must be up to no good, and that Edgar also had warrants. And this officer was so good, according to all the articles I've read, he didn't even need to run the plates, as that's not mentioned as happening anywhere, nor was Edgar speeding.
Yes, Brent Bear. I did see FE Signifier's Charlie Kirk video. Best intro of the year. RIP to that intro. I literally, I watched it and I was like, oh, that was so good. And I went to show Ashley, my fiance, the intro. And I was like, you got to see this. And we went to watch it and it was gone. Deleted out of the video. Crazy. Yeah. He says thick wooden door as if it was weird that a 5.56 .223 caliber bullet pierced it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, hey, I don't know guns. Can a bullet go through wood? Like, I know it can go through flesh and bone, but wood can be pretty hard.
So I think a good lawyer could find some wiggle room in there. And at this point, the cop walks up to the door to arrest Edgar, and in the middle of their interaction, Edgar pulls out a gun he had hidden in his shirt and starts pointing it out the door and waving it around. The cops, in their own reports, tried to tell him to stop, but it doesn't seem like they did for very long, because shortly thereafter, the group of officers unloaded into Edgar, and as is popular slang, most especially in American hoods, they turned him into Swiss cheese. Interestingly, there was not one but two...
What did he say? Popular American slang, especially in hoods?
The group of officers unloaded into Edgar, and as is popular slang, most especially in American hoods, they turned him into Swiss cheese.
What the fuck is that? That's like fucking racist shit, bro. It's popular slang in American hoods, they turned him into Swiss cheese. Did a fucking 60-year-old man who's never met a black person write this? Jesus Christ.
Interestingly, there was not
Did
one...
they pop a cap in his ass or something? Like, who the fuck talks like that?
But two other passengers in the car, including the mysterious driver, which is where things in my mind get really bizarre if they weren't all...
His word choices sometimes, I don't know.
Ready. We have no idea who these passengers were, and no reporting has come from them, which I imagine you would at least make a post, maybe even on social media, after your friend was murdered right before your eyes. Or I dare say they should have at least been interviewed by the media. But there's none of that. But also, I thought it was Edgar's car and that's why the stop was initiated. But then why isn't he the one driving? Even stranger, the police briefing on their...
You can go through wood like it's Swiss cheese, eh? Nice. I hear that they say that.
Their Facebook, all of the passengers were still in the vehicle when the shooting took place. So presuming one of these cops is by the window where Edgar is sitting, and another one is probably in front of the front...
So, I mean, yeah, I've also looked into this case. Really, I mean, I don't know. If you've seen my video, you know how I feel about the whole, Edgar Madison Welch thing. I think it's a tragedy, honestly. I think it's really sad that this happened to him. He was in a really bad place. He was addicted to heroin and meth, I think. Him and his girlfriend, mother of his children, wife, I guess, at that point. And it's fucking a tragedy. And all we don't have body cam footage. We don't have anything. All we have is the police report. We just have their word. We have a police report. Oh, he pulled a gun on us and was waving it around, so we killed him. And you really can't trust that. Police lie all the time, especially in situations exactly like this. So, yeah, I am also frustrated by this, thing that happens. But I mean, I don't know. I'm not really going to speculate further on it. I'm just going to say it sucks because this is all the information we have. But I got the feeling Coop is going to Coop's got a theory for us.
So presuming one of these cops is by the window where Edgar is sitting, and another
So completely presuming everything. Presuming he's over.
one is probably in front of the front windshield.
Yeah,
and
I'm guessing the other one's over here. He's like drawing a map in his head. Okay.
the third one, who was not one of the officers to shoot, is also standing there. It's sort of incredible traffic stop gone bad. But most importantly to me, with this act, the police...
Wow, he cut out another part of it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, there's a part missing there, or just an editing glitch.
Patsy tradition number 2 right on in, killing the only actual witness to the events of that day outside of Comet Pizza, leaving us
This
with...
is so fucking stupid. They killed it. Yeah, okay. So with Lee Harvey Oswald, he was killed like, what was it? I think a day after the murder of JFK. Jack Ruby shot Lee Harvey Oswald. Welch, first of all, didn't fucking even kill anybody. Went to jail, was in there for 5 years, got out of jail, was out of jail for 5 years, then he got shot. That is not the same. That's not the fucking Patsy playbook. 100%. No, man. Like, if you really had information, he would be like, he would have been killed much earlier than that. They're gonna let this guy like go to trial and go to jail and come out of jail and try to build his life back. Like, no, come on now. That's true. Sirhan Sirhan is still alive. He was supposed to get parole, right? He didn't, but he's anyway. Yeah, very. They waited 10 years. Like, I feel like that. Yeah, okay, 2 days for Oswald. 10 years. You can't really compare them, man. You can't just be like they both died. Just like Lee Harvey Oswald, he died. It's like, okay, man. Well, not everyone who dies is a patsy.
The story that doesn't hold up, the only thing to me, with this act, the police filled Patsy tradition number 2 right on in, killing the only actual witness to the events of that day outside of Comet Pizza, leaving us with the story that doesn't hold up.
Comet Ping Pong, bro. You're getting the name wrong now.
Very well under scrutiny. Something about this event was so bizarre to me. I tried to find whatever I could and see if I could get in contact with someone who might have access to the footage, because as you might notice, there's going to be basically zero footage of this online, except for one angle from one news report that shows the car from the other side of the street. So basically completely useless for our purposes. But what I could notice from this footage is that there's a shop right next door that I would expect to have cameras pointing in the general direction of the incident in the car. And so I called the shop and I left them a message. And today, the day I recorded this audio, I got a call back from them when I was in the gym. Now, I didn't have any access to something to record the call, but I took a couple of notes. When we first got on the phone, they referred to me as Officer Edgar, which doesn't make any sense. And when I told them I wasn't a cop, they started getting very angry and asking why I was calling them and why I was investigating what had happened on that
Yeah, they're annoyed, man. You're being annoying.
Specific date. And that was my cue that something was wrong. The call didn't last much longer than that. They basically told me, goodbye, we don't have anything for you, and then ended the call. So make of that what you will. What most are unaware of is that outside of Edgar, there is no one...
Why would you even include that, man? Oh my God. All right.
Else in the entire world, to our knowledge, who has any idea what happened inside of the restaurant that day, as the cameras outside of the restaurant were faced the wrong way, and the cameras inside the restaurant were either unplugged or facing the wrong way. So there is no video evidence of what transpired. But don't worry.
I've heard this. I've never seen like actual proof of it. I saw a Reddit post saying that the cameras were turned around or something like that. I saw... And like I've mostly originally from like when this was all going down, it was about the traffic cameras, like he said. And I have also heard more recently people have said that at least that I've seen, the cameras within the restaurant were also turned around facing the wall. I've never seen anything to prove either of those things are true. I think this is just another fucking totally made up thing. I don't know.
Worry, all the cameras were in working order the next day, so everything's fine. Additionally, Edgar himself had been streaming some of the car ride from DC to North Carolina, where he was discussing his motives for doing this and wanting to protect his daughters, which made...
Whoa, that's crazy, Flash Motorworks. My dad knew an old dude who was in jail with Jack Ruby, said he was a nice guy. Really? That's wild. Yeah, they put Jack Ruby in the room for hours and kept x-raying him like 500 times to ensure he would get cancer. He did get cancer. He did get cancer, and that's how he died. There's also a lot of shit with Jolly West. Jolly West interviewed him and was one of the last psychologists to interview him. And he after that interview, he was like completely insane. And Jolly West is like a MK Ultra connected psychologist, cult expert. Talk about him a lot in Chaos, Tom O'Neill's Chaos, and Aberration in the Heartland of the Real, the Wendy Panning book about Timothy McVeigh. And yeah, anyway, there's some interesting shit with Jack Ruby. I like Jack Ruby is really like an enigma to me, because aside from him, I feel like I would be a lot more confident in saying that there was nothing weird about the Kennedy assassination. It was just your typical average, like, you know, lone net. But then once Jack Ruby gets involved, it's like, wait, what? What the hell? It's like everything with him. It's like, it's so bizarre. Anyway, okay, wait, is he explaining anything about traffic cameras now? Hang on. I want to see this.
The wrong way. So there is no video evidence of what transpired. But don't worry, all the cameras were in working order the next day, so everything's fine. Additionally, Edgar himself had been streaming some of the car ride from DC to North Carolina, where he's discussing his motives for doing this and wanting to protect his daughters, which makes about exactly the sense you would expect it to for the mainstream media narrative. But if we look a little bit deeper...
That does make sense. What, you don't think the type of guy who would drive across the country to save a bunch of children in the basement of a pizza shop, you don't think that he would have a motivation for doing that and have daughters of his own that he was trying to protect? Like what do you mean that doesn't make sense? That makes about as much sense as you'd expect it, the mainstream. No, that makes sense. That makes sense, bro.
If there is this guy who wants to spread the word and show that there are children inside of Comet Pizza, why wouldn't he have streamed his actual time inside of Comet Pizza, or at the very least recorded it? After all, if you wanted to prove that there were actually kids in there, and have
okay, that's a critique of what he did. That isn't proof that he wasn't like earnestly trying to do that.
Believe you, that would have been the way to do it. And I tell you, having this footage would help us out a lot, because the story about what happened inside Comet is utterly bizarre, and to this day...
how come he didn't fucking strap a GoPro to his head and live stream this shit on fucking Kick? Yeah, he's definitely a spook.
We still don't actually know what transpired. First of all, I'm not able to pin anything down about just how many shots Edgar fired, which seems improbable to me because, you know, within 2 to 3 minutes of Edgar getting out of his car, dozens of police officers were already on the scene. It's not suspicious at all. And these officers arriving on scene would have been just around the same time as the people inside were leaving the premises. So you have dozens of eyewitnesses at this point. And among these eyewitnesses was one man who stayed in the restaurant longer than others, named Sharif.
Are we back in 16? I'm getting flashbacks. We never left 2016. It's still 2016. 2016 is the year everything went wrong, and we've never left it. Every year since 2016 has been 2016 part 2. And 3 and 4, etc. We're at fucking 2016 part fucking 9 right now.
Silmi, who was present playing ping pong with his wife as Edgar walked into Comet Ping Pong. And Sharif's account is incredibly important to us.
Sharif! Is this your guitarist? God dang.
Since he remained inside of the restaurant for longer, he saw much more than others. Sharif makes it clear that while he's playing ping pong, he sees Edgar walking around and basically bothering nobody. Just there, you know? He seemed to just be searching for something or looking for a place to be. Up to nothing in particular, just walking around checking doors. But the weird thing that Sharif did notice and archive in 3 separate tweets was that Edgar had walked in with not a rifle, but a shotgun, which is a pretty big difference from the story that we have been told.
Okay, but bro, people don't know guns. I don't know guns. I actually don't know the difference between a rifle and a shotgun. But I thought that he had a, I guess it was an assault rifle, right? I guess I do know the difference. But whatever, man. Yeah, that people don't know guns.
For a reason we'll get into in 1 second. First though, an AR and a shotgun are not typically very difficult to distinguish from one another, as they're very different looking guns. But even more important, the bullet hole
that... Yeah, bro, like, not everyone knows this shit.
Enters into the server and destroys the hard drive absolutely belongs to a rifle based on the fact that it is just one hole, rather than a shotgun, which is what Edgar, according to Sharif, the eyewitness, and apparently the only eyewitness to the events, stated that Edgar was using. Something you absolutely must keep in mind. And while playing ping pong, you're noticing that Edgar was carrying a shotgun inside the restaurant. Sharif evidently had enough time to spot the difference and then catalog the scene as you watch Edgar head to the back of the restaurant, where he states that, quote, I think he was trying to stash the shotgun in the back.
Like, there are crime scene photos of the assault rifle. I can find it. Hang on. I'll just hit play on it while I look.
To use later on. Which brings up several questions. One, we get this story of an irate Edgar with a rifle bursting into Comet Ping Pong in the stories from the media, but oddly enough, absolutely nowhere is a shotgun mentioned in the story. And question 2 is that if Edgar entered the store so calmly that people didn't immediately run out when they noticed the guy with the gun trying to shoot it up, then what really was happening in there? And if Edgar truly was stashing a gun for later, then what was the real intention he had for that day? Or another way of saying that is, what was the actual plan he had been given? Moreover, Sharif has another critical interaction by the interwebs for us that gives us another key detail. detail. And this interaction occurs with several journalists over Twitter who ask him for his permission to use his information and pictures in their articles, one of whom is named Phoebe, who worked for the Washington Post, and still does, meaning she and a major news organization were fully aware of what appears to be the only known eyewitness to the events and what he is saying, and yet the Washington Post and Phoebe would go on to ignore Sharif's sightings and just take his photos and publish the exact same stories that everyone else was about a crazy man with an AR.
Sorry, wait. What is he saying that he ignored from Sharif? Just he's still on the thing about the shotgun? Sorry, I guess I'm having a hard time watching and looking for shit. But yeah, okay. I can show you guys these are just like my sources document for the Pizzagate video. So yeah, as you can see, I've got like tons of photos of the guy here. He's like, there's almost no photos exist of him online. Okay, man. But wait, where's the part about the guns? Hang on. Here we go. So this is a police photo, AR-15, assault rifle, and he also brought a handgun, 38 caliber. Here's the wooden door that he shot, and yeah, I think Coop mentioned, right, like it's a little unclear how many shots he fired. Some people say 2, 3, 1, but from this, I mean, it sort of looks like that's maybe at least 2, right? Or I don't know, who knows? But it looks like he shot a lock off this wooden door. And then here's like crime scene photos here. There's the 38 caliber handgun. There's the AR-15. Set down on some kegs. He walks outside, turns himself into the police. And, you know, like, just because one guy said it was a shotgun, what does that mean?
Were fully aware of what appears to be the only known eyewitness to the event.
Oh yeah, no, I like ContraPoints. She had a bad take. Whatever, right? Come on. Let people have bad takes every now and then. It's fine. You know, she doesn't got to be right about everything. And yeah, I really liked her conspiracy video. Excuse me.
Events and what he is saying, and yet the Washington Post and Phoebe would go on to ignore Sharif's sightings and just take his photos and publish the exact same stories that everyone else was about a crazy man with an AR. And it should go without saying, but what's missing from these reports is a reference to the shotgun that Edgar had. And that's just too weird for me. I'm not one to disparage eyewitnesses.
That is not weird. Oh my God.
And this man is apparently the only one, and so clearly from what he's telling us, he watched it happen, and the shotgun was in the building, and Edgar was seen stashing it in his...
Witness testimony is like extremely unreliable. Extremely unreliable. You know, you can't remember shit. You can't remember small details of things that happened. You can't rely on a witness to describe, like, you know, even what like somebody looked like. You know, like our memories are much worse than we think they are. So for him to be making such a big deal that no one has investigated whether it was a shot, no, it was a fucking AR-15. Man. You can't. This is such a hilarious thing to get bent out of shape about.
Own words. So then why leave it out of basically all of the reports except for a very select few? And interestingly, even the police report, which does include the shotgun, does it in a really weird manner, because unlike the rifle and the pistol that Edgar supposedly had with him, they don't give a brand or caliber for the shotgun. It just says shotgun and some ammo. Call me crazy, but I think the shotgun in this testimony from Sharif may be hiding a lot more than we may ever know. It's worth noting though who Sharif...
Oh, okay, wait. What, he did have a shotgun?
Is because once again he's another highly connected DC attorney and he owns his own practice. Just something to put out there. But above all, what stands out to me is that Sharif, in his own reporting, heard not 3 shots, not 1 shot, but 0 shots ring out in the store, and he didn't see any either. So how then did the guy that was in the store not hear the shots ring out? Also, it appears that this story of shots ringing out didn't start until later when mainstream media started publishing stories about it in the following hours. Mull that one around for you. Alright, so now more history on Edgar, a man who, despite growing up in the age...
Okay, that's a little bit confusing.
...and generation of share everything online, has merely a small handful of verified photos of himself online, which is the beginning, or really the...
What do you mean small handful? What?
...continuation of a long trend of patsy traditions that this fellow embodies.
Like yeah, like they use this photo a lot in, like, you know, news reports of him for obvious reasons, right? It's got like this is the gun that he brought, but there are like literally hundreds of photos of the guy.
To get ahead of myself though, Edgar was born on April the 29th of 1988 in North Carolina. He has a profile on something called couchsurfing.com that references having spent time living in Haiti, although that time is completely unaccounted for anywhere else. And the only other real lead that we get—
Oh, that's... A lot of people have talked about his time in Haiti. He went there to help with hurricane relief. He was, like, you know, really heartbroken by all the, like, children and shit that were struggling there. Oh my God, is he gonna tie this into fucking Laura Silsby shit?
On what he did with his time from womb to comet is that when looking up his name with nothing pizza related, you're going to find that he has an IMDb page and that he has acting, producing, and writing credits. And all of the productions he was involved in are atrocious. I had to actively seek out one of his projects that he was on, entitled The Mill, and here's a clip from that for you.
Hey there, stud muffin.
My name's Ralph.
How are you doing, baby?
Madison, I told you I couldn't sell any more beer. I almost got in trouble last time.
Oh, honey, no one's gonna find out. I won't tell if you won't tell. It'll be our little secret.
No more beer.
How much, dumb? Bring it up.
This is fine. I don't know. Who cares?
6:14.
Show the part with Madison Welch in it. Why are you watching this?
With the cheerwine.
But it should hit you like the bully in a 1990s film that the guy we are slowly making the case for, being a patsy, has a background in theater and acting, which seems like a mighty convenient little fact. Indeed, I did my best, but there, to my knowledge, is nothing else we can learn about Edgar, so let's take a look then at the next
What? Really? Oh my God, bro.
best thing, that being who he's related to, namely who his parents are. Disclaimer, this is all readily available information. That being said, I'm not going to include the link to the website I found, but sifting through IMDb, I found that Edgar's father's name is Harry Welch Jr., and he owns what is at face value a production company. I can't mess with you. The name of this production company, Forever Young Productions, which Forever Young is a well-known reference to what happens when a child dies young, because they are—
No, it's not. It's a reference to a fucking... What the fuck is that song? Forever Young. It's a reference to a fucking Rod Stewart song, bro. Wait. Let's look at the lyrics genius. Forever young, I wanna be forever young. I wrote because it was a real heartfelt song about my kids. I suddenly realized I'd missed a good 5 years of Sean and Kimberly's life because I was too busy touring all the time. No, it's not about people dying as kids. What are you talking about? It's a well-known reference to people dying. What the fuck are you talking about?
Then forever young in popular conception, as I never got a chance to grow old. What an incredibly bizarre thing based on the situation where—
Yeah. Check out the lame acting performances this guy associated with Total Patsy. Yeah, if you're trying to make the case that, he's acting, shouldn't you be like, and he's a really good actor. Look at how he disappears into a role. He's like, he was a known actor, and his movies are bad, and two of them are fucking produced by his dad from Forever Young Productions, and the other one is one that he made while he was in fucking community college. This guy was basically Hollywood royalty. Oh, is that what I was singing? I was singing the Alphaville version. Whoops. My bad.
We're discussing, but let's continue. When I found Edgar's dad's bio online, I thought at first that this might be useless, but in fact it was a gold mine for intel. Never in my now year plus of making these investigative YouTube videos have I seen such a readily available chunk of information for us just sitting there, which, as we'll continue, might be a sign to be suspicious about.
I'm surprised this guy has almost all his videos monetized. Huh.
Right. So reviewing Harry's biography, we're going to learn a lot. First is that he introduces his family members, where we find Edgar Madison's name along with his siblings. Therefore, we know we are looking at the correct guy. Continuing on, Harry discusses—
Yeah. Like, this is true. This is his thing. I've seen the website, so I'm confused. I'm wondering where he's going to go with this. I guess he said earlier that the other thing they need to do to prove he's a patsy is that people in his family are supposed to have intelligence connections, which is weird because I don't think that's true about Lee Harvey Oswald. Friends and landlords, yes, but family, no.
How he had been in broadcasting for 25 years, which sounds fishy because broadcasting is incredibly vague, and 25 years leaves about a decade unknown about him, since his picture paints him somewhere in his 60s in my opinion. And as I was writing this, I saw a link that I had missed, and it answers a lot of the questions that we had about Edgar's father, because it leads to Harry's law enforcement experience page, where we learn that Harry, somehow with apparently no credentials, was a member of, in his words, various federal, state, and local task forces fighting the war on drugs, including 5 years with the Rowan County ABC Police. Someone below, please tell me what the ABC police are, because the only things I could get were cartoons for children, but the rest of his career amounts to the typical spook
ABC police. That's funny.
stuff. Watching people commit crimes and instigating people to commit crimes, and then
Rowan County. What if we type in Rowan County ABC police? Immediately found it. Immediately found it. Alcohol beverage control. Okay. So he worked with the Rowan Alcohol and Beverage Control Police Control Board. Are these guys are they even police? I guess they must be. Law enforcement. Yeah. They offer classes. They do smart serve certification. Drinking under... That's funny. They have a class called Drinking Underage Class. They should not call it that. Highlights the consequences of actions taken by minors involved in drinking while underage. It's usually a court-ordered class for first-time offenders. However, it is open to the public. You can just sign up for fun. Okay, so I mean, like, yeah, so he probably helped out with one of these classes. I don't know, like, yeah, his son struggled with alcohol. He did offer classes to do with alcohol and drug addiction. Okay, like, I mean, I don't know. Like, is he trying to say this means he's like fucking FBI or something?
and arresting them for the crimes that he instigated, just like the government does. Additionally, he also worked alongside the ATF, which is one of my least favorite three-letter terrorist agencies. And as of the time this was written, Edgar's father was supposedly still a deputy with his county's sheriff's department.
Oh, yeah, okay. He's a cop.
Connections, though, continue on a different page when we get a deeper look at who Harry is. Mind you, I have to leave out a lot of stuff on this guy because there's so much information he gives us. Okay, but according to his website, Harry was awarded in some wildly impressive ways. His church named him Father of the Year in 1997. He was given an invitation by the US Defense Department to go all the way to Europe and watch the joint US and German armies conduct war games. Wow. 1, what an honor to be voted best parent, and 2, what the heck are you saying? That's an absurdly niche thing to get invited to, if you can even get an invite to something like that. But keep that in mind, it's one of our first major red flags. Harry also tells us that he's been a qualified Boy Scout counselor for decades, so he's around your kids, was elected president of the North Carolina Crime Stoppers
So he thinks Harry Welch is a pedophile now? Not everybody's a pedophile, dude.
Organization, has fostered 3 children and hundreds of dogs, with 30 to 50 on his property at any one time, while simultaneously teaching Sunday school for 20 consecutive years as of the early 2000s. Alongside all of this, he has been a church deacon and served 2 terms on the Boy Scouts of America Central North Carolina board. So then we should ask, what hasn't this fellow done? It's a smorgasbord of things all over the place, but above all, what really stood out to me and had my jaw dropping when I read it was the following entry on his website. In 1988, President Ronald Reagan selected me to join 15 other, quote, broadcasters to visit U.S. military installations in Colorado. We received national clearance from the U.S. Defense Department to visit the Cheyenne Mountain Nuclear Bunker, the alternate command center for NORAD.
Oh my God. Okay. What's up, Waffles Waff? Say thank you for the $2. Goblin. Hell yeah. Wait. This is the thing that made him mad. Oh, right. Ronald Reagan selected me to join 15 other broadcasters to visit U.S. military installations in Colorado. We received national clearance from the U.S. Defense Department to visit the Cheyenne Mountain Nuclear Bunker, the alternate command center for NORAD. That's where the Stargate is. If you watch Stargate SG-1, you'll be very familiar.
That is beyond weird and strange and suspicious in all the words. The invite to the war games is one thing on another level, but this is on another planet. Are you serious with me right now? He would be one of only a handful of non-military personnel who have been inside the complex. Heck, he's likely a part of only one of a few handfuls of non-high-ranking military officials who have been even within a couple miles of the entrance to the Cheyenne Mountain complex. I don't know if I can...
They do get pizza delivered there. So the pizza guys have been in there.
Accurately...
Pizza. Elephantis. Pizzagate.
Explain how crazy of a thing this is to say and how big of a deal this would be. The Cheyenne Mountain Complex is a massive bunker complex built to the side of a mountain in Colorado. I mean, this place is filled with all kinds of rumors. One of the main ones being that we don't even know how large it is or its genuine purpose, beyond, as Harry stated, a supposed alternate NORAD command center. Some suspect it's the equivalent of an underground city where covert ops run out of, and many suspect
it's okay, it's a whole city. All right.
It is part of a DUMS network, which would be insanely cool to think about. DUMS being deep underground military base systems. So all in all, this is like saying you got a free invite to Groom Lake to use their ice cream machine. Groom Lake being the military name for Area 51. So for Edgar Madison Welch's father to state that he got...
I will say that it is kind of weird. Cheyenne Mountain, that is a... like, that's something that would set off the conspiracy nuts.
An invite by Ronald Reagan personally, along with 15 other, quote, broadcasters, is beyond words wild. So my next question then is, what do you mean by you're a broadcaster? Because you evidently aren't just some dude on the radio. And your portfolio also says you make movies, yet you haven't made a film in 12 years and the last thing that you produced was a trailer for that film. However, what struck me most and really made me feel gross was this reference to Harry having served as the executive director for Protect a Child, a national nonprofit seeking to prevent the abuse and abduction of children. After which he was appointed by Governor Jim Martin to the Governor's Commission on Child Victimization. And so considering the topic we're discussing, the dad of the alleged Comet Ping Pong shooter being the executive director of an organization trying to prevent child abuse is really off-putting.
So this is something that frustrates me with like a lot of Pizzagate investigations is they look for anything that connects to like child trafficking, right? And like another example of this is the two Korean women in that photo pizza.jpg who have just been Bill Clinton went to North Korea to convince Kim Jong-un, I guess? Yeah, Kim Jong-un to let them go, to set them free and return them to America. And they found out that those women do work, they fight against child trafficking. And just the fact that even though they're fighting against it, they're like, oh, they're fucking child trafficking, more shit about child trafficking. And Kamala and Maya Harris, Kamala is her sister, I think, Maya Harris, where they also came up during Pizzagate, where they were like, oh my God, these two, they fight child trafficking in California. They've got to be part of this. And it's just like, but they're not, that's different. That's the opposite. So like with Edgar Madison Welch, where it's like, yes, this guy's family experienced the tragic loss of his brother as a child. And after that, they all, not just Madison Welch and his dad, his mom too, they all focused on helping children after that. They fostered a bunch of kids, they were like, they all worked specifically to help, at-risk youth, basically. And, or I guess that means something more specific than I meant, but like children in general. And like, this is a sort of like values that Madison Welch had that caused him to go to Comet Ping Pong and do this. So to be like, his dad helped like trafficked kids, that's major red flag. And it's like, no, it's not, man. That part's fine. I will say some of this shit, I'm like, okay, there could be, I mean, yeah, I can see why the Cheyenne Mountain thing is weird. I get it. But like, okay, he was fucking Father of the Year. He was the deacon of his church. His family hosted a Brazilian exchange student for a year. He's a Boy Scout counselor, fostered family to 3 different children, 2 terms on the Boy Scouts of America Council for Central North Carolina, executive director for Protect a Child, nonprofit organization to prevent abuse and abduction of children. Like that's like none of that should be suspicious to you.
And so considering the topic we're discussing, the dad of the alleged Comet Ping Pong shooter being the executive director of an organization trying to prevent child abuse is really off-putting. And once again, something didn't sit right with me about this. The details of the org were too obscure. The name Protect a Child seemed too vague, and the description didn't give any real info. And I tried looking up Protect a Child, even backdating my searches.
If the name Protect the Child sounds too vague, you would hate every fucking QAnon Facebook group and Pizzagate like Facebook group that was like Save the Children, organization. That's what these things are fucking called.
Didn't give any real info. And I tried looking up Protect a Child, even backdating my searches to before the internet, and I couldn't really find anything. Funny enough, the only time that the term Protect a Child pops up as the name of an organization, for which I presume is headquartered in North Carolina, is when Harry's IMDb page pops up in the search browser. So I'm starting to think some fibs are being told here. Or really, I'm becoming more convinced that fibs are being told here. But the weirdness does continue from here on out. Harry goes on to discuss in his bio that he picked up martial arts at age 40, but wishes he had done it sooner, because he went undefeated in 200 matches, winning the North Carolina State Games. 1, that's ridiculous for obvious reasons, but 2, I don't even think North Carolina has a state games. Continuing though, he has been an
Why wouldn't North Carolina have a state game? Why would you say that? What? All right.
NRA firearms instructor for over 35 years and is rated at such a high degree that he can train others trying to become certified instructors. Harry has also taught hundreds of civilians, feds, and military in the tactical use of weapons and concealed weapons. So now this man is so good he teaches the military.
Did they actually let Mr. Beast in the Cheyenne Mountain complex? Goddamn. I mean, him, I I sort of do think that Mr. Beast is secretly doing MK Ultra experiments in the guise of a YouTube channel. So who knows? It's like, we gave a guy 12 fucking milligrams of LSD and trapped him in a room for 16 days.
Military how to use weapons, okay? This is the same guy that also makes the terrible films, by the way, we looked at earlier. Don't forget, and I'm not messing with you. He is also allegedly an expert firearms witness, recognized as such by the Supreme Court of North Carolina. And for the lady scoopers out there, he does give self-defense classes for women, so feel free to sign up. Where, I have no idea, but feel free.
Yeah, that was a big part of his thing, is self-defense classes for women. I don't know, I sort of look at that like same kind of thing, like protecting the vulnerable.
Free to do it. But if this isn't James Bond, Hardy Boys, most mysterious man in the world enough for you yet, he's also set 7 world records in the Guinness Book of World Records. They include, but are not limited to, 715 push-ups on his fingertips, 3,821 push-ups on one arm, and 100 push-ups on one finger. Now that is exceptional considering the most one-arm push-ups isn't exactly a category. They are typically done based on time limits. For instance, there's a 1-minute limit, a 1-hour limit, and a 12-hour and a day limit. And Harry would...
There isn't a category for most one-armed push-ups? I mean, I don't know. It's maybe this guy's making some of this shit up. I could also see that, like the Madison Welch's dad, whatever his name is. But I'm surprised there wouldn't be one for most one-arm push-ups in an hour. Most one-arm push-ups in 1 hour. So it is like he said. But so he's mad that he didn't put in an hour. 3,821 push-ups on one arm. Is that? Wait, can I search? What's his name? Harry Welch Jr. Let's see. Harry Welch Jr. Oh, a few of them here. Oh, Prince Harry. No, come on. Can I search these all? Oh, come on. Okay, so it's not even letting me do Boolean. Try push-ups. What? That isn't even right. Quote, Harry Welch Jr. Search. Come on now. Come on now. That ain't working. Oh, jeez. Okay, the site's broke. One-arm push-ups. Can we look at a list of all winners? I don't know how Guinness works. The site's just completely stopped working for me. Most hand-release push-ups in 1 minute. Jeez. All right, maybe I'll try searching on DuckDuckGo. What the fuck is his name again? Harry Welch Jr. Sorry, guys. This is not that important. I just want to know. Harry Welch Jr. Because, I want to find out if this guy's just completely full of shit. Oh, Paul Henry Allen Lynch held, best known for his world record in push-ups. World push-ups records. Most one-arm push-ups in 1 hour. This is apparently set in 1993. And what is it? 3,378? What did he say? He said he could do on one arm 3,821. And the full record, like to this day, one arm push-ups in an hour. Is it going to tell me? 1,868. Oh, yeah. Okay, so maybe this guy's just lying. I was going to say, this guy's got an impressive life. But now I'm sort of thinking, maybe this shit's not true.
100 push-ups on one finger. Now that is exceptional considering the most one-arm push-ups isn't exactly a category. They are typically done based on time limits. For instance, there's a 1-minute limit, a 1-hour limit, and a 12-hour and a day limit. And Harry would...
Yeah, it's very Web 1.0, eh? Definitely put a lot of fluff in his biography. That's very funny. That's very funny. What a funny thing to lie about. What a funny thing to lie about. Maybe he didn't go to the Cheyenne Mountain Complex.
Would blow these all out of the water. The data on these records is a bit hard to come by and to track down because of its relative obscurity, but the idea of someone completing 3,821 one-arm push-ups in any of these time frames is insane. That would require years of work to approach peak physique to even come close to this. Keeping this in mind though, I want to note that Harry tells us he felt Lucis doing martial arts, but not when he was doing his thousands of push-ups every day training. But from what I can tell from the current records I found online, they don't even come close to what Harry claims to have done, so this is just an outright lie. But even more convincing is that I can't find a single record of Harry Welch Jr. ever setting one record, let alone 7. There is a 1982 record in the Guinness Book of World Records for a fellow named Paul Henry Lynch, who performed 760 one-arm push-ups. Yeah, 700.
Paul Henry Lynch. But that's not his name though, right? Like none of those are his name. It's like Paul Henry Lynch, but no, his name's Welch. Why are you saying it like that?
60 versus 3,800. Keep that in mind. So it is confirmed though that these record-setting stories are lies, which then makes me wonder what else has been fabricated here, because I also noticed that the majority of the bio is written in the third person, but at certain points it breaks into first person like Harry is writing it. And the photo of him on the site has no known repositories online, but it's also clearly clipped out of a different photo, as you can see some of the color leaking in from the background. I've edited quite a few photos and that really stood out to me. Although at first I didn't find any known repositories.
But that doesn't mean anything, dude. Like, yeah, like we've cracked the conspiracy of Harry Welch Jr.'s website biography. That doesn't mean anything, man. Yeah, he lied about a bunch of shit.
Of the photo online. I did research him on one of those AusNet facial recognition sites, and I got a ding for a government photo where he's sitting in front of an American flag, and then I followed that trail back to the article it supposedly came from, but the article didn't have the actual photo on there. I did, however, notice that it appears the photo that he...
I mean, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's definitely him, the second one, because it's Salisbury Post. That's where they lived, the town of Salisbury. I don't know if these other guys, these guys look different to me. But the second one is for sure him.
He is edited out from might also have the same American flag behind it, so it could have been taken in the same photo session. Sorry, not trying to be super confusing, but it seems like something is going on there and there's a deeper connection.
What do you mean something's going on there? Yeah, he photoshopped the background out of a photo. That's not a conspiracy.
Going back to that article, though, that this photo supposedly came from, there is an article about the Welch family that doesn't reveal much information, but it does reveal some pretty important information. That being that the Welch family is extremely wealthy. Harry was left with possibly thousands of acres of land from his dad, who owned a media company from what I can gather. And then in the 2010s, a solar company is seeking to purchase some 400 acres of Harry's land to build a roughly $70 million solar farm that is then just going to rot to the ground, poisoning the land for decades to come, which is a big concern of the people in the neighborhood and in the community who were seeking to stop this whole acquisition from happening. I don't know if they did or not, that data is unclear, but some of the comments reveal that the families around Harry and the Welch family discuss how he's living off of all of his family's money and selling it is just going to be awful for the community. So there we go. From the locals, we get a little bit of a tidbit about who this guy actually is. And it would appear...
Yeah, okay, so he looked at people fucking shit-talking him on the local Facebook group page. Always a place where calm minds come to discuss. Intellectuals come to make sense of the world.
Here that he's not very well liked for reasons that might...
Oh, am I quiet? I can turn myself up a bit. Yeah. Ooh, wait, should I turn up my gain a bit? Boom, how about this?
Make more sense here in a little bit. But what is clear is that he also comes from quite a bit of money, especially...
I am really fucking quiet, eh? Fuck, sorry guys. Hang on. Check. Oh, that seems like... Check. Oh, that's too loud. Whoa. Hey. All right, how about that? Sorry, gang. Hey, listen, it's been a while. It's been 2 weeks. I forgot how to do this. I feel like that's a little bit better.
Especially considering the giant chunk of cash that they're going to get from the solar company over these acres that they're purchasing. This all being said, I tried to learn more about the family, but there really isn't much. Basically, all the information on Harry and his family comes from one news organization known as the SalisburyPost.com, and there's one other known photo I was able to find of Harry, and that comes from...
One news organization? Yeah, it's the local paper. They lived in Salisbury. That's where because they weren't like celebrities.
This article that was done interviewing him, but as far as I'm aware, we have no other known information about the family. So with all these weird, seemingly unconnected bits of information, some of which is verifiably false from Harry himself, it was at this point that I seriously began to contemplate if perhaps this entire persona was just generated online by someone else and was entirely fake. And if perhaps an organization, for the sake of a cover story for someone like us, who's really just seeking more information on Edgar, and by proxy his family, generated this information to throw us off.
I mean, I got photos of him and his dad. I got photos from like when he was younger with his dad. Where is it? There's him and his mom, and that's his wife. And where are we talking about here? I know I've got at least a few pictures of his dad. Oh, geez. I should have organized these better. No, maybe I don't. I mean, I do have one. I just can't. It's just, I guess it's not here. It's not loading or something. But I got it in my video. Is it even important? I ask myself. I know where it is. I know exactly where it is. Here it is. Yeah, this is him and his dad when he was like younger, happier days. It's like to say that this whole thing was fabricated and like he didn't really have a dad and it was his whole life is fake. Like, you know, I said earlier, like one of the first things you should look for when you're hearing a conspiracy theory to sort of judge if it's real or not, you should look for like, you should ask yourself, what is the conspiracy, like the goal of the conspiracy? And is the proposed conspiracy theory, would that be the easiest way for them to accomplish it? Like that is a good thing to ask. But actually the first thing you should ask is, does this conspiracy theory involve crisis actors? Which I guess his does. Where he's like, oh yeah, no, actually the whole family's fake. And they're just lying and pretending to be fucking mourning the loss of their son and like, you know, wishing he could have had and they're going to do it their whole life. They're fake. They never existed before. And now they were just put in place to tell us a story. This is like Sandy Hook, like Alex Jones, like Steve Pieczenik shit. This is not actually, you know, it's not accurate to say, basically any conspiracy theory that involves crisis actors, you can immediately throw out because that is never true. There's never been a case in history of that. And if you think about it for 10 seconds, you'll just be like, oh yeah, that's obviously not true. Yeah. Rich family has fuck up kid is a pretty common story. Yeah, very true. Very true.
Off the scent, but if so, that would mean that they would have had to have created all these fake films that he's made, one of which I have the trailer for because it was never really finished, and the other of which we watched a clip from and is atrocious. So those are real, at least some of the films.
Okay, so they're bad. One of them never got made, and one of them sucked. What do you want? One of them was a fucking student film that he was in college that he wrote. He's not like, so he's trying to have it both ways here. He's like, he was an actor and all his movies are garbage and not even finished. It's like, well, he's not an actor then.
Films that he's claimed to have been on, and in addition to that, there are site archives for his webpage going pretty far back to well before the shooting. So basically, it's your choice of what's real and what isn't about this man, because he evidently lies a lot if he is real. It is beyond suspicious, though, that Edgar's father has seemingly an entire falsified online presence, and he cannot be verifiably pinned down in any...
That's rough. That's rough that he lied so many times in his biography. I will admit, that is rough.
Capacity to any work, to any travel, to any people he knows, and even his family connections online and his ancestry connections don't make much sense to me. But we do know at least someone by the name of Harry Welch does live in that region, as the Solar Farm article discusses people knowing a Harry Welch. So to that point, there is someone by that name, but dude, I'm so confused. I don't even know what to say. All this though makes me think that
this is Harry Welch. This is Madison Welch's dad. His what's it called? The Pizzagate gunman, let's call him, his dad, whatever, his weird personal website that has a bunch of obviously untrue things on his bio. Yeah, embarrassing that his dad seems to have been a bit of a pathological liar. That sucks. It's embarrassing. Lots of films don't get finished. Just ask Steve Bannon about that. Yeah, great point. Sometimes an unforeseen disaster might occur, like the star of your movie gets arrested and then murdered/suicided in prison.
There could possibly be some more government collusion, because this is getting weird, but I can't leave you there. The family history does go deeper, and it's something that I've yet to see. This is getting
guy riding in a car full of beer? What was I just looking at there?
Makes me think that there could possibly be some more government collusion, because this is getting weird, but I can't leave you there. The family history does go deeper, and it's something that I've yet to see discussed anywhere else either, and that is Edgar's criminal record, most of which consists of degenerate activities like drunk driving or
Dude, what the fuck? Degenerate activities like drunk driving? Like, excuse me? Sorry.
Is Edgar's criminal record.
Listen to how he says this. degenerate. Listen to how he says the word degenerate.
Most of which consists of degenerate activities like drunk driving or intoxicated driving, all of which...
Dude, chill out, man. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, come on, man.
Seems to slip right off of his back, and from what I can tell, it would appear he never saw the inside of a cell. That I can't attest
It seems to slip right off his back. He was murdered.
To, though, because the police are not exactly forthcoming with these records. But on October 25th of 2016, it seems things took a change for Edgar, as a guy who was typically involved in insular cases where he was the only one involved in wrecks, was arrested for running a kid over. The info here is almost zero, but we do know that Edgar struck a teenager who is...
I don't believe he was arrested for this. But he did hit a kid.
Walking with his friends when Edgar came in at 45 miles an hour and smacked right into him. People rushed to help this child, using shears to stop the bleeding until police arrived, who then had to use tourniquets to...
Sorry, what did it say? People what?
To help this child, using shears to stop the bleeding.
Using shirts? Oh, shirts. Yeah. That was Edgar that did. That was Madison Welch. He was the one who he used his like firefighter training and like he hit a kid exactly how his brother died when he was a kid. He got out of the car and he applied like CPR or whatever techniques. I don't know what you call it, to whatever help the kid as much as he could, and then stayed until the police and ambulance got there.
Until police arrived, who then had to use tourniquets to slow the bleeding even more, and eventually the child entered such a critical state that he had to be airlifted to a hospital. I'm unsure of what the child's fate was, but I do hope he didn't perish. That being said, though,
he did not perish. He is alive. He was hurt, but he's not dead.
Pretty serious charge.
And this was like right before. This was like a few months before Pizzagate took off, and like the thing. So it's like if you look at the timing, it's like this guy. I mean, whatever. I know I go into this in my video, but I don't know why he's acting like this is like it just doesn't make sense. Like the fucking picture he's painting of Welch makes no sense. Like it just isn't consistent with itself. It's like, was this guy an actor, or was he like I don't know. Okay, whatever.
That Edgar has now been met with, and I'm not surprised that the mainstream media has yet to ever bring it up, as this is the sort of charge that with Edgar's DUI riddled history could get him locked away for decades and possibly even life if the kid had passed away, meaning that he should have been at least in jail when the Comet Pizza incident took place, or if he had good parents, completely under house arrest by them, or he would have just been
What? Bro, oh my God. So he's saying like this guy, they kept letting this guy out of jail because they didn't, because he was too important to their plan or something like that. Let me find it. I got the link to the article here, or one of the articles anyway. 13-year-old struck by vehicle in Salisbury, airlifted to hospital. Suffered head, torso, and leg injuries. Edgar Welch, 28, was driving a Buick Le Sabre that struck the teen. Stayed at the scene of the crash and waited for police. We was walking down the road, just a normal walk, and this one car had the full road, said Sean Langford, who was walking the group. We was pretty much on the white line, and he wiped out one of my friends, and he had the whole road to turn into, even the whole other lane. My friend's really badly hurt. According to the police report, several people in the area rushed to help the teen. One man used a t-shirt to create a tourniquet to stop the bleeding from the teen's chest. When the police arrived, they used a small cat tourniquet to stop the bleeding until EMS arrived. I mean, okay, yeah, like that's like a temporary tourniquet, the t-shirt. And anyway, I have heard people talk about this in reporting. I think there's a New York Times article where it was talking about how he had gone through this. When was this? October. So this was actually, October 25th. And Pizzagate was like started like right then. So he's depressed. He stopped showing up to work around this exact time as well. Stopped showing up to work. Became obsessed with Pizzagate. He was like, "What have I done? I hurt a kid. Like my main thing in life was like protecting children, and I've almost killed one, just like my brother was killed when I was a kid. Oh my God, what is wrong with me?" Goes home, starts, falling into a depressive, like fucking, depression. And starts watching InfoWars videos about Comet Ping Pong and children being endangered, and being like, here's how I can redeem myself, becoming obsessive about this and deciding to drive out to Comet Ping Pong himself and do something about it. This is whatever. Yeah. Any evidence Welch was drunk at the time? I don't think so. And I've never seen any, I don't. I mean, maybe, but I don't think he got arrested. He stayed at the crash, waited for police. I don't know. I mean, I really don't like the way fucking Coop talks about this guy.
Place. Or if he had good parents, completely under house arrest by them, or he would have just been in actual prison at this point. And yet none of these things can be true because, as we know, Edgar allegedly went on to enter Comet Pizza and engaged in the shooting, quote unquote. So one would have to wonder why Edgar would possibly have agreed to be the one, if he were a patsy, to participate in the staging of the Comet Ping Pong incident and the surrounding events. Edgar, as we can tell, comes from some semblance of money, doesn't seem to have worked, but always had a car and enough money to drink and travel to Haiti. And all these serious previous charges that he was under just faded away.
He traveled to Haiti. It wasn't like a vacation for him. He went with his church group on a charity mission.
Only happens with well-trained and expensive legal teams. His parents, based on his dad's profile, are connected to the government pretty deeply, although I suspect deeper than we are told, and the information online is a front for something more. They clearly have money, as we talked about, and none of them have pictures online beyond a handful to show, hey, these people are real. And so thinking of a child who was raised in a wealthy family with all these strange connections, one would expect that the only way he could really face trouble would be if he did something genuinely awful, if he messed up really, really bad. Like nearly murdering a kid, because that's a much harder charge to beat. So I'll admit this is speculation, but I do have to wonder if perhaps via those family connections to the state, an offer slipped down the proverbial, or maybe even literal, pneumatic tube, and it said, hey, we have this growing problem. I want you to go here, do X, Y, and Z. You just have to act crazy, and all you have to do is shoot a hard drive, then walk outside, kneel down.
Insane. I cannot believe this is his conclusion. This might be the dumbest conspiracy theory I've ever heard in my life. Sorry, conspiracy theory. So fucking stupid.
And let the police arrest you, which happened, and then claim all you were doing was searching for the basement and for the kids. We'll give you a light sentence, which is exactly what happened. He only got 4 years, and since you served this term for the Comet Pizza incident, the charges you would have.
So he served 4 years in prison to avoid being thrown in jail for the night after accidentally striking a kid with his car. That's not a fucking, that doesn't make sense, dude. None of that oh God, it isn't even fucking. He hasn't even thought this through at all. Oh my God, I can't believe that this was basically the entire video.
For mowing down a kid, they're gone. We wiped them away. And once you get out, as long as you remain silent, you're gonna get back to your life. And so if you ran a kid over and you got that offer, I wanna ask you genuinely, would you find it difficult to turn it down? To change a potential life sentence into only a 4-year one? And all you have to do is go and stage this incident? And I'm not saying it happened for sure, but it seems like the facts of this case
it definitely did not happen.
Are lining up pretty well to suggest that it did. And a little fact for you, the collision with the child happened on October the 25th of 2016, and the ping pong shooting happened on December 4th of 2016, so less than 6 weeks later. And the server information that this guy uncovered in the interview that we discussed earlier went public not too long after Edgar's collision.
Wow, he still doesn't even know what is on the server.
That all, though, is just a thought for you to think upon.
Their fucking dots are not connecting here, bro. You're gonna need some more fucking red string. This is so weak.
And so now we sit in a precarious place. There clearly is a mountain of evidence to support the notion that something awry really is going on here. In fact, that was the growing sentiment in 2016 when all of a sudden the alleged shooting occurred. And it's because of this shooting that many people turned their minds off and stopped asking questions. Because obviously if someone is going to do that and then find no children in the pizza joint, he must be crazy, right? And so the story was spun as the mainstream media does, and today that's all we have now. A crazy right-wing conspiracy theory created to make Hillary Clinton look bad so she would then go and lose the election. Because after all, there can't be kids in the basement if there is no basement, so the whole thing must be fake. Therefore, ignoring that almost no one at the time or today who really has investigated this believes that there were kids in the basement, because there is no basement. And also,
that is not true. People did believe that.
To follow the mainstream media narrative.
People still believe that. Literally, people still believe that there is a basement in Comet Ping Pong. Or even people actually it was a basement Besta Pizza. Oh, it was a basement in fucking Buck's Fishing and Camping. Oh, it was a basement here, a basement there. It's it's not. Lots of people believe that shit.
If you'd have to ignore the fact that these emails are real and were verified by both WikiLeaks and the FBI as being such. Also, I think that the argument that this was to destroy Hillary Clinton's campaign is pretty silly, because Hillary Clinton doesn't need any help looking awful, politically speaking. I mean, if I were to just choose a scandal, I would go with the Clinton kill list. Anyway, besides the point, but not really, because there is
the Clinton body count, the Clinton kill list, I think he says.
There's something even deeper with these emails and files, because what could possibly be worth hiring a troubled man to go and conduct this Comet Pizza shooting over? In my mind, the information already provided is enough, but there is another rabbit hole to fall down, and that is DynCorp. Cooper, what on earth is DynCorp? Great question. You know how when you were born, you were completely dependent on your mother and father? Or
I don't think I actually know what this part is. I don't know what DynCorp is.
Perhaps if you're a Reddit mod, you still are and can relate to that. Well, that's what DynCorp is. A really fat baby whose mom and dad is the federal government. And this proverbial parent has an addiction, worse than crack or fent. It's called global destruction. DynCorp is a quote-unquote independent military and services contractor to the United States federal government. It raked in $3 billion last year in revenue, 96% of which came from the federal government. And that is basically what they've done for some 50-odd years, sucked the teat of the American taxpayer dry, producing overpriced tax services and sending contractors around the globe. And it's these contractors we really care about. So enter the following: a wire referencing communications with the Afghan Minister of the Interior, Hanif Atmar, who has been for many years one of the preeminent figures in that region. And the wire reads as follows. Summary: Assistant Ambassador Musemli discussed a range of issues with Minister of Interior MOI Hanif Atmar on June 23rd on the Kunduz Regional Training Center RTC DynCorp event of April the 11th, RefTel. Atmar reiterated his insistence that the US try to quash any news article on the incident or circulation of a video connected with it. He continued to predict that publicity would endanger lives. He disclosed that he has arrested 2 Afghan police and 9 other Afghans as part of an MOI investigation into Afghans who facilitated this crime of, quote, purchasing a service from a child, end quote. He pressed for CSTCA to be given full control over the police training program, including contractors. Musamli counseled that an overreaction by the Afghan government would only increase chances for the greater publicity.
What does this have to do with Pizzagate, though? I mean, it's kind of interesting, but what?
MOI is trying to forestall. Now, I brought up this one as it is a second portion to an original message that we will look at in a second. This one, however, dropped in 2009 and made some waves as we have a foreign leader asking the American government to quell a story in the American media, something that based on how the nation allegedly operates shouldn't occur. Obviously, though, we cannot ignore the clear reference to children, but this wouldn't all connect for us until 2016 with the Podesta email leak. People pretty quickly connected these two things for what they obviously were, suspicious communications about children, although this one is admittedly more obvious than the Podesta emails, as it references directly the purchasing of services from a child. Alright, so now we're at an awkward impasse. What kind of services could possibly be getting referenced right here? And it's a big deal that the Minister of the Interior is already chomping at the bit to cover up the events of this April 11th party by arresting and interrogating a bunch of people and asking for the American government to rein these cretin contractors in that were involved. After all, despite being in part 2 of the series, there is no way that there is an email that directly tells us that government operatives are engaged in the exact activities that we've been speculating, because that would be insane, and you'd be wrong. It's exactly what we think it is. The whole message is worth a read. That, however, is the response. I think there's an even more clear email that is worth reading. It's a little bit longer, so bear with me. This is from Cheryl Mills to Hillary Clinton. The date is 6/3 of 2009, and the subject is DynCorp's post story, second shoe to drop, all caps. Folks, you may recall an April 17th post story on problems with DynCorp in Afghanistan, which focused on a suspected drug overdose death. That overdose was likely not an overdose, if you're catching my drift. The other issue that surfaced at the time.
What do you mean? That overdose was like not an overdose, like it was a murder?
Was a colossal error in judgment by one of the contractor's employees in hiring an adolescent boy dancer for some sort of event that, at least to most folks, looked very inappropriate. The Post is now looking at the dancing boy, which was not included in the April 17th article, and we expect we'll soon publish a story on it. The Post inquiry at this point focuses only on confirming whether or not there is an OIG investigation. We are of course referring the Post to the OIG on such a question. However, the premise for the question raises the issue again in some eye-popping rhetoric which could feature in the follow-up story, so I want to make sure everyone had a heads up. We've already relieved the folks involved with both incidents, and I am meeting with the firm's CEO today to hear his reports on his trip to Afghanistan and Iraq to address these, as well as other issues on which we have demanded corrective actions. According to my reporting, the week of April 13th, the DynCorp regional commander from Kunduz, Flint Chambers, allowed his men to hire a 15-year-old boy dancer to do tribal dances at a DynCorp party on the training site. Some 15 or so DynCorp employees in attendance pulled out a single chair and had the boy do mock lap dances. This was captioned on video. The video shows DynCorp employees putting dollar bills in the boy's waistband, just as they would a stripper's garter. The revelry lasted about 45 minutes. The email later goes on to say that no sex took place. 3 of the people involved were fired, but we got about nothing else of interest in this. What is interesting, though, is that...
Why are we reading this? I'm so confused.
In no regard could you call this a tribal dance, while in the same exact email stating that they pulled out a chair and treated him like a stripper. And that would be because most are unaware of what exactly an Afghanistan dancing boy is. Not to mention that they're just totally lying to try and cover their butts, but that's a separate story. It should be noted that although they are trying to...
Right. Okay, Afghanistan dancing boy. Because there is a thing where there's like trans kind of boys, or like, I don't know, young boy sex workers that dress as women, or I don't exactly know what it is. I think that's what he's referring to.
Cover it up. They do make it clear that there is some pretty heinous stuff going on in the email, but they leave out a lot of details, especially about what exactly the dancing boy is. To the best of my knowledge, the original video of what happened, although clearly being referenced and saying that it was leaked, cannot be found anywhere online. That should just be a testament to the amount of absolute tomfoolery that's going on here. But nonetheless, there is a PBS documentary that goes into just how dark this practice is, which I played some clip from on screen. But it's very clear that this is not just a tribal dance. It's an incredibly dark and devilish sexual act that's being engaged in here. But to set the record straight...
It's sex trafficking. It's not, you don't need to bring the devil into it. Yeah, it's like, it is fucked up. It's like a exploitative yeah, it's bad.
You hear the term dancing boys or bakibazi, you should think little boy hookers made to dance in confined areas surrounded by disgusting males who grab the boys sexually while they gyrate around the space, engaging in sexual dancing dressed as little girls, and during the process, the watchers will slip money into their underwear or throw money at them. Typically, there's also a progression of getting more and more naked. It is utterly vile. And this specific dancing...
What the fuck is this? I thought this was... When is this going to tie into Pizzagate?
Boy incident, as we know, went on for 45 minutes based on the own testimony of these government officials before the boy was taken away. Now, I find it humorous in the darkest way possible that the email references that no sex took place. Well, first of all, it wouldn't be sex, it'd be rape. Second of all, this is a child, and no sex didn't take place there, but anyone who's looked into the dancing boy phenomena, even for the slightest bit, and even those who haven't, can probably imagine what happens to a boy like this afterwards. But I'm going to specify just so we know for sure. Once again, this information comes from a massive documentary that went to Afghanistan and interviewed dancing boys and their families and people who buy them. And what we learned is that after a dancing boy finishes his routine, he would then be auctioned off to the highest bidder for a night or many nights, really however long said individual can afford. And once that person has purchased the child, basically becomes their property for an extended period of time, however long they choose. And I'm assuming you can guess, but we will state emphatically once again, what happens during this time is violent rape of these little boys, and is testified to both by the dancing boys.
That's a good point, young Colin. Sorry, I haven't been watching the chat. I've just been trying to... I keep expecting this to tie back to Pizzagate, but yeah, I wish all these guys could get into Song of Ice and Fire. Go down all the rabbit holes you want, political schemes, secret underground religions, and you won't be shouting at dead kids. Honestly. And this guy Coop, like, this is like the second video we've seen now where he's like, he's not just like whatever, like coming up with these crazy theories. He's calling people who were involved in these like horrific events. Like he called the what were they called? He called the fucking shoe store where Edgar Welch was murdered in front of by police, and was like, "Can you send me the fucking video footage?" And they're like, "Stop calling us." And he was like, "I knew something was up." And he puts them on blast in his video, like this guy sucks. You know what? I feel like I was too nice to him before. I don't like him, but I just want to see when is this DynCorp thing going to get back to Pizzagate?
Their parents and the people who purchased them. If one of these boys tries to escape, they're fortunate if they end up even remotely alive. Most commonly, they will end up dead, as they've committed a crime in the eyes of the people who bought them. And unsurprisingly, these events are common across the entirety of Afghanistan. The government is fully aware of them and are attended to by, you guessed it, the wealthy and powerful in that region. So we now have one Afghani political official asking another American political official to help cover up his child rape ring, and this other official is also accused of being involved in the same ilk of activities. Got it. And we do know the government did cover this up, along with the...
Okay, I mean, that seems like... Yeah. But what does it have to do with Pizzagate?
Involved in the same ilk of activities. Got it. And we do know the government did cover this up, along with the Afghan Minister of the Interior, as I imagine the majority of you listening to this now have never before even heard of the dancing boy situation. And as we state...
No, I think a lot of people do know about that. I'd heard of that. That's... Yeah. Scalatino, you've heard about it. It's a known thing.
The video cannot be found, so some degree of cover-up has occurred. But the real question is then, why is Hillary getting emailed personally about this by one of her most prominent attorneys? She's meant to be biased in the interests of America and its people as Secretary of State, not in foreign countries. But clearly, her emails and those related to her suggest that something deeper is at play, that perhaps this reign in Afghanistan isn't so isolated to Afghanistan. And its contractors
here we go.
Are not just up to no good in that neighborhood, but are up to no good in many neighborhoods. In fact, issues with DynCorp specifically can be found in Hillary's emails going as far back as at least January 1st of 2001, when DynCorp was caught once again in a, quote, continuing pattern of allegations, meaning these nefarious acts were happening in the 1990s and possibly even before. In fact, we are very certain they were happening before, because as we will find out, this Afghan situation, and likely DynCorp as a whole, is just a wheel in a much larger machine based on these activities, because the locals of countries aren't reported as only having issues with DynCorp in the Middle East. Indeed, DynCorp has a rap sheet that would make Dahmer blush. For instance, in Ukraine, Russia, Moldova, in fact, you know what? You just pick an Eastern European country. DynCorp has likely been there and had problems, especially in those two countries I listed. DynCorp and its contractors are reported by hundreds of eyewitnesses and citizens who just want the best for their people, as abducting their children, establishing trafficking rings, and raping children, among many other things. One major incident is in war-torn Bosnia, where DynCorp employees were accused of raping, purchasing, and selling children, most often girls as young as 12, at least. And this became a major incident in Bosnia with a ton of public reaction and anger, but seems to have mysteriously, or perhaps not so mysteriously, fallen short of the ears of the American mainstream media. Darn, such a shame, right? I wonder how that happened. And these employees and contractors were there to take care of planes. So in theory, just worth adding, convenient and direct access to a way of transporting children internationally. And we know that DynCorp has had a history of transporting heroin and other drugs internationally, but that's an aside. But child trafficking is something that they have been accused of many times, as we've stated. But I digress. Considering then that this is all pretty public information, one should ask what happened to these contractors who were seen accused and have literal evidence, even videos, of being engaged in these acts with children. Were they arrested, tossed in a gulag, perhaps strapped to a few car batteries and a pasta strainer for a hat? No, not at all. Most of them just got sent back to the States, continued their careers, and likely got some cushy executive jobs. Some were arrested, but their sentences are pretty...
So, yeah, like, this is annoying, because he's like, I thought that he was going to connect it to Pizzagate, but he just never really does. But this is like, this seems to me like, I don't know, maybe it's not 100% proven, but I'm willing to accept the premise here that, like, this is an example of actual elite, pedophilia, or like military, child exploitation that is like, has gone unpunished. And that's like a real thing that happens, right? Like the people in positions of power, or people who are important to people in positions of power, like, military people, they get away with committing awful crimes. Yeah, that's true. But it's just that happening. And, obviously, like, Epstein is obviously a massive example of this type of stuff. But, like, how does that prove Pizzagate? Like, you can't, you can't say in like a court of law, you can't be like, Your Honor, this man is guilty because I know another guy that killed a guy and that one was real. So what are the odds that this one's fake? It's, you gotta look at each case on its own. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I don't know. Coop's still a fan of Trump? I mean, honestly, like, from what I've observed in like the conspiracy world, Trump is not too popular anymore. Trump, this whole recent thing with Epstein, his reputation has taken a pretty sharp dive. There's not too many really pilled people, like people who are into like Pizzagate and shit, who are still on Trump's side at this point. I don't know. I could be wrong. We'll see.
Obscure if they ever got one. And it makes sense that many of these guys actually got promoted, since you can't have an at least 3-decade-long problem with this sort of activity without some degree of company support. A company, mind you, that is 100% dependent on your money and my money. But it doesn't stop there. One might argue that DynCorp, which Hillary appears to be covering directly for, may not have been aware of these issues until then. Well, as stated, that's not true, as they've had a long history of such issues. And
somebody mentioned earlier, I forget who, that like all these conspiracists talk about, all these conspiracies, but they never talk about imperialism. That's what's going on here. Why is Hillary fucking defending DynCorp? Like, what does she have to gain by fucking, defending a private military contractor? Because of imperialism, dude. Because the U.S. does horrific shit around the world. That is what the U.S. does. The U.S. is fucking the world's number-1 terrorist country, #1 exporter of terror, death, mayhem. Why would Hillary Clinton defend DynCorp, even though they're committing, I don't know, like, let's say worst case scenario here, like raping young boys in Afghanistan? Why? Because they're useful for imperial reasons. They gotta fuck up anybody who doesn't agree with the U.S., install brutal fucking military dictatorships that murder their own people, but let the U.S., extract as much wealth as they can, purposefully underdevelop as many countries around the third world, enforce neoliberal, extractive economic policies with the IMF. Like, yeah, that's a fucking, like that. Now you're onto something here. But what is it? Is it because of the fucking pizza restaurant? Like, is he gonna tie Alefantis into this? Like, I just want to know where he's going here, because I don't really have an issue with this part, other than that it has nothing to do with Pizzagate.
Have been visited before, but in these emails we see Hillary's top attorney discussing going to visit DynCorp's CEO to discuss these accusations and the problems that keep happening with their company. Although I wager that the problem in the government's eyes was not that they were doing such things, but more so that the problem got out to the public. In fact, there is
they're calling him an adolescent boy dancer. Why aren't they calling him a hot dog? Yeah, it's not like DynCorp used cheese or hot dogs or anything. Yeah, Like this one is real. Like sometimes these people they're like digging for sand at the beach. You know what I mean? It's like, no, you don't need to dig. You're at the beach. There's sand everywhere. And they're like, wait, no, there's secret messages. No, just read the regular message. It's all there. It's all there, man. Yeah, where's all the weird art? Where's all the weird art? Yes, Naomi Klein. They're right that a powerful cabal controls everything. It's just that they would rather believe in elite Satanism than not believe in capitalism. Ah, yes. Mwah. Excellently put. That's from Doppelganger, right? Yeah. Would Epstein be a bad example compared to DynCorp? Like following whatever reasoning this is, Epstein's not bad enough, not systematic. Yeah, I mean, like Epstein would be a better example, right? As far as I can tell. This is like much more systemic.
With DynCorp that would suggest that in Bosnia, where an employee named Ben Johnson uncovered a slavery ring being run by his fellow DynCorp employees, and guess what happened to him? He was fired and sent back to the States. But in case we didn't think these DynCorp folks were international enough, they are accused of these same exact actions in Colombia. And if this were a DynCorp video, I wouldn't stop there. We would keep going. Because the list...
Yeah, bro, look into fucking, like, all the fucking private military. Look into Blackwater. Look into fucking all these fucking crimes against humanity that are just allowed to be done because they're done by fucking private mercenaries. That's why the U.S. lets them get away with shit. They're not subject to the same even laws that the military is subject to. Like they don't have to worry about the military tribunals, whatever, court-martialing. That's why they fucking love sending those guys in, because they're like, oh yeah, they're gonna fuck shit up over there, and we don't even need to worry about any accountability. Yeah, I mean, Epstein is the thing to talk about because Epstein is Pizzagate but real, you know, and does involve the Clintons. Funny thing is, like he said at the beginning, I think maybe it was 1 or 2. He said at the beginning, he's like, and Hillary Clinton herself is directly implicated. Hillary isn't really, like, you'll notice none of the Pizzagate shit even really touches Hillary, other than it's some of it has to do with Podesta, her campaign manager, but she's not going to kind of ping pong. Anyway.
Continue, and yes, the company is still active today. And even though Hillary is no longer in office, it certainly appears to have the exact same protections because no one is suffering the consequences of this behavior. And this is the same company that Hillary's top attorney made sure to alert her of when the Dancing Boy news broke, and that the Afghan Minister of the Interior wanted her to cover up. And this same minister then went and arrested people in the police force who knew of the issue, not who had participated in it. So then I gotta ask you a question. Can it get more obvious than this? And as you'll see in episode 3, the answer is yes. Thank you so much, you guys, for watching this video. It really does mean a lot. And
You're
you
welcome.
guys made it all the way to the end. Comment, DynCorp is sus. If you made it this far, we'll confuse everyone else. I just want to say...
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Bill obviously much more so than Hillary, but Hillary does have a couple of troubling connections. She got the donations from Ghislaine and Epstein, and obviously Ghislaine went to Chelsea Clinton's wedding. Alexander Gerasi, Ghislaine's nephew, was hired by Hillary Clinton to be one of her aides at the State Department. But obviously, you know, Bill is much more implicated in Epstein shit than Hillary is.
Thank you again, though, for everyone who's been here and who's been here and support the channel. Special shout out to everyone on the Patreon, like Paul, the Prince of Patreon. You know, appreciate you. I appreciate every single one of you guys, whether it's a view, a like, a sub.
Is there a fucking part 3? Fuck. I thought there was only 2 parts, gang. Honestly, I wish I didn't. Epstein is alive. Here's proof. This guy's awesome. The pagan UN meditation room. Yeah, man, what? Is that an issue that there are people other than Christians are allowed to pray in a room? National Guard shooting with a false flag. This guy puts out a lot of videos. Whoa, 11 hours ago, 2 days ago, 3 days ago, 8 days. This guy puts out more videos than me on like my stream channel. God damn. How do you do that? Honestly, I'm honestly impressed. What? Huh. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like Pizzagate Part 1, Pizzagate Part 2. I guess Pizzagate Part 3 is not up yet. Jeez. Okay, well, those were quite bad. Those were worse than I thought. Yeah, I don't know. Why am I watching Pizzagate videos? I don't know. Honestly, I'm okay. I'm not overwhelmed by Pizzagate stuff. I thought it would be a good time to watch it because I have it all fresh in my mind. So it would be, I'm very down to watch shit like that right now. But now I'm sort of feeling like that was kind of a waste of time. Wow, this guy puts out a lot of videos. Wow. That's crazy, man. Wow. Okay. And they're all long as fuck. Is he writing them with AI? I mean, like, that would make sense. Geez. Okay. Hey, listen, I don't know. I am not sure. Immortality from Children's Blood. I did watch this one, and I figured that was probably his most recent one. But now I'm okay. I guess that's why he doesn't really have time to fully investigate all these things. And also, I feel a little bit better about how many subscribers he has compared to me, because it takes me a long ass time to get out a video. If I was pumping them out like this, I bet I could get up there. I'm just physically incapable of doing that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I want to give this guy I want to be as charitable as possible to him, but oh man, these videos do kind of piss me off a little bit. I've barely watched any of them, but God, not good. Whatever. Someone should go back through Coop videos and show old predictions and quotes that totally contradict him now. Yeah, do like a daily show him. That'd be fun. Feels like AI. Yeah, maybe. His clips make a little sense. I mean, like, I don't think he's using AI for editing. I don't know. Maybe, hey, I don't even know what. I'm fucking old. I don't know. I don't use AI. I don't know what you can use it for. I mean, I don't. It's not like I never use AI. Sometimes I use AI. I've used AI. Listen, I'm not going to say I've never used AI. All right, gang, that was a lot, and I sort of feel like I should have maybe instead gone over more Epstein shit, because there has been stuff. There's a bunch of photos came out from the New York apartment, but honestly, I'm just kind of getting tired. That's a long stream for me, guys. It's a long stream for me, and I'm tired. I've talked enough about conspiracy theories. Conspiracy theories. You know what I mean? Isn't it unsettling to say that in your regular voice? Like, yeah, no, it's definitely, people say it's a conspiracy theory. You gotta put on a little bit of a baby voice here. You gotta be a little baby. Oh, AI is pretty anti-conspiracy theory? Oh, interesting. Alphaville videos? Compare them to Rod Stewart? Oh, right. Yeah. The Forever Young shit. Epstein's place was a shithole. Yeah. Horrible horrible taste in interior design. Although that technically that was Guylain's job. That's what she said. So she said, actually, no, I wasn't his madam. I was just in charge of his interior design. And the FBI was like, I don't know what's worse. I don't know what's worse. Your crimes against children or your crimes against aesthetics? All right. I gotta go, gang. I gotta go get myself some more of this. What was it called? Some kind of a gnocchi? But gang, thank you so much for watching. Hope that was fun. I do enjoy going over Coop stuff. I feel like it's kind of like a special treat to watch his videos, because there's always fucking news I wanted to get into that's more pressing. So this one was kind of a bit of a lazier stream for me. But hey, I don't know. I like doing that from time to time. Let's call it a day, and I'll see y'all. I'll catch y'all on the flippity flop, dip. Peace.